At this time the moon was shining very brightly, and it turned out that it illuminated all the mountain peaks. The only thing that interrupted all this silence was the tramp of the warriors who were rapidly approaching the foot of one of these mountains. When the warriors were almost at their target and did not raise their heads in anticipation, they were ready to move further and further just to destroy their target. The target for these wars is none other than the heavenly demon himself, who was ready to fight them. The only thing that interested the heavenly demon in this situation was whether blood and fear were what they really wanted. The warriors did not stop trying to attack him. Then he answered them that he was ready to use their desires, after which he extended his right hand forward to stop the attackers. The very next moment the warriors, who were very close to the heavenly demon, were beheaded. Only their screams could be heard. Above the heavenly demon itself 3 circles were visible that were practically made of blood. The heavenly demon stood under the raindrops and looked at everything that was happening with blood, saying that they were so weak in relation to him. But some of those who tried to attack him did not stop and continued their attempts. Then the heavenly demon looked at them all and said that not only were they very weak, but they were also arrogant, which is why they had no chance of winning. His opponents did not miss their chance to inflict even the slightest damage on the heavenly demon. The strength of his opponents was so weak that it seemed he was using their strength and easily dealing with them. The heavenly demon decided to use the true power of the demonic art of strengthening the soul. This time his opponents could see for themselves. The very next moment the warriors stopped, raised their heads, and looked at everything that was happening in surprise. And didn't they see how 2 huge hands of incredible size climbed out from the mountains that were right in front of them? One of these huge hands covered a huge army of warriors trying to resist the heavenly demon. This hand simply slapped their land and mixed them together with the stones that were at the foot of this mountain. The warriors were simply in despair. They had only one of us. Do they really not have a single chance? At that moment huge sharp stones began to fall from the sky. They resembled arrows but were much larger in size. Under these huge stones lay many warriors who were destroyed very quickly. At some point it seemed to them all that defeating the heavenly demon was simply unrealistic, because he not only wipes them off the face of the earth, but also mixes them with the stones located at the foot of the mountain. At some point a bloody rain began to fall. It seemed as if the sky itself was crying blood. The heavenly demon sat with his head down under this rain and blood. It seemed that it pleased him. The rain of blood continued and did not stop. There was complete silence all around. Only the face of the heavenly demon was happy. He was glad about what was happening around him. He thought that these were the last candidates for the title of heavenly demon, and they were no longer alive. He looked around and thought that it was very quiet around him. He even found it suspicious. Apparently he just couldn't enjoy peace in this blood-stained life. Unexpectedly for himself, he felt a strong pain inside himself. This pain was simply his rupture. He grabbed his chest with one hand, trying to stop the pain, but nothing worked. The heavenly demon lowered his head and began to vomit blood. It seemed as if all the blood inside him was coming out. At this moment he thought that the retribution for using the demonic art of strengthening the soul had already begun. He understood perfectly well that the absolute power that he received by absorbing 1,000 souls, although he knew the price for such power. But he believed that he would endure even if other heavenly demons did not improve. Everything went completely wrong. He was too arrogant. He turned his head and saw 2 very bright glowing spots approaching him. Look around. He realized that there are more and more of these bright spots, and they are already very close. The heavenly demon didn't quite understand what was happening. He didn't like all this at all. The very next moment heavenly chains flew towards him from all sides, trying to capture him. The heavenly demon stood and fiery heavenly chains approached him from all sides. These chains bound his legs so that he could not move. Then these chains forged his whole body and his hands. He could not do anything about it. The heavenly demon tried to break free from these chains by any means, but it was useless. He understood that they were trying to drag him into the underworld. It was even strange to him. At some point all this amused him so much that he began to laugh loudly, trying to break these chains. He started shouting at them that they most likely thought to subjugate his will to theirs, but they would not succeed. At that moment he broke the chains on his body. All this was only due to the art of absorbing the soul. It seemed as if an energy field was being created around him that was ready to crush him. At that moment the heavenly demon realized that his end had come in this world. He began to disappear in parts of his body. He was practically gone. In fact, everything was not so at all. Demonic art strengthening from the soul is not just a technique that absorbs the souls of others. At that moment he thought that in his next life he would like to take a completely different path. He thought of only one thing when he was reborn, that he wanted an ordinary, peaceful, and calm life like many others. He wanted no one to disturb him, and most importantly, he wanted to be able to watch, for example, how fish swim in the pond. The young man sat on a rock near the pond and watched the water and the red fish swimming in the pond. A girl's voice was heard. She was calling her master. She asked him if he was here again. She asked him to at least eat a little before it got cold. It was Soso, a servant of the Golden Wall trading clan. The young man tried to wave her away with his hand so that she wouldn't scream so loudly when he was resting. When he tried to hit her, he felt that he couldn't do it the way he wanted. The young man's name was Baek Tae-san, and he was the second son of the Golden Wall trading clan. Soso told the young man that he had had enough. He had been behaving very strangely for several days now. Then she came closer and started yelling at him to go to his room right now. At that moment, the young man thought that he couldn't even take her head off her shoulders. He was very weak and had a miserable body. Then he looked at his reflection and thought that he still couldn't get used to his new face. He had two feminine features. He thought that a heavenly demon couldn't look like that. He had no choice but to go and actually eat before everything got cold. There was a lot of food on the table. He sat at the table holding chopsticks in his hands and thinking only about how he would be able to eat all this. The heavenly demon coughed when he started eating. He thought that this body was even worse than he thought. His assistant said that he shouldn't talk so he would get better soon. The maid said that she had heard that an incredibly talented doctor would arrive this time, to which the gentleman replied that a doctor whose name he had never even heard could do anything. Soso asked the gentleman not to behave like that because he needs to think positively and then everything should work out for him. It's been 10 days since he woke up in this incredibly weak body, and he was currently the second son of the most influential trading clan in Wuhan. When he woke up and tried to get up for the first time, realizing that he was in this body, he felt an extraordinary weakness. And most importantly, he didn't understand where he was. He definitely didn't want to see himself so weak and helpless. His servants were very happy because he woke up, but he was actually completely helpless. He couldn't even dress himself or eat. And what irritated the heavenly demon in this body was that he had a very pretty face. However, the main problem was that all his meridians were torn and he could die at any moment. The heavenly demon thought that he could not believe that in his second life, he found himself in such a miserable situation. He decided that he would have to try hard to survive in this body. To begin with, he decided to use the power of souls to connect the meridians for a while, and then he would gradually strengthen them until they were restored. He understood that the only way to do this was to practice the demonic art of strengthening the soul. The only problem was where he could get these souls. Before, he would have simply killed someone, but if he did it now, he would have to experience that suffering again. He sat and watched as his servant Soso cleaned the yard. He was constantly under her supervision. He thought about what he couldn't allow to happen, and he actually had a very rare opportunity to start this life anew. He thought about what he had realized about the demonic art of strengthening the soul just before his death. And it was that if he practices it in this life, he will be able to reach a completely different level, namely an unimaginable power that not a single heavenly demon possessed. The young man called his servant. The girl turned and looked at him. He said that he wanted to go for a walk today. She was very happy. The only thing she asked was where he was planning to go because she was ready to accompany him to any place. Then the gentleman asked her if she was sure because he was going to visit a brothel. The girl said that it was an excellent choice. When she realized where he was going, she was even a little happy for her. It was too sudden, that's why she was so surprised. The girl told the gentleman that in that case it would be better if the warrior-chan went with him instead of her. Soso told her master that he had never in his entire life touched on this topic before, which is why she was surprised. The young man looked at her and said that then maybe she would go with him. Soso thanked her master and said that no, she would not go with him. After some time, she dressed him so that he could go to a brothel in these clothes. The girl, when she was dressing him, thought that lately her master had been behaving like a completely different person, and now he suddenly wanted to visit a brothel. Could something have happened to him lately? The gentleman looked around and asked her where his bodyguard was. He didn't see him. Was no one going to accompany him? Soso told him that he would come soon and that the master should not worry because the warrior-chan only does what he trains and protects him. Soso looked at her master and told him that she hoped that he would not be too close to himself from 3. The young man did not understand what her words meant because he had never really been one of the 3. Then Soso tried to explain to him that he just looked like he didn't care anymore. She said that a little hope wouldn't hurt, at least until the doctor arrived. The young man looked at her. Lately, he learned to see the emotions of other people after he found himself in this body. he saw that she really cares about him. Then he thought that it wasn't so bad that there was someone to worry about him. The very next moment, the young man said that it seemed he was already here. The girl did not understand what he was talking about. It was only after she heard someone knocking on the door that she realized her master was right. So she asked him how he knew. The young man wondered if he couldn't have missed such a stunning energy. When they opened the gates, they saw the warrior Chong standing in front of them, who was supposed to accompany the master. The gentleman looked at his guard and wondered if he could really protect him. The warrior who stood in front of him said that it had been a long time since the master had called him last time. It was a warrior from the Dragon Ball squad, and his name was Chong Kenwan. This was a man who was like a ball. He had such pure energy that it was hard to even imagine that he was an ordinary member of the squad. The gentleman felt how much he had to overcome to get to where he is now. He thought about the Golden Wall. Apparently this squad is not so simple. The gentleman had no choice but to mount one of the horses with his bodyguard and go to where he was going. When they entered the city, Sichelin told the gentleman that they had already arrived at the place. The gentleman looked around. There were quite a lot of people around. Since they were in place, he stood up with his horse. They arrived at one of Wuhan's top 3 brothels in a fragrant flower house. The gentleman tied his horses right in front of this public establishment and went inside with his guards. When they approached the door, the guard said that he would wait for the gentleman right there near the exit. The gentleman turned and looked at him and asked why he didn't want to go in with him. Then he added that they were standing right at the door of the brothel, so he asked why his guard would be waiting for him outside. Chan replied that if something happened, he would be able to help him. Then the gentleman asked him if he was sure he would be able to get to him before something happened to him inside. Then the gentleman told his guard to stop arguing and just follow him because he could use some fun too. Chan replied that he couldn't do that. Then the gentleman, without turning his head, asked what exactly he couldn't do. He needed to understand that he couldn't have fun, or the gentleman stopped, turned his head, and looked at his guard. Then he added, can't he follow his orders? Warrior Chong could not even imagine that his master could accuse him of such a thing. He said that it would be very good if he could both have fun and protect him, but if he was unable to combine these, then at least he should stay as close to him as possible. The guard lowered his head and said that he would do everything that the gentleman told him. The young man was pleased that he was able to get his guard to come in with him, so he extended his hand forward to open the doors of this public institution. The gentleman said that in that case it was great, and then they could go. When they went inside, they saw many girls. Some of them lowered their heads, others on the contrary were happy about the arrival of the guests. The young man looked around. He was interested in everything that was happening here. He heard music that was coming to him. Turning his head, he saw that indeed one of the girls was sitting at the instrument and playing some melody. The gentleman sat down at a huge table. Around him there were many girls whose attention was concentrated only on him. The gentleman looked and asked where the bodyguard who came with him was from one of the girls. She told him that his bodyguard was standing near the stairs and guarding the entrance. Then the young man thought that he was very stubborn. One of the girls asked permission to pour the gentleman a drink. She told him that he could drink as much as he wanted. The young man said that he couldn't enjoy alcohol yet because he wasn't feeling well. The girl asked if he couldn't drink and what he wanted to do then. The gentleman raised his head and said that he wanted to listen to the rumors that were being said about him. Everyone was surprised. What kind of rumors were they? Then the young man asked the girls to tell him everything they knew about the second son of the head of the Golden Gates. He said that they should speak in turns and they should all tell him everything they knew. When he was in this public place, time passed very quickly, because he found out that Baektae-san had 1,000 gold niangs and one small estate, and he also had several brothels. Quality investigation. Because of his health, he had neither power nor influence. Apparently everything else went to his older brother Baektae-su. This was all known to every resident of Wuhan. In fact, he would not have learned this information if he had sat in his room and never left it. When he found out everything he needed, he lowered his head and said that was enough, and now they needed to start. The gentleman said that it would be quite difficult for him to cope with everyone at once. He went to one of the rooms. He stopped, turned his head, and looked at all the girls who were in front of him. The gentleman said that in such a situation one would be enough for him and pointed to one of the girls. The girl followed the gentleman into one of the rooms where he was already sitting on a huge bed. The other girls were talking among themselves. They were wondering if he would come back and why he chose only one of them. They sat on the bed for a while. The gentleman looked at the girl sitting next to him. Then he suddenly asked her how long she had been working in this establishment. The girl said for about 10 years. Then the gentleman replied that it was simply wonderful and he thought it was time for them to start. The girls were talking among themselves that they would later find out how everything went. Someone was saying that the gentleman was very thin and weak, and that one shouldn't expect much from him, although he was quite handsome. Each of them wanted him to choose her next time. Everything she said was heard by the guard standing near the door and watching so that nothing happened to his master. Suddenly, the girls' conversation was interrupted by a very loud groan from their friend. They stopped and looked towards that room. The guard also heard sounds coming from the very room where the gentleman was at that moment. These sounds were heard not only in Wooly but also in all other rooms of this establishment. Some visitors to this establishment did not understand what kind of nonsense was going on. They had never had anything like this before. Groans of ahe and screams were heard from this room that almost all visitors were forced to leave because of these sounds. One of these visitors even laughed. He thought that everything that was happening was very impressive. One of the girls decided that it seemed that the spell of silence was not working. The sounds kept coming from this room. Everyone was interested in the question of what was going on there. The girl was clutching the sheet on the bed with all her might. She kept making a lot of sounds reminiscent of an orgasm with her eyes closed. The gentleman used the art he possessed to extract the soul from this girl. He needed this in order to improve his health and connect the meridians that were torn. No one in this public place had ever heard such screams before. Bonds. After some time, the gentleman left the room where he was with the girl. Chong asked the gentleman if he was okay. He was very worried about him, to which the young man replied that he was fine with a smile on his face. Moreover, the gentleman said that everything was very fine with him. It was very noticeable from his appearance. After which the gentleman without delay hurried to the exit. His guard did not quite understand what had happened. All the other girls entered the room where the gentleman was. They wanted to find out from Kvaran what was going on there. They looked at Kvaran and were very surprised. She seemed to be shining and was unusually beautiful. It was as if her eyelashes had become longer. One of the girls asked Kvaran if he had given her some kind of elixir, to which she replied that it was not like that at all, although she did not remember exactly how it had happened. But she felt an unusual lightness, as if she had been reborn. At this very time in the estate where the Golden Wall trading clan was located, everything was calm. So tried to distract herself from various bad thoughts. For this she took a broom and tried to. The girl thought about her master only so that he would not faint in a brothel when he was alone with the girl. Her thoughts were interrupted by the creak of the gate. She stopped and turned her head to see who had come. So was very happy when she saw the gentleman in front of her, and he was in perfect health. So immediately ran up to her master and began to ask if he really had gone to a brothel. She was interested in how everything had gone. The gentleman stopped, looked at the girl, and said if she was so interested she could ask Chan. So looked at the bodyguard. At that moment he lowered his head and began to cough. So didn't say anything else. She realized that everything seemed to be okay with the gentleman, but she was tormented by doubts about whether he really had been in a brothel with one of the girls. When the gentleman retired to his room, he needed to use the power he had already received from the girl from the brothel. To do this, he tried to restore at least one meridian that was torn in the body that he received. After performing this ritual, he felt a little relief, but he still understood that it was not enough. He thought that he had managed to restore only the small meridian, which was of course better than nothing, but still very little. Just before his death, he realized something about the demonic art of soul strengthening, and this is what he wanted to try. If you kill people and absorb their souls, then side effects will arise, and eventually the practitioner's body will be destroyed, but he needs to cleanse the negative emanations in the souls of living people and absorb only purified energy. This is the most powerful kind of soul energy, the essence of this demonic art, because the stronger their emanations, the better the effect. He tried it on a courtesan who went through all sorts of life's difficulties. It is thanks to this that he achieved a certain result, but the whole problem is in this damn body. It is even worse than he thought before. So he decided for himself that he would have to visit the brothel frequently for some time in order to strengthen his body. After some time, the girls in this brothel were shouting that the gentleman had returned. They didn't understand, because many were saying that he wouldn't return for a long time due to weakness from illness, but in fact these were just rumors, because he had been going there for 10 days already. The gentleman was with the son of a respected family, and he was also a handsome man. Moreover, if you spend the night with him, the girls thought then the next day they looked much more beautiful than before, so each of them was looking forward to meeting him. They considered him simply a handsome man and the best man they had ever seen. When he sat in this brothel this time, each of the girls dreamed that the gentleman would choose her. They talked about how he looked great as always and wanted to know if he had already chosen a companion for the night. The owner of the fragrant flower house, when she saw the gentleman, she was a little irritated because she did not understand why this guy was coming to her brothel. And the most important thing, she was thinking only about whether I should improve her soundproofing. In fact, they had already tried several times, but it was all without result. Every time he came to her brothel, all the girls flocked to him like continents to the light, because of which the soundproofing simply did not work. The other clients were extremely unhappy with this. Everyone said that the main problem was precisely in him. The owner thought that all this was very strange. She did not understand why someone who was one step away from death suddenly began to behave like that, and why he came to her and not to the brothel that his family owned. At first she wanted to find out how the Golden Wall was connected to all this, but then she thought that they were the best traders in all of Wuhan. If she were to dig under this family, they could get into big trouble. She just needed to keep an eye on him. The hostess only wanted to find out what was going on inside the room, why the girls were so pleased with the almost dying gentleman. Each of them stood and smiled at him. They dreamed that he would choose her. At that moment, the young man was only thinking about the fact that he was a heavenly demon, and it was time for him to act in a big way. He wanted to find her. That's why he said that he wanted to see the rest and ordered to bring absolutely all the girls so that he could choose from them. The clerk didn't understand why the gentleman was demanding this from him. The clerk said that the gentleman could make sure that the best flowers were collected in front of him, while the rest were simply unworthy of his attention. At that moment, the gentleman was very serious. He looked at the clerk with a stern look, demanding that he fulfill his requests. The gentleman knew exactly why he was going to this brothel, so his demands were mandatory. He took a step forward and added to the clerk that he himself could decide what was worthy of his attention and what was not. The girls who were waiting and meeting the gentleman did not understand where he was going. Was there really someone prettier than them in this establishment? He approached one of the girls. She was the one who approached him. He asked her what her name was. The girl replied that she was Danyong. The gentleman was delighted and said that he was choosing her today. He liked her the most. The other girls thought they were very sorry, and they couldn't believe that he chose the worst of them. The girls told each other that he had a rather specific taste. The gentleman did not speak and did not listen to everything that was said about him silently, and behind him walked the girl he had chosen. He thought that she had too much negative energy and that she was the one he had been looking for so long. Of course, he understood that it was dangerous for him, but after he managed to connect the key minor meridians, he was ready to take such a risk. And most importantly, he knew that with the help of her soul, he would be able to restore the main meridian. At that moment, he opened one of the rooms. Go inside. The gentleman stopped and looked around. The girl looked at the gentleman. I don't understand what's going on, why he doesn't go further. The gentleman, after he had looked at everything, said that they should look only at this scum that was in this room. He called his bodyguard Zhang Kyungwan, who immediately arrived at his request. The gentleman asked his bodyguard to lend him his sword, which was very unexpected, after which the bodyguard swung and threw the sword straight in front of him. When the sword fell on the coat, everyone saw that there was blood on the sword, which meant that the gentleman had not struck this blow for no reason. The bodyguard at that moment could not even imagine that assassin was actually in that room. The gentleman thought that this assassin was still alive, although he had already gotten much better, but it seemed to be too early for him to use such techniques. Drops of blood dripped onto the floor and a puddle had already formed. The girl who was with the gentleman was very scared. It seemed that her hands and her body were shaking. At this point, the gentleman told his bodyguard that he had to take care of the rest because he was not finished with the girl yet. Zhang told him that he would do everything, after which the gentleman turned to look at the girl and asked her if he remembered correctly that her name was Danyong. He smiled at her and thought that this time he would squeeze every drop out of her soul. She had to be ready for this. You were at that very time in another part where another Yen clan lived. The lady was sitting at her desk. A book was open in front of her, and at that moment she was being informed that the young gentleman had entered the brothel again the previous night. The girl asked what they call the gentleman in this brothel now. The guard of the Yen clan, whose name was Yuson, did not know how to answer her mistress correctly, but she couldn't hide it from her, so she said that he is now called the Night King of the House of Flowers and an unsurpassed lover. When the lady heard these words, she was furious, and she ordered her bodyguard to take her to this fragrant flower house. The lady's name was Yun Heirin, and she was the only daughter of the Yun clan, and she was also Baek Taesun's fiancée, and she said that she had to meet him. Chong approached the gentleman and said that he had come to escort him back. The guard raised his head and looked at his master. He waited for him to say something. The gentleman asked what his guard did to steam an assassin. He was only interested in this question. When Chan looked at his master, he realized that he had some kind of unusual aura. He had never noticed anything like that about him before. Chan told his master that he put this assassin in prison. The master replied that it was a great job, and now he wants to rest. It's time for them to go back. At some point, Chong even doubted whether the person in front of him was really the same young gentleman he had known all his life. And it wasn't just the aura that he noticed, although that was very strange. The young gentleman even had enough skills to detect and then wound the assassin. For this, he needed enough strength and energy. Chan looked at the gentleman and thought that he had become a completely different person. The gentleman and his bodyguard walked home very slowly, each thinking about his own. The young master thought that he had restored one of the main meridians, as a result of which his feelings and body as a whole had improved significantly. Now he had 6 more to recover, a long way to go, but at least he was no longer a complete scumbag. At that moment he caught himself thinking that who would have thought that he would ever be happy about such a trifle. He really had changed a lot. He turned his head and saw a girl in front of him. His gaze stopped on her. This girl also looked at him without taking her eyes off him. He didn't understand who this girl was and why she was looking at him like that all the time. Come closer to him. This girl addressed him as a gentleman. She asked him if he also went to a brothel today. The gentleman thought that he had never seen her before. Did she really know Tae-san? If that was really the case, then he wasn't such a wimp. The girl asked him question after question. She wanted to know if he was acting this way because he was unhappy with the engagement, and he was deliberately doing this to push her away. When the gentleman heard the word engagement, he was a little taken aback and had nothing to say. The girl continued to talk about what if that's all she said was really true. After a short silence, she came even closer and took his hands. She said that she would never leave him. She looked at him and told him not to leave her either. She simply begged him about it. The gentleman looked at her and did not understand what she was saying because he had never been with her. He decided to answer her that it was not at all like she thought. The girl did not understand what he meant. Then he added that he had never pushed her away. He thought after all it was their first meeting, so how could he do that if they had never been together? She liked these words very much. It seemed that she was pleased with what he said. A smile appeared on her face. Then the lady replied that he finally acknowledged her feelings, and she was happy with what happened. The gentleman thought that this girl was one of those who only hears what she wants, and unexpectedly for her, he said that it was time for him to go. The lady turned to Mr. Tae-san again. At that moment, the young man thought that he couldn't believe that the girl had made his former heavenly demon so worried. She was a dangerous enemy. The gentleman did not turn his head. He saw that his bodyguard was in front. He did not understand why he was so far away. Everything that was happening seemed very strange to him, but he decided that he would not think about it now. Very soon he returned home. It was evening outside, and it was time to get ready for bed. While taking her evening bath, So-So asked the gentleman because she heard that he met Madame Yun on his way back from the brothel. The gentleman asked the girl how she even knew about this. So-So answered him that she had eyes and ears all over Wuhan, and then laughed. At that moment, the gentleman thought that most likely it was she who told Ms. Yen where he was. Then So-So, for some reason, she asked if the warrior Chan was okay. The gentleman did not understand if he was really sick. So-So began to explain that the warrior Chan was in love with the bodyguard Yu. She asked the gentleman if he really didn't know about this. The gentleman didn't understand who this was at all. The bodyguard who is always next to Mrs. Yun. It is with her that the warrior Chan has long been in love. Then it became clear to the master why he left without him. The gentleman smiled. He felt somehow different. He was very calm. When he was a heavenly demon, he knew that respect and fear were warm feelings that were considered something unimaginable. However, for some reason he was not angry at all. He was absolutely calm. Most likely the reason was that their souls were united by Pite-san. At this time, so many interesting things were happening around. Unexpectedly for everyone, the gentleman demanded to go to prison, which was located inside the trading clan, the Golden Wall. He and his bodyguard took 2 torches, lit them, and went to this prison. Warrior Chong, when he approached one of the cells of this prison, he said that he blocked his meridians for a while, but this vicious person can do anything he wanted. He was talking about an assassin. Unexpectedly for Chong, the gentleman said, if this is all as he says, he must open the door to this assassin's cell. Chan followed his master's orders, opened the door, and they went inside. The gentleman thought that it was very magnificent. The body of this assassin was filled with negative energy. he knew that the most dangerous soul is possessed by assassins. However, the soul of the assassin, its power was undeniable, which means that he can get a lot from it. The gentleman thought that if he restored one of the main meridians he might as well try, and he asked Chong to wait outside. Chong told the master that he can't do this because this assassin, despite the fact that he is here, is still dangerous. He wanted to find out from the master what he is going to do here alone. The gentleman looked at his guard and told him that he was of no use. In fact, he could not even sense his presence. Chan was very surprised by his words. He tried to justify himself and said that it was completely different. It was too dangerous for him to stay alone with this assassin. The gentleman, turning his head, told the guard that he would not repeat it anymore. He had to carry out his order. Chong could do nothing. He lowered his head and told his master that he would do as he was ordered. Chong did not want to irritate his master anymore. He decided to go out with this camera and wait outside. In absolute darkness, the gentleman remained with this assassin. It was unclear why he needed this. When Chan went outside, he was able to take a deep breath despite the fact that he had left his master with the assassin. At that moment, the guard was only thinking about the fact that the same situation had happened again. He couldn't even breathe because of his aura. Chan thought that he had the impression that he had encountered an outstanding martial artist. His thoughts were interrupted by some sounds. Chan grabbed his sword. He wanted to understand what that sound was. The sound came from inside this prison. Chong heard it clearly. He understood that it was not the voice of the young master. He wanted to know what was going on there, but he couldn't, and he had to obey his order and stay outside. At this very time, the young master tried to first cleanse and then extract the soul from the assassin. At some point, the gentleman thought that this bastard who was sitting in front of him was much more dangerous than he had thought before. When he tried to do this, he realized that this assassin had a very dirty soul, and it was not as simple as it seemed to him initially. He felt that his strength was not yet enough to cleanse his soul. The young gentleman fell to his knees and realized that his strength was still very small, and he would not be able to cope with him. At some point, he was even upset that he wouldn't be able to cope with it, but he thought that the time hadn't come yet. After cleansing the soul from negative emanations, only pure energy remains. However, in those cases when the soul is too corrupted, negative energy merges into the gentleman thought that although there was not much energy, it was mixed up, and therefore he decided that he would have to limit himself to the brothel for now. At this time, in the fragrant flower house where the gentleman had come, there was a very tense situation. The owner of this brothel wanted to understand what was going on and why this gentleman was behaving like this. The mistress of this house asked her servant that 2 days had already passed since Baektae-san caught the ghostly shadow, and there was still no news from him. At that moment, someone opened the doors very abruptly and started telling something to the lady. This someone was talking about how he thought she should see this is what's happening now. It was one of the guards of this brothel. He was shouting to the lady that the ghostly shadow had returned, but something was clearly wrong with him. Ghost Day or assassin really returned to this brothel, but he was barely alive. The lady looked at the ghostly shadow and asked what happened to him. She ordered that his meridian points be checked. One of her assistants came to carry out her order to the ass, and he hit him from behind. None of them expected to see this. Before their eyes, the ghostly shadow began to blur. The lady of this establishment and her assistant did not understand what was going on with the ghostly shadow. They had never seen anything like it before. The assassin fell right in front of them. It seemed that there was no soul left in him. It all came out of him. Then the owner of this establishment was very upset, but started shouting. Did the young gentleman of the golden wall decide to play with them? She ordered that Danyong, the last girl he was with, be brought to him immediately. Her assistant said that this is the girl they are preparing to send to the leader of the Crimson Dragon sect. The lady clenched her fist and said that they would send it to Baektae-san instead. The assistant of the brothel owner, you are very surprised, he said. If he does not do it right, then the Crimson Dragon sect will come for them. And then he added that if that person finds out about this, he will raise everything here to the ground. He was not going to joke with them. The brothel owner replied that she knew everything perfectly well, so her call had to be cancelled. Then she added a fragrant flower house will send a gift to the second young master. After some time, a strange rumor about Mr. Baektae-san began to spread in the fragrant flower house. When he visited this brothel, someone was constantly whispering and saying something behind his back. Some said that if you spend the night with him, the next day you will look much more beautiful, as if you were reborn. Others said that if you spend the night, you will constantly want to be near him. They called him a deity that came down from heaven or a demon using forbidden spells, and such talk began to spread like wildfire. At first people thought that it was just a stupid joke of bored courtesans and she was one of them. However, everything has changed and she actually wants to serve him because all this is true. Perhaps he really did not come to them from heaven. When the mistress of this private house heard from her that she wanted to serve Baektae-san, she laughed very loudly and asked if she had really fallen in love with him. The landlady wanted to know what he told her. Did Baektae-san really pay off her debt so that she would serve him? The girl replied that he had not said anything like that. The brothel owner continued to say that she didn't know what exactly he had promised her, but until her debt was repaid she belonged to the fragrant flower house. Despite the fact that the mistress told her to moderate her pride and begin preparing for the visit of the head of the Crimson Dragon sect, she decided to go to the Golden Wall trading clan. She thought that she would be dragged by force to the leader of the Crimson Dragon, but in the end she still ended up there. Was this really her destiny? The girl was very worried whether he would accept her, and what she would do if he considered her spoiled, and even despite this she still wanted to meet him again. The room was completely filled with his energy and his spiritual strength. The young master was no longer so weak and his meridians had been restored now. He needed a little more spiritual strength. He sat in his room with his eyes closed, feeling his body fill with power. He needed to work on his body because it was very weak and practically lifeless when he got it. The young gentleman suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the door. He heard some noise behind it. A servant came to his door and said that the young master had someone coming to visit him. He wasn't expecting anyone to visit. He was interested, so he said that whoever crossed should come in. At that moment the door opened and she came in. For the young gentleman it was very unexpected because it was that very Danyon. He did not understand why it was here. The girl greeted Mr. Tae-san and she did it sincerely. Then she added that she would like to become his servant. That's why she came to him so suddenly. So was very surprised. The girl said that she wants to dedicate the life he gave her to the master and hope that he will allow her to be near him. The young gentleman looked at her and saw that she looked completely different. Could this be because he had cleansed her of negative emanations? He became curious. Then he asked his servant Soso where she slept. The servant answered that in the pavilion where all the other servants slept. The gentleman told Soso that she should find another place and stay there with this girl, and most importantly this place should be not far from him. Soso didn't understand what was happening, and she didn't understand whether this girl who came would really work as a maidservant because she knew that was exactly it. Then he turned away from them and said that in any case he needed to take care of this girl. Soso looked at this girl and thought that she was too beautiful to be a servant. Soso also thought that her young master had been acting very strangely lately. For some reason she didn't want to think about whether he really had so little time left. In this city there was also one of the 3 best brothels, and it was the House of Fallen Flowers. When the young master heard about the House of Fallen Flowers, he said that he already liked the name and he should like it there too. In fact, he was looking forward to the moment when he could obtain the souls of those very fallen flowers. The young master told his guard that he would only go to this brothel for a while. Zhang agreed with the young master. Before entering this establishment, someone tried to stop the young gentleman of the Golden Gate. It was Vai Jokshan, the head of the Crimson Dragon sect. He said that he was wondering who dared to take his Danyong, and when he saw the young master he thought he was a small puppy. The people who were nearby wanted to leave this place very quickly because it was Joksham. If you get on his nerves, he will erase their powder. The young gentleman stopped when he heard these words. He was wondering what kind of person this was. So he turned to his bodyguard and asked what was wrong with this big guy. His bodyguard replied that it was Joksham, the head of the Crimson Dragon sect. The guard said that it was not an orthodox group that had settled in these parts. The young gentleman immediately thought that it was not an Ordozal group, but rather, in other words, just some kind of pathetic parasites who dared to take such a formidable name for themselves. The young gentleman thought that he shouldn't even pay attention to this big guy. What Joksham reacted very sharply. He asked the young man if he was really ignoring him. He told him in his back that this gigolo only had enough courage to deal with girls. The fact that he called the young gentleman a gigolo really hurt his pride. In fact, he was not delighted with the pretty face he had in this life. He knew that he was a heavenly demon and not some kind of gigolo. And some scum of society still dares to point this out to him. This scum began to say that the young gentleman didn't even tell him anything, he can only yap. Then the young gentleman heard this speech and told his bodyguard to take care of the rest, and he left this one to him. Chong grabbed his sword and carried out the young master's order without hesitation. He thought that his opponent would be two at once, but he was ready to fight them. These two laughed. They told Chan that he is a bad warrior, and now they will find out how good he is at wielding weapons. At this time, Jakshim continued to tease the young master, saying that he hired a bodyguard only to appear more manly, and if he really believed that he had balls, then he could forgive him on the condition that he gave him Danyong. The young gentleman calmly listened to all his speeches and said that he would never give it up and that this idiot talks too much. I wonder what else he does so skillfully with his mouth. After such words, Jonshim was simply furious. He shouted what the young gentleman said, otherwise he would have torn him apart. So he took a step forward, swung his hand, and shouted. Apparently the young gentleman really wanted to see his death. He was ready to spoil his precious little face right now. Warrior Chong had already put down the two who were trying to attack him. He turned his head to look at his master. Chan shouted to the gentleman to take care of himself. He was very worried about him. When the young master's opponent was almost next to him, he very slowly began to raise his right hand. And when Jonshim was very close and was ready to strike the young master hit him with his fist on the lower jaw. It seemed to everyone that this insignificant blow from the young gentleman should not have any effect on such a brute. At some point he would have to hold back, otherwise his body simply wouldn't be able to withstand it, because there was still so much work ahead of him. The young master's opponent fell right in front of him. His bodyguard asked how the young master was feeling. The young gentleman asked his bodyguard he had already dealt with the rest. Chong answered the young master that no, he did not kill the others. The young master said that he was very naive, and then he ordered his bodyguard to finish off those two and follow him. Chong agreed with the young master and said that he would do as he was told. Then the young master, when he took a few steps forward, said something else to his bodyguard. The young master told his bodyguard that if anyone asked who exactly killed Jakshim, he should say that it was him, because the young master did not like to attract attention to himself. Chan stood in place. He was simply in shock. He didn't know and didn't understand what was happening, but he agreed with his master. Chong didn't understand how this could happen. The young master killed the head of the Crimson Dragon with his bare hands in just one blow. But he saw this with his own eyes. At this moment, right in front of him, the head of the dragon was lying on the ground in a pool of blood. Now Chan realized that it was not a coincidence that he was able to catch the assassin. Chan thought, looking at his back, who he was, because he was not at all like the young gentleman who was before. The young gentleman went to the brothel where he intended to spend his time. When he sat down on the bed, he shook his hand to see how much his strength had been restored. He looked at his hand and thought that his body was still in bad condition. He wondered if he had really spent half of all the energy that he had been able to accumulate. He understood that, unlike the time when he was a heavenly demon, his work would be destroyed at the slightest stress. Thinking about all this, he realized that he had acted very recklessly when he spent his energy on the enemy, but as a heavenly demon, he could not allow himself to be treated in such a way. When he returned home and entered the room, he was very surprised. He did not understand what bodyguard and Heron was doing with him. She was in the room and the young master's new servant was pouring her tea. Bodyguard Yun turned her head and said that the young master had finally returned. The cup of tea was right in front of her and it was still hot, so she didn't drink it. The gentleman turned to the bodyguard and said that he doubted that she had come to this house only to drink tea. He wanted to know what was going on. Only after the door to this room was closed and no one could hear them did she begin to speak. The bodyguard said that the maid who served her was the same one that the young gentleman brought from the brothel. The gentleman thought to be more precise that this girl came herself, but he was not going to justify himself to anyone, so he said that this is exactly how it is. The bodyguard looked at the gentleman with a contemptuous look. Without saying anything, she blamed him because he behaved like that. The gentleman opposite stood in front of her and had no intention of making any excuses. The bodyguard wanted to know if he had really just returned from the brothel. The gentleman answered that yes. The girl lowered her head in front of him. The gentleman did not understand what was wrong with her and why she was behaving like that. Then the girl started talking about the engagement. She wanted to clarify some details. So she asked the gentleman if the engagement with her mistress would be broken off. After listening to the whole story, the gentleman said that now it was necessary to sum up that recently someone had sent his bride a proposal of marriage, and since this someone belonged to the Zhongli clan of the Murin Alliance. Then the head of the Yen clan who learned about this decided to break off the engagement, citing his recent actions. The bodyguard said that the final decision has not yet been made and the young lady is extremely against this idea. Then the girl lowered her head and added, however then she fell silent. The gentleman thought that it was quite difficult for her to resist the current situation. The master told her that he doubted that she came only to tell him all this. Was she really sent to his house only because they were afraid that the Zhongli clan might harm him? The bodyguard said that this was exactly how the young lady asked her to protect the master. Perhaps he had no idea what kind of Zhongli clan this was. The young master, when he heard all this, thought that this clan was disgusting bastards, but it was not worth saying out loud. He needed to understand now what he would do next because he remembered very well what kind of clan it was. After all, the Zhongli clan abandoned the other clans and fled during the battle with the heavenly demon. He didn't even know that they were still alive. But despite what he heard and what he knew, he said that in any case he was glad that she was here. He said, "Nice bodyguard, it turns out that she will protect him." The more he thinks about it, the more interesting it becomes to him now. He needs to see what she is capable of. When night came and the moon shone very brightly in the sky, the very time came when they had to go. The first show of the young gentleman for the day. He had 2 bodyguards, one his and one Mrs. Yong's. The young master was pleased with what was happening now because he was finally lucky enough to find a worthy opponent, and perhaps this time he would even be able to restore another main meridian. He took a few steps forward and stopped because he felt the gaze of the bodyguard who was drilling a hole in the back of his head. The gentleman turned around and looked at her and said if she doesn't want to go with him, then she can stay, he's not forcing her. The girl lowered her eyes and said that everything is not so at all, in fact this is the least she can do. After all, he didn't really drag her into this, he told her that she could do whatever she wanted. After which he continued on his way. He already felt their presence. The bodyguard called his master, but he did not answer, he only asked how many of them were there. At first Chan didn't understand what they were talking about. He stopped and listened. Then he turned his head sharply from one side to the other. He had to see how many opponents they had. Looking around, he realized that their opponents were on the tree branches and they were watching them. Chong didn't think for long and told his master that they had 3 opponents. The young master said no, and then without thinking twice he replied that there were only 4 of them and he didn't see one. There were indeed 4 of them and they were right in front of them. They thought there was no longer any need to hide. Chan first grabbed his sword. As a true bodyguard, he had to protect his master. There were 2 opponents in front of him who did not attack but could attack at any moment. Their leader said that he needed all 3 of them to go with them. The gentleman did not understand why the unorthodox scum behaved so respectfully towards them. The gentleman told his guard to assess how strong he was. Chong unconditionally agreed with his master. He always did what he said. The gentleman thought that given the energy emanating from this bastard and the faint smell of blood, he was clearly not just an ordinary thug, but his capabilities should be assessed in any case. Chan told his master that he was at least 3 steps above this thug. The gentleman then told him that they did not understand why he was standing idle because it was time to check whether his assumption was correct. His bodyguard had no choice but to carry out his master's order, and he took a step forward. In front of him stood 3 people who just looked and couldn't move. Each of these 3 was just wondering what was going on because Chan was calmly walking past each of them. At that moment, when he passed, they couldn't even move. They couldn't stop him in any way. Their leader said to Chan, did he really decide to go against him alone? Most likely, he is an ordinary idiot. And then he added, of course he has quite an impressive energy coming from him, but he wanted to stop this senseless violence and they would calmly follow them. Before he finished his first words, Chan didn't listen to him for long and swinging his arm dealt him the first blow. He needed to catch his opponent off guard so that he could destroy him. His opponent immediately climbed up and pulled out his sword from behind his back trying to strike him. This blow was calculated by Chan. He parried it and he decided to attack. After which the bodyguard tried to hit his opponent several times, some of them quite strong. His opponent was confused. He didn't understand what was going on. He thought that the bodyguard was a much more skilled fighter than he thought. He understood that he had probably greatly underestimated him by mistaking him for an ordinary bodyguard. He then took his ball with both hands and jumped up to hit the bodyguard. At this time, the girl told the gentleman that they should help him because the fight was happening very slowly. The gentleman said that everything was not so bad. Then he added that everything would end in one blow. She shouldn't worry and shouldn't interfere in this fight. The bodyguard looked at the gentleman. She wasn't so sure, but decided to listen to him. The very next moment, blood spurted in all directions. It was clear that this was coming to an end for you. All that was heard was the scream that reached them. them, and it was clear that the bodyguard's sword had the blood of his opponent on it. You thought it was impossible. He only needed 5 hits with the ball to defeat such a strong opponent. The gentleman said that it was just the enemy's hand. Chong was still too soft. You thought that although the warrior Chan was strong until recently, he did not possess such power. She thought that Mr. Taesan gave him some kind of elixir or something else. The gentleman looked at the bodyguard and said that she had enough of standing there. She had to deal with everyone else. He wanted to ask me a few questions too, so they shouldn't have killed them, just block their meridian points and neutralize them. The girl said that she remembered the task. The next battle was entered by Yu. She was also an experienced bodyguard and was ready to do what the master ordered her to do. She suffered one blow after another so that it was unbearable to resist her blow. In an instant, one of the enemy was neutralized. He couldn't move and was lying on the ground. The very next second, the second enemy was neutralized. He also didn't even have time to resist her. When she managed to deal with these two, she thought, where did the other one go? Because there were 3 of them. The head turned and she saw something she did not expect at all. The warrior Chong moored to his master, but he asked him to please move away. The girl didn't understand. It simply couldn't be. She didn't know when he managed to pass by her. There was surprise on her face. A lot of what was happening was unclear to her. She saw one of the opponents standing next to the young gentleman, and his ball was right next to the gentleman's throat. The young gentleman did not move, and his bodyguard at that very moment neutralized the third one who was trying to kill the gentleman. The gentleman did not understand what his bodyguard was doing. This was not at all part of his plans. He looked around and thought that most likely Chan decided to save him instead of chasing another assassin. Chong looked at the gentleman and asked him how he felt. The gentleman stood silently. He thought that his bodyguard lacked determination. At that moment, Chong apologized for letting the last Ozan escape. Chong lowered his head to the master and asked for forgiveness from him. The master thought that if he was still a heavenly demon, such a mistake would have cost him his life. But he is not a heavenly demon now. For some reason, he was not at all upset by what happened. The master told his bodyguard to forget and gather the others in one place. The moon continued to shine so brightly, and every star in the sky was visible. The gentleman looked at the 3 assassins who were trying to attack them and asked his bodyguards what to do with them. Then he added that most likely they should be killed. This would be the best option for everyone. One of these assassins asked for mercy. He was ready to answer all their questions. The gentleman couldn't just sit alone, so he needed some time to make a decision. The gentleman continued, if no one wants to tell him, then all that remains for him is to kill them all. All 3 said that they are ready to tell everything. They said that they were from the Crimson Dragon sect and were sent here at the call of the deputy head. They said that this morning they beat up a man who refused to pay for protection, and then they destroyed a hotel because they served them too slowly. One of them was ready to tell everything. The gentleman said that it was very interesting and he should continue. He was ready to listen to him until the end. One louder than the other tried to tell everything that the gentleman wanted to hear, just so that they would be left alive. The master said that they would take them with them and would not kill them as long as they spoke. Chong was ready to carry out the master's order. Yu at that moment was thinking about only one thing. Was he really going to say again that he was still going to go to a brothel even after what happened? She wondered if he had gone crazy. But everything was not like that at all. He really was going to go to the Fallen Flower to gain energy, but no one was supposed to know about it. They were now accompanied to this brothel by 2 bodyguards, Chan and Yu. When they brought their master to this brothel, they stood at the entrance and waited for him. They both lowered their heads down. Despite the fact that they were very close, they could not talk to each other, but they were ready to look in different directions. Yu asked Warrior Chan if he was okay. Shouldn't they have gone in with Mr. Chan? He said that everything was okay, they just needed to wait here until the morning. The girl heard sounds. She thought, what kind of reaction is this? She couldn't believe it. Is this really true, and does this happen every time? The sounds were so loud that they could be heard not only in this brothel but also went beyond the house. 3 assassins who were tied up and waiting for their execution when they heard these sounds were also in shock. I don't understand what is happening. The next morning came, and the sounds that had been heard throughout the night had died down. A young gentleman came out of one of the rooms. His facial expression only indicated that he was dissatisfied with something. When he saw his guards, he asked the same thing, why the assassins they captured were still alive, because he said to kill them if they stopped talking. His guards said that they hadn't stopped yet. The gentleman was very surprised, so he asked his guard if this was so, then let him briefly tell what they were talking about. He said that they were talking about what they were ordered to deliver to the Crimson Dragon sect. And what about that assassin who managed to escape? His true identity is known only to the leader of their sect. The young master thought that that guy was definitely not an ordinary practitioner. and he realized that his bodyguard would hardly be able to cope with him. However, his bodyguard turned out to be much stronger than they expected, which became the decisive variable. The gentleman thought that if the Zhongli clan was behind this, it would be too obvious a move. He told his guards that they first needed to return to their clan's territory, and that his bodyguards should take these assassins with them. After some time, they were already on the territory of their clan. The hostages they took were locked in a prison that was located on the clan's territory. The Lord told his bodyguards that they needed to impose restrictions on these hostages that they had taken. The bodyguards didn't understand what he meant, but the young gentleman kept telling them that they had to do it. The gentleman said that from this day on he will teach them some useful techniques, and his bodyguards must be very careful. His bodyguards were very surprised. They could not even imagine that their master could teach them martial arts. The gentleman said that the technique he wanted to teach them was a simple technique of limitation, and they should start with this, and he raised two of his fingers up and showed how it was done. He said that they had to block their meridians in two places with their internal energy. The main thing was that they had to keep order. Control over internal energy was the key point, so they had to train a lot. His two bodyguards did not understand what was happening to their master, and most importantly, they had never seen this technique of limitation before, but they immediately understood everything. The gentleman approached one aspen, ordered him not to move, and touched him with two of his fingers. He said if he twitched he would lose his sight, and it would also hurt. The hostage, with tears in his eyes, began to scream for them to wait a second, because even without this restraint technique, he would not have done anything. But it seemed that the gentleman did not hear anything. One of the three was completely limited in his actions. After which the gentleman said that the bodyguards should try to use the technique on the remaining ones. They should perceive this as training of their new skills. His new bodyguard, you thought that they did not understand where Mr. Tayson learned about this technique, and why his warrior Zhang so obediently carried out all his orders. The young gentleman thought for a moment and then said that they should try to make one of the assassin's eggs explode, and he thought these were good ideas. When the prisoner heard about this, he screamed very loudly, then clenched his teeth, and tears began to flow from his eyes. But it was too late. All three of them they brought with them were subjected to restrictions and could do nothing more. At the same time, in the Choso Pavilion, which was located on the territory of this clan, at the table sat one of the representatives of this clan who was waiting for the full reports. He was only interested in one question from the Fragrant Flower House. Was there any news? It was Baek Fuhian, the master of the Choso Pavilion and Baek Tayson's uncle. The future master of the pavilion and Baek Wuhian's son Baek Sanil answered him that indeed there is again, but however, if they continue to put pressure on nobodies, they will definitely make a mistake. His father at that moment became very angry. He folded the napkin lying in front of him and said that no matter what, it doesn't matter at all, they just need to take advantage of the current situation to get as much money as possible for the Golden Wall clan. He said that the Fragrant Flower House is a spy organization disguised as a brothel, and they need to capture them and make them part of the Golden Wall trading clan. His son said that he would keep this in mind. The father asked if there was any more news. Then the son replied that after the death of the head of the Crimson Dragon, a struggle for power began within the sect. Apparently, they will soon split into two groups. Apparently, three parties are involved in this. The son raised his eyes and looked at his father and asked if it was really them. His father answered him that yes, this is the Golden Alliance of Heaven, and they are really dangerous, so you need to watch them as closely as possible. The organization Golden Alliance of Heaven was formed by several Wuhan merchants. At first glance, it might seem that they came together to make it easier to do business, but in reality, it was not the alliance that was opposing the Golden Wall trading clan. Baek Woo-hyun turned his head to look through the window and thought that this time he was planning an alliance against their clan. His son said if they notice any suspicious movements, they will immediately go after them. After the situation with the alliance was completely clear, there was silence in the room. For a few minutes, everyone was thinking about their own. After which Baek Woo-hyun said that he heard that people called his nephew Taesan the Night King. He wanted to find out if Taesan was taking any special medications or products. His son replied that he had never heard of anything like that. He thought that he simply had enormous stamina, and the price of the stamina was his health. Then he added that no one knows when he might die, but Taesan is so carried away by going to brothels that it only shortens his allotted time. His father said that he knows everything perfectly well. He listened to his son until the end and decided that this could be the end of their conversation. He stood up and began to walk along the wall of this room. Then he stopped abruptly and looked at one of these paintings. He thought, even if it is so. He looked closely at what was drawn and thought that in this case he envied his nephew. Even time in another part on the territory of this clan, his assistant did not understand what the master wanted from her. She looked at the people he brought with him and she wondered what happened. The young gentleman told his assistant that she had said many times that they needed more workers, so he found them. The girl looked at these three and did not understand that they were somehow strange with them. The master looked at his servant and said if she didn't like it she didn't have to accept them. His servants were very surprised because the master remembered what she mentioned in passing. And then to please her he brought these strange workers. It seemed to her that he had become kinder in his own way. His servants did not say anything, so the master raised his right hand and said that then. He started counting from left to right and said black 1, black 2 and black 3 because they all came out of the darkest places of this world. Now they will be called exactly that. These guys were very surprised. Then the gentleman looked at them and asked if they didn't like it. He was furious. These three did not irritate the gentleman but rather hit their heads on the ground and said that as he says so be it, they will be happy with everything. Without raising their heads, they did not say that he was telling the truth. Now their names will be called exactly like this, black 1, black 2 and black 3. After which the gentleman turned around, looked at his servant, and told her that she had heard everything. Now she can use them as she wishes, and these are their names. The girl tried to say something to the gentleman, but he interrupted her. He asked where his bodyguard was. He hadn't seen him for a long time and didn't understand why he wasn't around him. His servant thought for a moment and said that at this time he usually trains. The young master was surprised that he was training again, and then added that his bodyguard had a surprisingly normal life for a member of a combat squad. The place where the master's keeper trained was a huge room. There were quite a lot of weapons there and you could hone your skills. Warrior Chong is exactly that. He came to this room every day at the same time in order to maintain his fitness. This time he was also here to train. Chan thought that in the fight with the leader of the Crimson Dragon sect all he did was lightly hit that guy on the chin. He thought that he had never seen such a martial art before and he didn't understand how the gentleman managed to do it. Chan thought that he never regretted joining the Dragon Sword Squad and was very proud of it. If the Golden Wall clan got into trouble, he was ready to do everything in his power to fix it. He clearly understood that as long as he does this he will always be paid generously, and it is also true that when he does not become stronger he feels anxiety inside himself. However, he realized recently that something had changed in his feelings. He was no longer so worried about his physical fitness and his condition. Something had been calming him down lately, and he understood why someone appeared who could help him reach new heights. At that moment, a young gentleman entered his room. He asked his bodyguard how much longer he would train since the sun would soon set behind the horizon. Chan was surprised that his master had crossed over. Tae-san told his bodyguard that they would soon have to go to the brothel. Chan asked her master if he could ask him one question. Tae-san didn't understand what he wanted to know. Chong then asked his master. Most likely he decided that he would no longer hide. The gentleman did not turn his head, not understanding what was being discussed, and asked his bodyguard what he meant by the word hide. Chong told the gentleman that he understood perfectly well that first that assassin in the Fragrant Flower House, then the head of the Crimson Dragon sect, and now also the technique of limitation. Seeing all this he was completely confident. At that moment the gentleman turned his head and realized that his bodyguard had really understood everything and knew who he really was. Then the heavenly demon thought that he was a little wrong, thinking that his bodyguard was just a dumb guy. He relaxed too much. So the gentleman thought that it was not right for anyone to know that he was actually a heavenly demon. He looked at his bodyguard and thought that he had just started to like him. The only thing left if he was exposed was to kill his bodyguard. Nothing else came to his mind. At this moment, unexpectedly for the master, his bodyguard sat down on his knees and began to ask his master to help him. This was unexpected for the young gentleman. He certainly did not expect what the conversation would be about. Chong began to say that he heard that many people with torn meridians are real geniuses, and his master also had damaged meridians, so he asked his master to take him as a student. The young gentleman certainly didn't expect such a turn of events, that someone would ask him to take on students. Most likely his bodyguard thought that he was a martial artist who was simply hiding his strength. Chan raised his head, looked at the master, and said that he wanted to become stronger and take revenge. It was unclear what he was going to take revenge for. Then his bodyguard said that he wanted to take revenge on the one who destroyed his sect. Then the gentleman said that the one who is driven by revenge wanders in a fog of hatred. He needs to find the strength in himself to go his own way. After these words, the bodyguard raised his head and looked at the gentleman. He did not expect that he would answer him like that. The gentleman said that there are countless people in the world who have lost their sex, and his bodyguard is just one of these many. Chan listened to every word, lowered his head down, he didn't even imagine that his master could say such a thing. The gentleman continued to talk about how people whose actions are dictated by emotions quickly exhaust their strength, and when their feelings fade they inevitably give in and disappear. The gentleman said that his bodyguard was better focused on the desire to become stronger. At that moment he turned his head and looked at him. Chong listened attentively to his master, raised his head and looked at him too. The young gentleman turned and started to leave. At that moment he said that it was then that Chong would be able to take revenge at any moment. These words were like instructions for Chan. He perceived them as actions that needed to be carried out. So he bowed to his master and said that he understood everything. When evening came and the gentleman went to the brothel once again, he was accompanied by 2 bodyguards as always lately. The gentleman noticed that his bodyguard Chan was following him. Bodyguard, you was walking a little further. So the gentleman told his bodyguard that he had enough of this behavior and he had to go and talk to her because this could not go on any longer. Chan pretended not to understand what his master was talking about, to which the master told him not to pretend not to understand anything. You heard all this. She really didn't like it and she didn't understand that they were doing this every day, and it seemed strange that the young lady found this gentleman. Unexpectedly for everyone, the young gentleman told them to stop. He noticed that the smell of blood was in the air. His 2 bodyguards stopped and said that they didn't feel anything and the young gentleman was making things up. Then the gentleman covered his face with his hand and said, do they really rely only on their sense of smell? The gentleman thought that it looked like the guy whose arm was cut off, and if he sensed several people it meant he brought someone else with him. The gentleman turned around and said that there were only 2 of these guys and his bodyguard Nice should go and kill one of them first. The girl agreed because it was her job. She thought that she didn't even feel a stranger nearby. She stood frozen looking at what was happening around her. It seemed strange to her that the gentleman was behaving this way. But on the other hand, she saw that the gentleman managed to defuse the leg that was flying towards him with 2 fingers. He held this knife and told her if she just stood there any longer she would die. The girl understood what was happening. She continued to stand because she did not feel anything around her. The gentleman told her that she shouldn't look at him like that because their opponent was on the other side. He ordered her to pull herself together and do everything in her power, at which point Yu's bodyguard turned to fight back the enemy. This time their opponent was the same guy they had already met and who managed to get away from them. Their opponent lightning nose swung and struck at the bodyguard. She managed to put up a defense at that moment so that the blow did not reach its target. Holding his sword, she looked at her opponent. At that moment he told her that he was much weaker than the guy he fought last time. This made her very angry. She considered herself strong enough to protect the master. So she pounced on him and told him to stop right now and not to dare attack them anymore. I tried to attack him. She realized that something was going completely wrong. She caught herself thinking that this was most likely a trap and he had deliberately lured her there. She remained standing and this guy was already behind her. He was heading straight towards the gentleman. Then bodyguard, you realized that this guy was trying to distract her from the very beginning. She understood that if he kept approaching the master at this rate, he would definitely be able to kill him. At one point I even imagined how it would all happen and how the gentleman would stand there frightened waiting for his final blow. It seemed to her that this opponent dealt a fatal blow to the master and his sword passed through the master's body. At that moment the gentleman said that in a similar situation only you understand who really lacks experience. His opponent was simply in shock. He stood there and hurried with his eyes open. He definitely thought that he had killed the master. But his sword passed under the hand of the master. It was unclear what was happening and how this could happen. The gentleman didn't wait long. He immediately swung and struck with his bare hand right on his opponent's ears. The blow was so strong that his opponent immediately began spitting blood. And then he fell to his knees. His opponent seemed completely incapacitated. He could do nothing except bleed. The girl bodyguard stood watching and thinking that it was simply impossible the gentleman defeated his opponent in just one blow. The gentleman told her to pull herself together and stop being stupefied during the fight. She asked him for forgiveness. Then the gentleman told her to take his show with her because they might find something interesting from him. You agreed, master. She did not understand how this was even possible. Their opponent fell from instant death, but the young master only hit him once with his hand. The young gentleman stood as if nothing had happened. The bodyguard looked at the gentleman and said, I don't understand what's going on. At that moment she thought that it seemed she had met the one who could change her life. She decided for herself that she should stay with him until she found out what kind of technique he used. Therefore she had no choice but to follow the master and carry out all his orders. At that moment the gentleman said that judging by this fight she is too weak to protect him, so he wants her to train with his bodyguard Zhang from now on. She walked and thought about why the master would take her as a student and why he wanted them to train together. She had a feeling that they had forgotten something. She realized only now that they really forgot about the warrior. Mr. Chan said that he could take care of himself, and if she wanted she could go and find him if that was what she wanted. Chan remained in the place where the battle had just begun. He needed to think everything over. He understood that he had not made any mistakes and his opponent was stronger than he thought, so he needed a little more time. But he was glad that he managed to defeat him and neutralize him quite quickly. He stood there thinking about everything that had happened, and his opponent lay nearby on the ground. Chan caught herself thinking that he felt like he was absolutely alone. He didn't feel anyone around him. He wondered where they all went. At this time, in the Choso Pavilion of the Golden Wall trading clan, Baek Woo-hyun was reporting on everything that had happened. He didn't understand how they could bring pipes into a brothel, and did many people really know about them now? He wanted to quietly and calmly swallow up the fragrant flower house, but now everything had become much more complicated. There weren't really many traces on the pipes, so they couldn't determine their identities. Besides, the Crimson Dragon sect said that they had no choice but to go after young Master Tae-san. His son reported that the Ba Dragon sect still denied that they knew the identity of the customer. It was clear that most likely they simply could not admit that they were trying to take revenge for killing the leader of the sect. It was necessary to sort out this incident as soon as possible. Baek Woo-hyun was very unhappy because too many people were interested in the past, and he understood that at this rate it could even negatively affect the reputation of their clan. Now they had to do everything they could. Besides, it seemed that they had been leaving Tae-san unattended too often lately. He realized that he had gotten much better. He understood that he needed to act somehow, but he still didn't fully understand what exactly he needed to do. His son said that no one could even imagine that the young gentleman would become even healthier after spending so much energy. Most likely, he took some kind of elixir. Baek Woo-hyun raised his head, looked up, and said that they had no choice but to wait and watch. At the head of a long table sat a young gentleman. On the table, there was a lot of food. On one side sat 2 bodyguards and his maid, and on the other side sat Black 1, Black 2, and Black 3. The gentleman asked those sitting at this table why they were not eating. Chong answered him that they had no right to eat with the gentleman. Then the young man told them that they were his subordinates, so he didn't understand what was stopping them from eating with him. Taking 2 sticks in his hands, he pierced the king kali in order to eat them. When he was already putting them in his mouth, he said that they would spend every meal at the same table. Everyone present thought that this was just a great idea. His servant said that she had heard that the divine healer Chongshu would finally arrive to them. The master wanted to know who it was. She replied that it was a famous healer who, as they say, can even restore torn meridians. Then, unexpectedly for everyone, the young gentleman said that he would be able to cure his spirit. He just went to the brothel a few more times. Everyone present at this table did not understand how this was possible because he would not be able to restore yang energy by absorbing yin. After listening to them, the young man thought and said that it could be called that. He asked when this doctor would be here. His servant answered that she had heard that he had already been seen in Wuhan, so he would arrive quite quickly. The young gentleman wanted to know if by any chance he was already in the estate of their clan. The maid told him that the gentleman doctor had a separate dwelling, but as she was told, the doctor wanted to inspect the place where he lived. This healer, when he approached the territory of this clan, said if this is all true, he is very interested, and once upon a time he already knew someone similar. The doctor lifted the brim of his huge hat with 2 fingers. He thought it was a trading a golden wall. It was a very loud name. He was interested in everything that was happening there. Even at the long table, the young gentleman and all his servants continued to eat. With 2 chopsticks, he took a piece of meat that lay in front of him on the plate. Unexpectedly for everyone, the young gentleman began to say that he had recently learned something that interested him. He said that the Black One had recently been helping his servants around the house quite a lot. At that moment, one of the blacks said that everything was not so at all. He was just guarding the warehouse that was entrusted to him. Then the gentleman added that Black is 2 and Black is 3, and they should try harder. At that moment, they said that they agree with the gentleman. Then the Black One turned to the gentleman and said that the young gentleman had become much more handsome than he had been before. Then he added that this was not just meaningless flattery. He actually noticed that the young gentleman had grown taller and more muscular, and he seemed to have fallen in love with him. The young gentleman ordered him to shut up because it even sounded disgusting. He said that he could change the technique of restraining his dirty mouth. After which the Black One said that he understood everything, and he was silent, not a word more about the appearance of the gentleman. He said he would not The young master thought that he really wasn't as pale as he was before, and he definitely felt better. He wondered if this was one of the effects of the demonic soul-strengthening art. Whatever it was, and no matter how he felt, he needed to gather as much spiritual energy as possible, and if he continued to do this, then one day he would be able to rise again as a heavenly demon. Even time at the gate badly on the territory of the clan stood the same doctor who was supposed to arrive court. It seemed that everyone was waiting for him with great impatience and were happy that he had arrived. The head manager of the Golden Wall clan Kamujin said that they were waiting for his divine healer, and it was a great honor for him to meet him. The divine physician raised his hat and said that everything is God's will and the will of fate. He then added that he would like to meet the patient first and asked if he could take him, to which the chief manager of the Golden Wall clan replied that he would do so immediately. When the chief manager saw the doctor, he thought that he was much younger than he thought. This was most likely due to the elixirs he was taking the doctor to the patient. The divine healer said that the estate he was now moving through was simply amazing in its grandeur. The main manager explained that the owner had put in a lot of effort to build this place. It was one of the 3 best pavilions in the entire clan. When they almost reached the place where they were heading, he saw 2 workers and a girl. The divine healer stopped his gaze on this girl, and he liked her very much. The only thing he wanted to know in this situation was who this girl was. She was really beautiful. The head manager said that this girl was the young master's maid, and that she came to them from a fairly well-known brothel. She was one of those who voluntarily decided to serve their master. The divine healer looked at the 2 other women who were with her and asked if they were also. Then the chief managers answered him that the divine physician understood everything correctly. These 2 also voluntarily serve him. These are new servants who asked to go to the young master. The divine physician then said that all these girls had such a rare physique that he himself would not mind getting them. When the chief manager heard this from the divine healer, he didn't know how to react. Did he really want them to? After all, he couldn't even imagine that the divine healer could be so lustful. But out loud he just laughed. He said that he understood perfectly well, because it's really hard to take your eyes off these girls. Then the divine physician said that he meant ordinary physical purity. That is what his master called this physique. After all, it is their physique that is like white snow, and they can all flourish no matter what path they choose. The chief manager then said that he understood what the divine doctor meant and asked him for forgiveness for the misunderstanding. The doctor said that everything was fine and there was no need to worry. He asked if he could take them as his students. The chief managers were very surprised. He could not even imagine that the doctor could make such an offer to take them on as students. The doctor said that the chief manager understood everything correctly. If they allow it, he will never forget their help. The doctor understood that no matter how beautiful they were, if the main manager was not an idiot, he would not refuse such an opportunity to establish a relationship with him. In addition, many famous doctors work under his supervision. He was confident that the general manager would give a clear answer. When the young gentleman heard this proposal, he immediately gave an answer. He said that he refused and he would not give these girls to the divine physician. The doctor could not have guessed such an answer and once again asked the young gentleman to reconsider his decision. He tried to explain that his maid could only benefit from him making them his students. The young gentleman said that he had already heard from the doctor that there were more than 10 students. Does he really want to take 4 more? He said that the doctor's greed knows no bounds. The doctor said that the doctors who arrived with him are not his students, they are just helping him during his work. The young gentleman objected to the doctor and said that he didn't think so, and if you look at how these old men were hanging around him, then they were either his students or his subordinates. The young man told the doctor that he was much older than he looked. Everything that the divine healer heard was a surprise to him. He could not even imagine that they would tell him such things. Therefore he answered the young gentleman that the opportunity to learn his healing techniques is not given to everyone. The young gentleman asked why study them at all. Then the gentleman added that this is all in addition to the fact that the doctor wants to get what belongs to him. The gentleman asked the doctor to tell him honestly whether he really wanted to take them away for any other reason than to teach them healing. He asked the doctor a specific question because they were all good material. The doctor didn't even know what to answer him. He just sat silently and looked at him. The doctor thought that his patient had gone too far. The doctor said that the material, is it possible to treat living people like that? The gentleman said that he never said anything, he just asked if they were good material. The doctor thought only that his patient had stepped over something, but there was no way back. In the doctor's opinion, he had a torn meridian. He thought that he could simply kill him, And if he says that the young gentleman died during the procedure, then no one will suspect anything. Unexpectedly for the doctor himself, something flew towards him. What happened or Carr could not justify or understand in any way. He sat silently. The only thing he felt was some kind of blow to his head fell back and the strings of his hat came undone. Liquor did not understand what happened at that moment. The young gentleman said, did he really think that he could cope with him, because the skills of this doctor were so weak that he was unlikely to be capable of anything more than just treatment. The young gentleman looked at him, raising his head, and said that it seemed the best way out would be to finish him off right now, and asked the doctor if he thought the same. The doctor was very surprised because his court was invited to a very sick patient, but everything was completely different. But the most important thing was the thirst for blood that the doctor saw in the eyes of his patient. The next moment, the doctor hit the table with all his strength, causing the cup of tea to tip over. Oleg started shouting that he doesn't understand what the young man thinks he's doing now. His patient, a young gentleman, was sitting opposite him. He was absolutely calm. The young gentleman said that this was what worried him a little. He actually took these people under his wing. That's why he wouldn't want anyone to keep trying to take these people away. In fact, he only wanted to have a quiet and peaceful life, after which the young man raised his one finger up and brought it to the cartoon. The doctor caught himself thinking that his body was permeated with fear. He had experienced something similar before. The young gentleman said that this is why he really needs someone who will deal with such troubles. The doctor caught himself thinking that it seemed he had come to a place where he shouldn't have come. Already after some time after their rather long conversation, it was possible to understand that everything was going exactly as it should. The chief manager asked the divine healer if he wanted to work for their clan. The doctor replied that the chief manager understood everything correctly. He wanted to serve Mr. Tezen. Then the chief manager said that this was wonderful, and he swore on the name of their trading clan that the doctor would be satisfied with what they could offer him. Then the doctor replied that the chief manager should not worry. He completely trusted Mr. Tezen. No one expected such an answer and did not understand what came over this doctor. The doctor thought about how he had lived freely for so many years, and in one moment it all ended. The treatment of the young gentleman could have taken much longer than 1 or even 2 months. And I teach there everything that he took with him. It was impossible to finish very quickly. The only thing that the doctor felt was that his patient had an unusual thirst for blood. The doctor thought that he was lucky only in that he didn't wet his pants when he realized all this. A few minutes later, Chong approached the young gentleman and said that he wanted to know if everything was okay. The gentleman asked his bodyguard what the problem was, and he replied that the divine healer who appeared on the clan's territory could not influence him. Chan said that he had imposed restrictions on all the other doctors, but he hadn't succeeded in doing so with this one. Then the young gentleman said that he had already done that. Chong was very surprised that the young master could really impose restrictions on the divine healer. Then his master said that Chong most likely could not do it. Chong didn't understand then why the young gentleman asked him to take care of the other doctors. The gentleman said that he was still sick and noted that it was still very difficult for him to use his strength. That's why he shifts some of his work to his bodyguard. Now Chong understands what the problem is. The young gentleman noticed that this healer was not an ordinary doctor like all the others. At that moment, the divine healer Chan approached them and wanted to know if he would also go with them. The divine healer replied that it was his duty to constantly take care of Mr. Tae-san, and who else could do it except him. The bodyguard objected. She said, "Is it normal for such a sick person to visit a brothel every day, and what's more, each visit ends only in the morning?" The doctor couldn't even imagine this because his patient must be one step away from death. He didn't understand how he was in a brothel until the morning. The divine physician approached his patient, the young master, and said that he wanted to check his pulse first and that his skills were sufficient to do so right at that moment. The young master replied that the physician should hurry because he was not going to waste his time on this. The doctor thought that if he touched him, he could see what condition his whole body was in. As soon as he touched the young master's hand, he was very surprised because there was no meaning to it. For some time he held his hand. It seemed to him that it was the hand of an ordinary sick person. The only question that arose in the mind of the divine healer was whether there really was a living person standing in front of him. The 2 bodyguards of the young gentleman had seen quite a lot there recently, but they did not understand why the doctors were talking about such things. The young gentleman asked the doctor what he meant and whether he really thought he was alive only after he measured his pulse. The doctor explained that he had never seen meridians so damaged as the young master's. he could not even imagine that his meridians were also torn. In essence, this could only mean one thing, that the person standing in front of him was not alive but simply dead. Then the young gentleman answered him, is he really asking what he is juncture? Then he doesn't understand what to do with him. His bodyguard raised 2 fingers up and said, let's blow up his balls. The doctor unexpectedly for all of them began to say that everything was not so at all. He only wanted to say that the young gentleman's body was in critical condition, and he needed to immediately begin treatment, otherwise everything could get even worse. The young gentleman answered him whether the doctor could bet his life on what he had just said. The divine healer, without thinking, automatically responded that he could of course bet his life. Then he smiled and said that he couldn't do that because he had to look after the young master, so he couldn't violate his direct duty. The doctor added that his conclusions were still correct and he really understood why the gentleman was still alive. The young gentleman said that if the doctor was not ready to bet his life, then he should shut up and just follow him. Otherwise, he should go to the estate. The divine physician immediately replied that he would of course follow the young master, he could have no doubt. The doctor thought no matter how he felt about it, it was still very strange. He did not understand how the young gentleman could move at all. The divine physician asked the young master how they knew about him. The young master answered him that he never said that he knew who he was. The divine physician could not believe it. He said that the young master was just a joker and asked if he was also a member of the cult or if the Golden Wall trading clan was actually a secret branch of the cult. The 2 bodyguards couldn't understand everything that this divine healer said. They listened attentively to everything. It seemed that what the divine physician said did not affect the young gentleman in any way. He was simply going to a brothel. The young gentleman said that he had no idea what cult the divine physician was talking about, but he only knew that the divine physician was telling everyone he met about these cults. Then he added that can continue to tell this. He even wonders how long someone who can't keep his mouth shut will live. The doctor thought that he had relaxed a lot and forgot himself for a moment. He remembered the thirst for blood that the patient had. At that moment, the doctor realized that if he didn't stop talking, it could cost him his life, so he asked the young gentleman for forgiveness. He thought it would be better for him to shut up for now. After some time, when the divine doctor returned to the trading clan, the Golden Wall, in his peace, he sat and thought that after observing his patients the night before, everything did not fit into his head. Remembering everything that happened, he understood only one thing, that his patient, the young gentleman, seemed to have really been doing this all night. The divine healer realized that it was very surprising because the girls, although they were not as pure as the girl in the estate. Well, anyway, there were quite a few people in the brothel who had a physique of physical purity, and they all spent the night with Tae-san. Let thought that his patient definitely knows the technique that can transform the normal physique physical frequency. Most likely these 0600, he was doing exactly that. The doctor thought that, to be honest, he had quite a lot of questions for his patient, but he understood that for now he needed to make a good impression on him and gather information. At that moment, a maid came into the doctor's room and said that the young master wanted to see him. The doctor said that then he would not make him wait. The doctor walked and thought, I don't understand what his patient, the young gentleman, wants from him this time. The doctor couldn't even imagine what this young gentleman might actually be thinking about. In just a few minutes he was in the room where the young gentleman was sitting at the table, and in the same room were his 2 bodyguards. The young gentleman told the doctor that he said that he felt quite well in the medical technique. The doctor said that it may seem untrue, but he is proud that he is one of the best. Most likely there are only 5 people in the world who could say that they are better than him. The young man listened to all these speeches, sighed, and then said this is how he evaluates himself. The doctor continued to say that no matter how good he really was, he still couldn't compare to the poisonous demon immortal healer and eccentric needle master. Yu's bodyguard couldn't help but ask if the 5 were demonic cultivators, and they answered that they were. The demonic cult has a demonic doctor and another doctor who is also skilled like him, but no one knows where they are. And after the demonic went underground, it became even more difficult to find him. The young gentleman asked if they were really hiding. The bodyguard answered him did he really not know, because rumors about this step are known throughout the Murinsky alliance. After all, in fact, they were locked in with an isolation spell and became completely cut off from the outside world, judging by the fact that she heard that these spells cannot be dispelled without a certain key. Heavenly Dima thought that most likely they were all talking about mystical heavenly spells. The very essence of the demonic cult was precisely in the conditions of activation, and this was the death of the cult leader, and the key to dispersal was the new chapter. In fact, breaking through the mystical heavenly spells was almost impossible unless you were a cult leader. And in his past life he killed all the candidates for the title of heavenly demon, so unless somehow a new cult leader appeared. Therefore no one except him will be able to dispel the mystical heavenly spell. He understood this perfectly well. The young gentleman said abruptly that he did not want to hear about it anymore. He asked the doctor if he could reattach the limbs that were cut off or torn out with the help of his skills. At that moment, the divine healer smiled and said that of course he could do it. Then he added, although the mobility will not be the same as before if the arms or legs are torn off, but if they are carefully cut off, then he will be able to perfectly grow them back. The young gentleman asked him with what parts of the body he could do something like this. The doctor replied that with all limbs and most organs he could easily save anyone unless he was killed in an instant. The young master said that it is good, then he wants the divine physician to be present at their training. The doctor was very surprised what it meant to be present at the training. He said that although he had to study martial arts, he specializes more in healing techniques. After the divine doctor's words, the young master turned and looked at his bodyguards. He said to them, after all, they didn't hear everything that the doctors said. If they don't die right away, then everything will be fine. And then he added that they don't need to worry about severed limbs. The main thing is that they take care of their heads. His two bodyguardians asked in one voice what he was talking about. The young master looked at them and said that the best way to become stronger is to fight for real. They can learn a lot if they fight as if they want to kill each other. His two bodyguards were simply in shock. They couldn't fight each other, much less kill each other. After which the young gentleman told the divine physician to make sure that they would not die there, and he said that he would take care of everything. Chong Yu momentarily told your master if they train together then he will be left without protection at that moment. The young gentleman said that everything was fine and that he was not going to go outside for the next month. And then he added that during this time they should become strong enough to protect him. The divine physician told the bodyguards that if they did not die immediately, he would do his best to heal them so that they did not have to worry about anything. Besides, this training method was much better than they thought. Apparently, in fact, if they really train like this, then their skills should increase many times over. The doctor thought that he wasn't even cheating because this method is really time-tested. Because this method was invented by the sacred section of the heavenly demon. After just 1 month, the training took on a completely different character. Chan looked at her, and the video was not of the bodyguard but of his rival. He was ready to hit her quite hard. The bodyguard thought that he really wanted to kill her. She couldn't resist his strength and his blow because she was really weaker than him. But at some point she thought if he treats her like this, then she is ready to harm him. When Chan felt that she could hit him and that this hit could also be fatal, he became a little upset. The next moment Yu's bodyguard swung and despite everything tried to strike her opponent. Very small drops of blood began to fall on the floor. This only meant that she had injured her opponent. Without stopping, the girl tried to strike again. Her opponent didn't even resist. At that moment they heard a clap of both hands. The heavenly healer said that it was enough for today. The two bodyguards stopped. Each of them had to realize what had happened this time. The heavenly physician announced that it was time to apply the ointment for physical injuries, and he held this ointment in his hands. Chan and Yu turned their heads and looked at the divine healer. The training was over. Chan told the doctor that his injury was not serious enough to waste this ointment on them. The doctor said that it was not true. In fact, there was no living place on it. He said that it might hurt a little, but this ointment is very effective. He said that in order for it not to move, everything needs to be carefully distributed. After which he typed the name of the ointment with his 2 fingers in order to apply it. At that moment, a young gentleman came in and said that the ointment for physical injuries is a good thing. The 2 guards were glad to see the gentleman. They were already tired of the fact that lately they had been spending only time training. The divine physician turned his head, saw the master, and asked what he was doing here. The young master said that he said from the very beginning that he would come to this training hall in 1 month. The doctor wanted to clarify whether the young master had really gotten better. The gentleman could not restrain himself, and with one hand he hit the doctor in the face so that he fell back. After which the young gentleman asked the doctor if he really didn't want to check how he was feeling himself. The young gentleman told the doctor to take his pulse if he was so interested. The doctor took the young gentleman's hand and said that he was ready to do it immediately. The surprise was even greater. The doctor did not understand how all this happened in such a short period of time. He looked at the gentleman and asked him how he managed to restore these meridians. The gentleman understood perfectly well that he had really changed all this month. All he had done was strengthen strengthen the meridians that he had restored in a hurry. But there was one more thing: his spiritual energy was different from what it was in his past life. Previously it was destructive and cruel, but now it has become extremely dense and stable. He understood perfectly well that it was now much more difficult to control her, but if he continued to restore her at this rate, he would be able to obtain a perfect body. The young gentleman told the doctor not to make the ointment for the injury intentionally painful anymore. He had to change the composition. He said that it was enough to torture his bodyguards to vent his own anger. The doctor said that he would of course fix everything. Then the young gentleman turned to his guards. He wanted them to know. He told them that he was going to the Yen clan tomorrow, bodyguard you and the body, to find out why he made such a sudden decision. She wondered if he really wanted to prevent the breakup of the engagement with the young lady. The young master said that the Zhongli clan sent him a message that they wanted to meet there, so he made this decision. After some time, the young master held in his hands a report on everything that concerned the Zhongli clan. He asked if that was all they could find on this clan. It was very little. He wanted to know much more. The divine physician said that his subordinate had only gone through to find out this information because it was really difficult to obtain information about a respected clan. The young gentleman said that he felt that the divine physician had been too comfortable lately. When the doctor heard these words, he was indignant, which means he had settled in well. He had to look after 2 bodyguards and treat their wounds with his special ointment. He was so busy that it would take him at least 2 days. The young gentleman said if he continues to be so indignant, then he will simply split him into 2 parts. The doctor thought that it was just a terrible joke. Every time the young gentleman speaks like that, he seems to be returning to the past. It scared him too much. The young master wondered if this doctor was thinking about the past and talking about the time when he was still in the sacred sect of the Heavenly Demon. The Heavenly Demon sacred sect always sent teams to various places to gather information, each disguised as people of different professions such as bodyguards, merchants, or doctors. Most likely this divine healer belonged to the latter. The young gentleman wondered if he had met him in a past life. The divine physician told the young master that judging by how much he was interested in the Zhongli clan, in his opinion, the daughter of the Yen clan must be a real beauty. In fact, he was not mistaken about this. It was really so. The daughter of the Kayan clan was truly an extraordinary beauty, and most importantly, she loved the young master. And what's more, madam, she reminded the young master of someone from a past life. The young gentleman was lost in thought at this moment. The divine physician distracted his attention. He asked if they should take a bodyguard with them. It was for his safety. The young gentleman then told the doctor that he was an ordinary timid child. The divine physician began to tell the truth that the young master did not understand everything correctly. Tae-san told him that there is no need to take additional bodyguards there. After all, dealing with the Zhongli clan would be easy as pie. He clearly understood this, because when he was still a heavenly demon, all the known clans seemed to be losing the war against his sacred cult. Only one clan decided to flee from the battlefield. In fact, he even tried to chase them down to wipe out these cowards, but they still managed to slip away. He heard that they kept their noses down for quite a while after narrowly escaping destruction. He wanted to see how arrogantly and haughtily they would behave now. The heavenly healer said that then he would go first because he had a lot to do. Time passed quickly and they reached the Yen clan very quickly. At the entrance of the third X, the head of the Yen clan, Yen Heron's father, when he saw the young master, he was very surprised. He said that the divine doctor is truly incredible. He looked at the young master and said that he had a feeling that his body had become much better. The young gentleman said that he still had a very long way to go to fully recover, but in the end he would achieve his goal. Father Yen was saying that he was wondering if it was because it had been so long since they had last met, but he felt like he was talking to a completely different person and that things were much more complicated this time. In fact, it seems that the Zhongli clan has decided to go through with Dio to the end. They refused to acknowledge their engagement to Heron. Of all people, it was them. He said that most likely they are going to drag the young gentleman into their net using various methods. For example, they will humiliate him in front of Kareen. Most likely their ultimate goal is discord between their clans. The young gentleman said that he will try to solve this problem. He understood that it was just like the Zhongli clan to use him as an excuse to stir up conflict and then take over both the Golden Wall trading clan and the Yong clan at the same time. These cowardly bastards hadn't changed a bit during all this time. In the courtyard of the Yen clan on both sides stood bodyguards who came with their masters. The door opened slightly and the young gentleman took a few steps forward. Near the door from which he was leaving, someone's hand was holding the door. The young gentleman did not understand why he was doing this. This huge guy who was standing at the entrance of this door asked the young master if he was really that same Baek Tae-san. It was Zhongli, the younger heir of the Zhongli clan. When the young gentleman came out, he thought that most likely this was the same guy who called him here. The representative of the Zhongli clan told the young man that judging by what he heard, he couldn't do anything even in bed without hearing an answer. He said that he really couldn't speak and was deaf. Then he noticed that if he didn't want to talk to him, he could teach him some manners. The warriors who crossed over with the junior representative of the Zhongli clan were ready. Each of them grabbed their sword. On one side there were only 2 bodyguards and 1 heavenly healer. On the other side there were 10 warriors. The junior representative of the Zhongli clan told the young master that he wanted them to talk in a private setting, and he just happened to know a quiet place like that. The young gentleman asked him again if he really wanted to talk alone without anyone accompanying him. At this point Chong couldn't hold back and turned to his master. He shouted that his master couldn't kill his rival. The Zhongli clan representative laughed. He said that even his bodyguard was incredibly arrogant. He said that it was easy to fix because his warriors would put everything in its place. It would be nice if the young master's bodyguards could hold out for at least a few minutes. The young gentleman said that it was a very good idea and his bodyguards had just finished their training. The junior representative of the Zhongli clan said that in that case they were ready to leave to talk in private and left the rest to their warriors. His warriors thought that even though their master had said that it would be a sparring match, they were not going to hold back. Having prepared for battle, they decided that their 2 opponents could only blame their luck for this. The divine physician thought that this was a very interesting development. It seemed that the guys standing in front of them were the elite of the Zhongli clan. The doctor thought it would be funny to see the fruits of the bodyguard's training, which lasted for 1 month. In fact, he himself hated fighting. He thought that he first needed to move as far away as possible so that he would not get hit. After some time, the 2 young gentlemen were standing in a very secluded place where there really was no one. The junior representative of the Zhongli clan, when they came to this place, asked how the young master thought that this was really a secluded place. Then the young gentleman said that he really tried hard, that he had not arrived long ago, and had already found such a wonderful place. His opponent said that he really noticed everything correctly. He had been waiting for this moment since he arrived on the territory of this clan, and it was worth waiting for. The younger representative of the Zhongli clan immediately got down to business. He began to say that his opponent probably does not know this, but he is quite skilled in causing more harm to other people, and the young master will simply be delighted. Tae-san listened to everything his opponent said, and the young master answered him that he was waiting impatiently. He added that before he showed it to him, he wanted to know what he really had in mind, since it wasn't that he really wanted to marry Yun Heron. The Zhongli clan representative said that Yun Heron is really pretty so much, so that he wouldn't mind taking a closer look at her, but that doesn't mean she's suitable for him as a mate. He then added that his ambitions extended much further, and he was not at all interested in the Yong clan. In fact, this clan is not enough for him at all. The young man swung to strike his opponent. He threw a knife at him. But how surprised was he when there was no one in the place where the young gentleman had just stood, and the knife hit the tree straight. The younger representative of the Zhongli clan stood in this position for a few more seconds. He did not understand what had happened, and he was even more surprised when he felt a friend on his head and when this hand hit him. The young gentleman took his opponent's head and bent it down and said that he was now ready to see how far his ambitions extended. The younger representative of the Zhongli clan was perplexed. He did not understand because this Tae-san should have damaged meridians and he should be very weak. Then he always calmed down. He thought that there was no need to worry, it was just an accident, nothing more. The very next moment all that could be heard was a scream coming from the very place where the gentlemen were. The young master's bodyguard wondered if his master hadn't listened to his words and he had already decided to kill this guy. The warriors who were ready to strike the young master's bodyguard began to say that it seemed that their master was in some trouble and that they definitely did not want to sell him. The bodyguard said that there was nothing to worry about and they should start attacking all at once. The warriors laughed and said, well, if she insists so much. The very next moment many swords were raised up, all of them ready to attack the 2 bodyguards. These guys told the bodyguard that they would be happy to play with them and tried to attack them. From the very first minute Chong took over the course of this battle and luck was on his side. He immediately stopped one of them. I kicked this guy from below so hard that I couldn't move any further. The bodyguard's attackers shouted that he was going to get it now, the arrogant bastard, but none of them were able to carry out the attack to the end. Chan understands perfectly well that they are attacking from 2 sides, not only from the front but also from behind. He needed to do something about it. Therefore, having hit the one who was behind and knocked the sword out of his hands, he began to attack the one who was in front. Another sword from one of these warriors lay on the ground, and it was no longer so dangerous. Yu's bodyguard stood ready to repel any attack. She asked her opponents if they had forgotten about her. Within a second, she was standing back to back with Chan, ready to fight off any attack from her opponents. Chan told her that he had not forgotten about her in any way, and that they should not let their young master down. In this situation, they needed to show how effective the training they had been doing for a month had been. At the same time, the young gentleman kept his hand on the opponent's head. He wanted to ask where all his arrogance had gone. He told his opponent that he was only entertaining half of it, and so that he wouldn't worry so much, he was leaving him alive this time. No matter what he thinks, he decided not to kill anyone this time. That's why they're leaving him alive. The events that took place in the Yen clan were not yet finished. Everything had not yet been decided. Bodyguard Yu dealt with one of her opponents, inflicting damage on him, and moved on to the next one. After some time, the entire elite army that accompanied the junior representative of the Zhongli clan was either eliminated or lying on the ground. Two bodyguards, Chan and Yu, successfully completed the task assigned to them. Yu thought that she had doubts, and she said so, but in fact they could, and they did it. Chan answered her that he had no doubts and believed in the young master to the end. He was sure that they would succeed. The girl still looked at Chan and said that she couldn't even think that they would be able to defeat the Zhongli clan warriors. She unexpectedly asked everyone who Mr. Beck was anyway. Chan answered her that no one knows who he is, although one can say for sure that if it weren't for him, they would be lying on the ground now. Before arriving at the Yi clan, he told them about the weaknesses of the Zhongli clan members that they were supposed to meet before they even arrived at the estate. It seemed like he knew everything about them. Although Chan was not completely loyal at first, as he fought with these warriors, it became easier for him to predict their movements. And everything that happened, his bodyguard understood that it was all thanks to the young master. Chan told you that they really did it, and their young master is really incredible. The divine healer stood on a small bridge from which one could observe everything that was happening. Hearing from behind, he turned his head and saw the young gentleman. He was a little surprised. The divine physician saw the young gentleman and asked if he was really here. The young gentleman asked what he was doing here alone. The doctor replied that he had to leave because he couldn't help his bodyguard anyway. The young gentleman interrupted him and asked if they still hadn't dealt with that trash. The doctor laughed and asked if he was really calling the respected warriors of the Zhongli clan trash. The young master told him not to talk about it anymore. And if this is really so, then his bodyguard trained very little now. It was necessary to make them train twice as hard when they return. The doctor raised his eyes. He could not believe what the young gentleman was saying. He asked him what he meant. Then the young master answered him that he could not stand it when his people were so weak. Although the doctor did not understand why he was talking like that and why he was behaving like that, he did not answer him. The doctor was silent for a few more seconds. Then he decided that it would be better for him to agree completely. He lowered his head and said that he agreed with the young master that they would do everything the way he wanted. After all these events, the head of the Yong clan decided to gather the young man and his bodyguards at one table. On the other side sat only the junior representative of the Zhongli clan. Right next to Yen sat a young gentleman. It seemed to him that it would be right if they sat next to each other. Mrs. Yen was pleased that her future fiancé was sitting next to her, but she was still tense because the younger head of the Zhongli clan was sitting opposite her. The head of the Yen clan did not understand what was going on and why the junior representative of the Zhongli clan was at the table with them. The head of the Yen clan looked at the junior representative of the Zhongli clan with an ambiguous expression. The head of the clan took 2 chopsticks and began to eat. He was thinking about understanding what had happened. Unexpectedly for everyone, the head of the clan put 2 chopsticks on the table and stopped eating. He then asked those present about what he heard, that the 2 of them had a private meeting today. When Mrs. Yen heard about this, she jumped up and asked the young master if he was okay. The young gentleman slightly raised his eyes and answered her, asking her what would happen if not. She began to say something unintelligible to him. The young gentleman did not develop this topic further. He said that they really had an extremely interesting conversation. One could even say that they opened their souls to each other. He asked his opponent if he was saying everything correctly, and he agreed. His opponent said that he was saying everything correctly, after which the young gentleman looked at his opponent and called him away. The junior of the Zhongli clan did not object, but he could not look the young master straight in the eyes. The gentleman noticed this and said, "Doesn't his opponent know that during a conversation you need to look your interlocutor in the eyes?" The junior representative of the Zhongli clan muttered something incoherently to himself on the tray but did not raise his eyes. Then he stopped talking, but his eyes still did not rise. He looked at the object that was lying on the table. Then he decided to raise his eyes and look at them because it was really bad form not to look at your interlocutor. When he raised his eyes, he saw the undying Tae-san, a young master with fire burning in his eyes. At that moment he saw a man who was thirsty for blood and wanted him to die. This gaze of the heavenly diamond pierced the entire body of the enemy and did not pass through each of his cells. Everyone who was sitting at this table opposite was shocked by what was happening and covered their faces. The junior representative of the Zhongli clan did not understand what was happening to him and screamed very loudly, hitting the table with both fists. But it was all too late because everyone was talking about how they couldn't believe he had shit his own pants. Bodyguard Chan suggested to his master that they leave this place as quickly as possible. The head of the Yen clan immediately shouted for the cleaning ladies to be brought here as soon as possible because it was unbearable to watch all this. The young master took a sip and asked the clan leader if he was okay. It seemed that it didn't bother the young master at all. At the same time, there was some kind of commotion in the Zhongli clan. Everyone was shouting and telling each other something. The head of this clan did not understand what happened. He was simply furious. He wanted someone to explain it to him. Zhongli Chong head was at a loss. He wanted an explanation. It seemed like he was about to explode. His assistant told him that he would instruct their people to conduct an investigation. Apparently the bodyguard's tit turned out to be much stronger than they thought. The head of Carla shouted at him, "Does he really want to say that only 2 people beat up 11 of their warriors?" The Zhongli clan manager responded to the clan head that this is exactly how it is, so they want to find out if the Yong clan is involved in this. The head of Glonas asked what about Una, and if everything was okay with him. The managers answered that he was still sitting in his room. He heard that he never went out. And apparently there is something wrong with his martial arts, but they can't figure out what exactly it is because he has lost some of his memories. The clan leader chuckled and said that not only had he shit his pants, but he had also become a complete idiot. The chief thought that this Baektae-san was to blame for everything, but it couldn't be that everything happened because this young gentleman was on the verge of death. He thought that something was wrong here. The head of the clan said that he is sure that someone else is involved in all of this and he needs them to find out who exactly is involved at any cost. The leader of this clan lowered his head and said that they would do everything as the master wanted. The clan leader said that this clan was almost destroyed by a heavenly demon because of his father's actions, and when they finally got back on their feet, they were humiliated like that. The clan leader couldn't just leave it like that. He believed that he needed to deal with everyone who dared to get involved with the Zhongli clan. He screamed so loudly that he said that he was ready to deal with it, even if it was a heavenly demon from whom their clan had once escaped. At the same time, everything was much calmer in the Yen clan, but unexpectedly for everyone they heard a knock on the main gate. When this gate was opened, they saw the manager and quite a lot of Zhongli clan warriors on the threshold. Chan stood to the side and looked at the warriors who had arrived here to sort out everything that had happened. At some point he even felt uneasy because there were quite a large number of these warriors. He decided that he should tell his young master about all this. He should be aware of it. He went and told his master that the Zhongli clan had sent more people. The young master said that these people had come to take revenge. Chong replied to the young master, "Well, most likely. He is not sure about this, but among them there are several quite strong martial artists." The young gentleman asked where he came to such conclusions from and how he understood that these were masters. Chan answered him that it was not that difficult, and one of them even intentionally released his aura, so that he would understand that he was a master of martial arts. The young gentleman lowered his head, laughed, and answered his bodyguard that there will always be those who can't wait to show off and who will only reform after they are beaten very badly. The young gentleman said that it was time for them to go. Chong asked him again if they were really going to meet the newly arrived warriors. The young gentleman said that they didn't need that at all, he just needed to go somewhere. Chan was perplexed. He asked again if he really needed it right now since they hadn't resolved the issue with the Yen clan yet. The young gentleman looked at his bodyguard and answered him that they would be cleaning up the shit for a long time after that, and he wanted his bodyguard to go with him. Chong did not resist and said that he was ready to go with his young master, after which the young gentleman turned around and said that finally it was becoming at least a little interesting because before that he had been very bored. At dawn, the young master and his bodyguard Chong stood at the gate of the Blood Axe sect. The young gentleman looked up, and I said that even more than he thought. His bodyguard asked the young master if he really wanted to enlist the help of the Blood Axe sect, to which he heard the answer that it seemed he was not completely hopeless. Chong added that although this sect is the strongest unorthodox sect in the region, they have secret agreements with the Zhongli clan. He wasn't sure that they would agree to help them. The gentleman replied that he bet that they were not at all eager to cooperate with the Zhongli clan. And then he added that most likely they did not join them of their own free will. Bodyguard Chong Satalo that most likely the matter is that they are not strong enough. This is a common thing in Murim. The young gentleman replied that it was not only that they lacked strength, but that they knew that any attempts at resistance would be suppressed. And he also asked his bodyguard if he knew what happens to such people. Chung turned his head and looked at the young master. He didn't know what could happen. Then the young gentleman answered him that such people lose all will to live. When Chan heard about this, he remembered everything that happened to him in this life. It was very hard for him to remember how the place where he lived was on fire, and he screamed to his father. His father stood in their burning house and told his assistant to take him away right now as far as possible. He was very little then. He didn't fully understand what was happening. He looked at his father and just called him. His father said that he sincerely hopes that at least he Kenwan will be able to survive. The boy could not accept that he would never see his father again. He stretched out his hands to him and called him. The same man who brought grief to their house appeared near his father. He said, could it be that one of them got away? It was the Bloody Thunder Phoenix. The boy's father wanted to know why he was here. Go to the family was not guilty of anything. He asked for mercy, at least for his son. He stood on his knees in front of him. He tried to beg for mercy and pleaded for his son to be left alive. Then the Bloody Phoenix answered him that one day his son would most likely come to his doorstep to avenge his father. He believed that their meeting was already predetermined, and when the time came it would be difficult for him to fulfill his request. After Bloody Phoenix said this, he swung to destroy his father with one blow. The boy was further and further away from this place. He saw his father lying on the ground and everything around him was on fire. The boy couldn't take his eyes off him. He kept looking at his father lying in the fire. For some time, when he was being carried away from this place, he loudly screamed, calling for his father. At that moment, Chan was thinking that they were too weak and everything that was happening to him was because of weakness, and weakness is a sin. At that moment, Chan felt like he was the smallest boy as tears flowed from his eyes. He also closed his eyes, but now he was not so weak. He was able to contain his emotions. Well, for him, weakness was still a sin. He didn't understand what to do for those who didn't have the strength. The young gentleman, having heard everything that the bodyguard told him, decided that he needed to act. He walked up to the door and said that now it was time to go inside this section. He extended his hand and opened the door. The young master, when he went inside and told his bodyguard that he would give these people strength if she didn't have it. Chan then saw what kind of power his young master had. He realized that this was most likely an invasion. He didn't understand who he was at all. He wasn't so simple. Blood Axe sect leader Chu Jagwan and his men were unable to resist the young master. They sat obediently before him with their heads down and were ready to carry out his every order. The sect leader shouted at the young master that he was asking him to sit for their lives and they had made a terrible mistake. The young gentleman looked down at them silently. He was thinking what to do with them. The representatives of the Bloody Axe sect with their heads down asked for mercy and were not ready to do whatever they were told. The young gentleman thought for a moment and said that he was ready to teach them something interesting and then they would see how useful they could be. The leader of the Blood Axe sect raised his head and tried to ask the young master something. But the young master replied that he would kill everyone here if they dared to pay tribute to the Zhongli clan even once more. The leader of the Blood Axe clan looked at the young master, not understanding what he was asking him to do, because they would die anyway if they didn't do it. The next morning was quite sunny and should be calm. This day did not bode well for the Zhongli clan, nor did the days that followed. But after a few days, the leader of the Zhongli clan shouted very loudly. He did not understand how the Blood Axe sect refused to pay tribute. His assistant said that he was told that the Bloody Axe sect had never done anything like this before. Sect leader Zhongli asked him if he really wanted to say that those idiots who went for the money simply accepted their refusal. His assistant said that regarding this here, everything is not so clear-cut. It seemed that for some reason they were very confident in what they were doing. Then the head of the sections asked again, maybe they asked some third-rate master to help them. The assistant replied that the matter was taking a serious turn. Maybe it's worth sending an elite warrior corps there, so that they can sort things out completely. The head of the sect thought about why this happened exactly when they were short on money, but he told his assistant to send him so that the Bloody Axe sect would forever remember who their master was. He wanted to know where Zhongli Sungrak and the military corps were now. The assistant replied that they were cleaning up after the third young master at the training ground, and he would now send them the order from the sect leader. The head of the sect said that he could not believe that someone from their clan could disgrace themselves so much at such moments. They simply cannot show weakness. They need to completely eradicate the Roski resistance. During this time, the young master walked around the territory of the Blood Axe sect with his bodyguard. His bodyguard Chong always accompanied him. At that moment, he thought, really, who is his young master? He dared us and asked the young gentleman. Although they had started to act everything would be fine with them, the young gentleman did not understand what he was talking about. Then Chong explained that if they forbid them to pay tribute, the Zhongli clan would definitely do something in response, and even worse if they found out that they told everyone about their weakness. The young gentleman replied that all their sources of income were closed, so they clearly had no time for them at the moment, and their position was greatly shaken. Chan noted that despite this they still have great influence, and if they send their troops, then will any sect be able to put up? The young master said that is why they are going to meet with people who can deal with them. When Chan heard such an answer, he did not understand at all what was being discussed and what kind of people these were. He had no choice but to sigh and silently follow his young master. After a while, they were at the entrance to the screen at the Donghe Transport Enterprise. Chong Shou followed him and only thought, what does security company mean? He felt uneasy. He did not understand what he had in mind. The young gentleman silently continued to climb the steps to the security company. When they approached the guards asked them if they could find out the purpose of the young gentleman's visit, to which they heard the answer that they needed to meet with their master. The guard was very surprised. Did this young gentleman really want to meet their master, because he had not received anyone? The young gentleman came closer to the guard and said, after all, he is nobody, he got into trouble, so he wants to see the owner immediately. The young gentleman ordered the guard to lead them in a commanding tone. The guard had no choice but to carry out his order. Chan lowered his head to the guard and told him to please forgive them, after which the young man's bodyguard followed his master. The guard stood at his post for a while. I don't understand who this young gentleman is and why he's behaving so insolently. After some time, the young gentleman was brought to the door behind which was the owner of the security agency. The guard stopped. He needed to warn his master that someone had come to see him, so he turned around and told the young master that he asked him to wait in that place because he needed to warn the master. The young gentleman said that a security guard stopped there and didn't understand what was going on and asked the young gentleman again. Then the young gentleman said that he didn't remember yet. The book guard stood silently for a while, not understanding what was going on, but he was waiting for the young gentleman to give him an answer. The guard was simply furious because he had violated the order and he had brought these people to the door of their master. Then the guard said that the young gentleman would not be able to meet with the gentleman of this security company if he continued to behave like this. The gentleman raised his hand and pointed his finger forward and told the guard to go and tell the gentleman, after which he said words that were quite incomprehensible to everyone else. The young gentleman wants to send something to the mystical moon. The guard was at a loss as to what the mystical moon meant and how to report all this to him. Well, he had no choice but to go to God and tell him that he had such strange guests. The young master and his bodyguard stood in the room waiting to be reported to. Bodyguard Chan turned to his master. He also wanted to know what the mystical moon was. At that moment, the door opened loudly. The owner of the security agency jumped out to them and started shouting, "How is this possible?" After which he lowered his head and greeted the young Gao gentleman, saying that he was the owner and that the security guards of the transport company expressed their respect to them. And then he asked the young gentleman and his bodyguardian to come into his room. Chan followed his young master and was even more surprised by what happened. Of course, he wanted to ask a question, but it was not the right moment for it. He thought that this is why they treat his young master like this and why they respect him so much. There was a hot cup of tea on the table. The young gentleman immediately got down to business. He said, "So, how many people can a security agency mobilize right now?" The gentleman replied that they have about 6 main bodyguards and 60 rank and file personnel. The young master then said that they should all get ready. He wanted the master to gather the main bodyguards in a separate place. He needed to discuss something with them. The gentleman listened to the young gentleman and said that he was ready to carry out his order. After some time, the young gentleman stood, and in front of him were the main bodyguards who worked in this company. Their faces were covered because no one should see them and no one should know their faces. They listened very carefully to every word that the young gentleman said, trying not to miss anything. His bodyguard Chan, watching everything that was happening, did not understand what Mr. Yapek was trying to do, even though they were quite strong for bodyguards. However, they are still not enough to resist the Zhongli clan. The young master said that they will now help the faction fight against the Zhongli clan. The bodyguards, having listened to the gentleman to the end, lowered their heads and said that they were ready to carry out his tasks. After which Mr. Peck turned his head and told his bodyguard that they were going with them. Chong asked again if their goal was an unorthodox unification. The young gentleman looked at his bodyguard and replied that this is exactly how these bodyguards will fight. Chong asked again, however, they are already opposed by the Zhongli clan and the master will not mind if he helps when things get bad. The young gentleman didn't answer him, he just sighed and looked at him. The evening came and the young gentleman asked his bodyguard if he had been able to defeat the owner of this enterprise. Chan answered him that he could only tell after he fought him, but he thought that they were about the same level. The young gentleman asked his bodyguard again, what about bodyguards? Chong replied that he was much more skilled than them. The gentleman answered that he was wrong. Chan said really based on what he saw he is much stronger than those guys. The young master said that he still has a long way to go to reach the level of the main bodyguards and their master is much stronger than him. He must be paying attention to slightly different things than he thinks his bodyguard thought. After which the young master said all this only because they are all members of the sacred cult of the heavenly demon. He also said that he was able to find out the location of some of the cult members through Chongchu's investigation, and they found out that they were disguised as bodyguards. However, it doesn't matter because they still don't know who he really is, and when they heard about the mystical moon they could only completely submit. The young gentleman said that these guys hide their powers very well since they work as bodyguards, they cannot be too strong. Chung asked the young master when he had managed to establish contact with them. It was really amazing. The gentleman replied that there are things that children shouldn't know. Bodyguard Chan said of course, but he thought he was a little older than him. After which the young master ordered his bodyguard to follow him as it was time for them to test themselves in a real fight. Chong asked the gentleman again because just recently he said that they would not fight. The gentleman answered him that they would deal with their leader. At the same time, in another place in the Axe sect, events were taking place that could not be called good. In the SEC, who blood of the Axe arrived people from the Zhongli sect to find out why they do not pay tribute. At the head of this delegation was the elder of the Zhongli clan, Zhongli Sungrak himself. The Blood Axe clan chief said that no matter what they will no longer have any dealings with the Zhongli clan. The elder of the Zhongli clan replied to him, it seems he has gone completely crazy. He really thinks he can defeat them. The head of the Bloody Axe clan answered him that no one here had gone crazy, and they were just trying to maintain their sanity. The elder looked at him calmly and asked him again what he had said. Then the head of the Bloody Axe clan said that they would rather shit in their pants than continue to serve them. The elder wondered if they really thought they could talk to him like that, which meant whoever beat Una was behind this. Suddenly the elder felt that someone had blinded him. He didn't even understand what had happened. He didn't understand what it was at the moment. It was a far from unusual aura. It was coming from outside. The elder turned his head and ordered his subordinates to sort this out and leave that proud man alive. He wants to ask him a couple of questions. And the elder himself hastened to leave this place, leaving his people to deal with this. But he knew something was wrong here. He had fought countless times, but had never experienced anything like this. He hurried to get outside. He had an incomprehensible feeling. It turned out that all his feelings were going crazy. The elder caught himself thinking that all his feelings were telling him only one thing, that he was in great danger. The young gentleman who was on the branch above him said that he had quite keen senses. The elder, without raising his head, realized that his feelings had not failed him and that he was really nearby. Mr. Peck jumped down from the branch, after which he said that the elder looks quite strong despite the fact that his plan has been significantly weakened, but he has certain standards. And when the elder saw the young man standing in front of him, Baektae-san realized that it was really he who was behind all this. The young gentleman replied that he didn't need to know this information at all because he wouldn't be able to remember anything anyway. The elder told him that he was pretty cheeky for a puppy, and he thought that after he had a couple of limbs chopped off his behavior would change dramatically. Bodyguard Chong was ready. He held the sword tightly in his hand, then he said, "Who knows?" And he warned the elders that he would not have a chance to even approach his master. The elder didn't understand if the energy he just felt was coming from this guy from the bodyguard, but he didn't look that strong. Well, the most important thing he thought was that the energy he felt could not have come from that young guy who was standing behind the bodyguard. Bodyguard Chong pulled out his sword and was ready to fight the elder. The elder also answered him that they would find out about all this very soon. Bodyguard Chong couldn't allow anyone to get close to his young master, so he was ready to fight. The young master told his bodyguard that his opponent was stronger than he thought and how long he could hold out. Chan replied, to be honest, his body was shaking a little because of his aura. He didn't expect him to be so strong, but he will fight with all his might. The young gentleman replied that he liked his approach and his mood is the best way to become stronger, to fight with someone who is superior. The elder said that the two of them were talking too much for those who were about to die, after which he began to attack and shouted to the bodyguard that he would cut off his head in an instant and struck. Imagine his surprise when bodyguard Zhang anticipated his attack and was able to block it, after which they moved to a safe distance from each other, each preparing for the next attack. The elder said that it's not that bad, but now they can see if he can block this too, after which he pushed off and used all his strength to make a jump and attack from above. The elder tried to attack Chong again, and it seemed to him that this time he would succeed. But what was his surprise this time as well, since Chan was able to block his attack this time too. The blow that the elder dealt was really powerful and the guy was thrown back a little. But he was able to withstand this blow, and what was his surprise that he saw all the movements of the enemy. What his opponent is going to do, from which side he will attack him. Bodyguard Chong was no longer shaking from his opponent's aura, he was focused on this fight. The elder and his opponent were furious. He shouted at him that the guy was a bastard and he was just a pathetic bodyguard. The elder tried to attack the guy for the third time. This time he wanted to strike from above. But this time Tu Chan was able to block his blow, and the elder was unable to harm the young man. The blow was really strong and the sword of the bodyguard Chong was damaged. Chan thought that his opponent had two powerful attacks. If he attacks a few more times like that, his sword will break. His opponent was furious. He attacked one after another, shouting, "Can an ordinary bodyguard really defeat him?" Chan caught herself thinking that after each of his blows, he felt like he was about to die, but he continued to defend himself. The elder couldn't help but say if he couldn't attack him, then he should try this, and concentrated his power in his hand. He then extended his two hands and slammed it hard onto the bodyguard, sending him flying backwards. The blow was so strong that the bodyguard of the variety started bleeding. At some point he felt that he had been doused and he would no longer be able to resist his opponent. But despite this, he continued to hold the sword tightly in his hands. He was not going to give up. Bodyguard Chan pulled the sword as close to himself as possible. He needed to figure out what to do next. His opponent, the elder, did not understand what was happening and why this guy was behaving like this. Bodyguard Chong sat on the ground for a while and gathered his strength. He understood that he couldn't handle his opponent so easily, and that he was really much stronger than him, just as the young master had said. However, he caught himself thinking that he clearly saw all his attacks and could take advantage of this. Now he understood that he should not give up and he could still engage in battle with his opponent. The young master told his bodyguard that the harsh training had done him good. The elder swung his sword. He was surprised despite what he said by this guy's abilities. He understood that there was no one in the Zhongli clan who could block his attacks like this guy did. The elder said that he recognized that his abilities were too great to waste on some pathetic merchant clan, and suggested that they join the Zhongli clan. The elder then looked at the young master, whom he despised even more. He offered the bodyguard that he would personally teach him martial arts because he was too talented to wipe the ass of this little scum. The bodyguard laughed and said that he was not wiping his ass at all, at which point he tried to get up. The elder was then even more surprised because he had never made such an offer to anyone. The bodyguard then replied that the elder's ball control was no match for his master's skill. At that moment he took his sword with both hands to hold it as tightly as possible, after which he rushed to attack his opponent while he told him that he sees all his attacks. His opponent couldn't help but shout at him that he was an arrogant bastard and that he was ungrateful. Bodyguard Chong was right in front of him at that moment and he swung his arm to strike his opponent. The blow was so strong that the edge of the sword and bodyguard Chong could not withstand it and broke, but his opponent was able to withstand this attack. Bodyguard Chung felt blood spurt from his shoulder after being hit by his opponent. He had no strength at all because his opponent struck him with such force that he could not stay on his feet. At some point he even thought that this was the end and he would not be able to win this fight. He looked at the ground and saw drops of blood dripping from his body onto the ground. The bodyguard grabbed his shoulder and held it so that it wouldn't hurt so much. His opponent thought that he had already won. The elder stood opposite silently. He was unhappy with how this attack went. After all, he was actually aiming at his neck, not his shoulder, and does this guy really see the movement of his sword? At that moment, the elder realized that most likely it was not an accident and he was telling the truth. Chan held his wound from which splashes were all around him. It was very painful for him. His opponent said, "Is it really that painful for you? It's time to end this." Chong answered him that he would not allow it, but the young master said that he definitely would not allow it to happen. He decided that his bodyguard had had enough and he could step aside. He could protect himself. Chan shouted to him what he meant because he could still fight. He was ready to go to the end. Then the young gentleman answered him that he might never be able to use that hand again and he should stop. Chong realized that his young master was indeed right early on. It was deep enough. But despite this, the young gentleman said his bodyguard was good enough. Chan raised her eyes and looked at the young master. He did not understand what would happen next. The young gentleman came up and picked up the ground his sword, which was broken. After which the young gentleman told him to look carefully and not miss a single detail. Chan did everything as the young gentleman told him. He raised his head and watched carefully his every move. Their opponent laughed, telling the young master that he heard he was on edge due to the severed meridians and he had the courage to raise his sword at him. Mr. Peck replied that he didn't need a sword to fight someone like him. His opponent was furious and shouted at him that he was an impudent boy and first he would tear out his wicked tongue. Mr. Peck told him not to restrain himself under any circumstances and to say whatever he wanted. His opponent was puzzled as to why this boy was behaving this way and why he was so confident in himself. After all, in reality, there was nothing special about him, but why then was he so confident and so impudent? The elder looked down at the young master again, and nothing seemed suspicious to him. Then he decided that it was most likely a bluff, and he was worrying in vain. This boy couldn't bring him any trouble. The elder pushed off. He decided that he should be the first to attack, because he thought that there was no way this boy would survive this blow from him. The enemy swung and tried to strike from above. The young gentleman stood calmly until the very end. The enemy was very surprised that this young gentleman was not afraid at all and did not defend himself. At some point he even thought that he was caught. Now he would finish the blow and that would be the end of it. But suddenly the elder thought, is this guy really that impudent, and all his words about not needing a sword are just a bluff? The sword in the elder's hands was getting closer and closer to the young master. Just a little more and he would be able to strike his blow. When the elder struck his blow, he realized that the young master was in a completely different place. He was surprised. He didn't understand how and when this guy managed to get so close to him. Mr. Peck answered him that he actually warned him and told him that he didn't need a sword at all to deal him one fatal blow. He extended his fist, and he dealt the elder a powerful blow to the chin, putting quite a lot of force into this blow. The elder of the Zhongli clan, after such a blow, could not stay on his feet. He staggered and began to fall. His sword came down and pierced the ground with all his might. He needed support. After which the elder began to slowly fall to the ground. First his knees buckled. As soon as the elder opened his eyes, he saw that same young gentleman in front of him. He did not understand how he had lost so quickly. His eyes started to close. He had no strength at all, but he thought, how the hell did all this happen? The young gentleman continued to stand in his place. He only looked down at his opponent. His bodyguard, who was watching the whole thing, thought it was just great. And how can a person's movements be so beautiful? How can he control his body and his strength? He caught himself thinking that he wanted to move exactly like his young master, and one day he decided for himself that it would be so. Some time later, at the Yen clan's estate, a doctor was examining Siacharen's bodyguard. When he saw him early, he thought about it and said, just look at him. Chan lowered his head. You understand that it is really early for him seriously and can affect his hand. The doctor was pleased with his work. He said that if it weren't for him, his hand would have to be amputated, and he realizes this. Bodyguard Chong silently lowered his head down. He understood perfectly well what the doctor was talking about. The doctor was pleased with his work, and most of all he was pleased with himself. He said that it was even nice then they should remember this moment. Chan lowered his head and said a thank you to the doctor, that he would never forget this. The doctor said that it was good that people like animals recognized the kindness shown to them. Bodyguard, you thanked him from the bottom of her heart for taking care of him, and she also said that this is the 19th time she has said this. The doctor answered her that it was all because too many people forget about the mercy they have received, and he believed that these guys were not one of them. The two bodyguards lowered their heads once more and loudly said, "Thank you very much, Summer." The doctor turned his head as he saw a young gentleman approaching them. He called us and wanted to talk, so he turned to him because he came on time. The doctor said that the young gentleman had heard about a lucrative offer that he had received. He said that they wanted to give him a lot of money and a lot of medicinal herbs. The young gentleman seemed not to see anything prejudicial there. He took a step forward. The doctor was very surprised by the young gentleman's reaction. He thought they would try to persuade him. The doctor was even a little upset after the young gentleman looked at him. He was in a state of almost friendship. Mr. Peck told him that he would not stop him and that he was free to leave. The doctor smiled and asked where he should go, and he didn't understand at all what the young gentleman was talking about. Mr. Beck told him that he could go to the Zhongli clan if he wanted to. The doctor asked again what the gentleman was talking about. After all, he didn't say a word about wanting to join them, he only wants to serve him. Peck held out his hand and told him that was enough. And then he added, took care of those who survived. Chan replied that yes, the main thing is that the bodyguards dealt with everyone and Zhongli's plan will not have time for them. The young gentleman said no, now that everything has gone wrong and they won't attack with full force, but that's not what's important. The two bodyguards looked at the young gentleman and did not understand why he made such a conclusion. Mr. Peck said that they are behaving too boldly and openly, which means that someone is supporting them, so they should understand as soon as possible who this patron is, otherwise problems will overtake them. After which he looked and asked the doctor if he had found what he had asked him for. The doctor replied that his subordinates had been looking for 3 whole days and had found it. The young master said that then he should bring it tonight. He is really curious who controls the Zhongli clan. At night in the Zhongli clan, at first glance, everything was quite quiet and did not foreshadow anything. Only she wasn't sleeping, she was doing one of the tasks assigned to her. With a confident step, I found myself along the long corridor in order to meet with the head of the clan. The assistant reported to the clan head that a messenger from the House of White Flowers had arrived. When the head of the Zhongli clan heard about this, he said to let her in immediately. The door swung open and he saw the silhouette of a girl who was about to enter his room. The head of the Zhongli Chong clan said to her, "Welcome, madam." He was looking forward to her visit. The lady entered his room, and it turned out that some kind of extraordinary radiance was emanating from her. After which she went to the chair and said that she heard that one of the elders had left this world at night. She wanted to know what happened and whether he had died at the hands of some kind of merchant clan. The clan leader couldn't hold back and started shouting that this young master was surrounded by extremely skilled warriors, and asked that they tell the Golden Heavenly Alliance that there was nothing to worry about. The lady, having listened to him to the end, said that no, the White House of Flowers will deal with Mr. Peck. And then she added that the Zhongli clan would provide assistance by providing their warriors. The lady lowered her head and said that he would soon visit their brothel. Not long ago they spread a rumor around the city that he would definitely want to come. She said that they really spread the rumor that they were related to the Heavenly Golden Alliance, and this time there was no way he could escape. The next day the young gentleman stood in front of his bodyguards and laughed loudly. He told them if they wanted to they could just do it and not follow him. The doctor smiled and said that he could just leave him here, the bodyguard Chan. Chan couldn't contain his emotions and shouted to them all no. He said that he could improve. The doctor didn't understand what he could do at all, being so motivated. The doctors believed that they would be caught before the battle began and suggested using poison. The doctor said that this poison would only help to relax and also immobilize the facial muscles. Of course, it had a side effect. The young gentleman then said that the bodyguards simply needed to be left behind. They still had too much to do. Chong answered the doctor that he agreed. After which the doctor took out a huge needle. He was glad that Chan agreed. This needle was made because of the firmament in Shiva poison and he should not feel anything. Chan resisted for an hour. He asked the doctor to wait a little, but he ordered him not to move. At that moment Peck, watching everything that was happening, wondered if he would ever be able to make normal people out of them. Bodyguard Yu looked at Zhong and was a little surprised. Could it be that the side effect was that he was now an idiot? The main destination where the young gentleman was supposed to go was the House of White Flowers. After some time he was standing at the gate of this house accompanied by a doctor and 2 bodyguards. Bodyguard Yu was very surprised that the place where they were in no hurry was really a brothel. The doctor answered her, "Does this look like a regular brothel?" The girl was surprised what he meant. Then the doctor explained to her that this was a brothel built by the Golden Alliance of Heaven. Bodyguard Yu was even more surprised because when she heard about the Golden Alliance of Heaven, she thought that only merchants could run such establishments. The doctor said that for some time they sat below the grass and then suddenly began to expand their spheres of activity. All their enterprises were opened near the clan of the Golden Wall. And despite the fact that they look like ordinary people, all their workers are experienced warriors. They are so much stronger that you can't meet them in most trade guilds. When the girl heard that there was a tar, she was even more surprised, realizing that everything was not so simple here. He also added that after all, not long ago rumors began to spread that the White Flower House was connected with the Golden Heaven Alliance, as if they specifically wanted to lure someone. The doctor added, looking at the young gentleman, that they must be planning something. Bodyguard, you said, doesn't that mean they don't need to go there, and why are they leading the master into a trap? The doctor turned his head again, looked at her, and asked if she was really worried about him. Was this unnecessary? They approached the entrance gate above which was written the House of White Flowers and went inside. As soon as they crossed this establishment, they were also met by one of the girls. She greeted them and said that they were wondering when the Night King of Wuhan had become known to them with his presence. The doctor laughed and said that rumors had really reached this place and everyone knew about it. After which he approached the girl and asked her to make sure that Mr. Peck would get the best of everything. Mr. Peck didn't waste time. He decided that the most important thing in this situation was to evaluate her. He looked to the right and saw two huge bodyguard guys standing near one of the doors. He thought that this was not bad and that these guys were on the same level as warriors from respected clans. He understood perfectly well that the Golden Alliance of Heaven was not able to provide such skilled people, which meant that there was a much more influential patron behind them. The only question that tormented him was what the hell they had planned and why they decided to lure him to this place. The girl lowered her head and suggested to Mr. Peck that he come in. They had prepared a separate room for him and his companions. The doctor stepped forward and said that this was great news, but the bodyguard's hand was on his shoulder, and he said that they would wait near the entrance. The doctor was not going to refuse this offer, and he said that then he would go alone. Yu's bodyguard reminded the divine doctor that they were going there. The doctor wanted to enter the room with his last strength. He did not understand how, but the bodyguard Yu asked the warrior Chan to help her. After the divine healer calmed down and remained near the door, there was silence between them. Sitting near the door of the divine healer was a little upset that he could not enter this room. Yu's bodyguard was also dressed up as if she was in a brothel, and she didn't like it at all. She grumbled that she couldn't believe that they dragged her to such an establishment. Chan stood silently with his eyes downcast. She still couldn't calm down for some time about what had happened in this establishment. Seeing that Chan had no reaction, she asked if he was okay. He looked bad, to which he replied that he was okay. At that moment, Chan was thinking that now that the medicine had stopped working, he felt a rush, and did he really call this a small side effect? He saw Yu and how beautiful she was when she told him to try to move less if he was already tired, and asked if he wanted to retire to a room and rest. Chan shouted that no, because he repeated again that he was fine, he couldn't hold back. Yu then asked him again if he was sure of it, maybe she would take a closer look, and tried to touch him. Chan was furious. He turned away from her and said that everything was fine with him, nothing special, everything was just great. At this time, the divine healer sat watching him and laughed. The bodyguard thought that this freak knew everything. Chan turned around and also said that he was fine. He was bothered by young Master Yu. When she saw him, she said that he was bleeding. They thought that the young gentleman was somewhere else because he was not responding. One Mengwan, the chief manager of the Zhongli clan, appeared before them and stated that given that there were only his tame dogs here, he meant 2 bodyguards, he came to this place with his warriors. The divine physician stood up and looked at him. He saw the howl of the Zhongli clan. Now it became clear that they had conspired. The head manager answered him that he understood everything very quickly, another reason not to let them leave alive. After which he immediately gave his soldiers the order to kill them. Chan was furious because these bastards tried to attack. He could hardly contain his emotions, so the situation suited him perfectly. He showed all his fury in his first attack, damaging 2 warriors of the Zhongli clan at once. After which Chan stopped. He realized that he had calmed down a little, but still everything was seething inside him. You then asked him why he said he was holding back. She didn't understand it. The girl looked at him again and said that they would talk about it later when it was all over. At that moment you saw that several opponents were heading towards her, and she took out her sword. Her opponents tried to attack her instead of shouting that she was finished, considering her much weaker. Well, the fact that Yu's bodyguard was much faster than them, she was able to strike and damage her opponent. Bodyguard Yu understood that a lot depended on her, so she began to attack the enemy. And the very next moment she destroyed two of them who tried to attack her. Blood splashes flew in all directions as well as the screams with which the opponents attacked. At that moment Mr. Peck thought that it was time for him to start taking action. He stood with his back to the girl who was sitting on the bed and did not react to her in any way. The girl turned to the gentleman and asked why he didn't sit down next to her. Then the young gentleman said that it seemed quite noisy outside and he would like to know what was going on there. The girl was surprised. The gentleman continued to say that it looked like a fight had broken out outside. The girl said that she heard absolutely nothing, and these words seemed surprising to the young gentleman. She only thought that this time one would finally get rid of this naive gentleman, while she smiled and said that she did not understand what kind of noise he was talking about. It seemed to her that the young gentleman really didn't seem to suspect what was really going on. In fact, she felt sorry to kill such a handsome man. At this time Mr. Peck stood with his back to her, realizing what she was really planning. So without turning around he turned to her. Does she really want him to gouge out her eyes? The girl was surprised. He continued to stand with his back to her and say, does he really look like prey cornered? And do they really think that he came to this place? I don't know anything about their insidious plan. During all this conversation he did not take a single step to the side or turn to look at her. The next moment he jumped up and was already completely different. A completely different energy emanated from him. It seemed that in front of her was a completely different person whom she had not seen before. The young gentleman turned and looked at her with his brutal gaze. He ordered her not to dare look at him like that. At first the girl didn't understand what was happening, and then she opened her huge eyes very wide. Bodyguard Yu very quickly dealt with Time's opponents who tried to get closer to her. She looked at Zhang because his arm was injured and how he behaved in battle. She was surprised, but Bodyguard Chong seemed not to feel any pain he gave opponents. As soon as she looked, she saw that one of the opponents came up from behind and tried to attack him, shouting die. But Chong seemed to see his every move. He dodged this blow and at the same moment delivered a counter blow. When Chan was dodging this blow, he took a few steps back so that he wouldn't be damaged. It was at this moment when he stepped back that he ran into Yu's bodyguard who was covering him from behind. He looked at her and she looked at him. The girl understood that he needed help. So the next moment she pushed him away with great force so that he could attack two more opponents. The very next moment his sword was near the throat of one of the opponents and he was immediately destroyed. And the second opponent was attacked by Yu's bodyguard. She tried to strike, but her opponent dodged this blow. So she didn't think twice before striking again and destroying this enemy. Blood splattered in all directions. Those who came with the chief manager of the Zhongli clan were destroyed and they lay dead on the floor. The two bodyguards stood with their backs to each other looking at the work they had done. The chief executives at this point stepped forward and said that they were still useless scum, after which he lowered his hand and took out a dagger with which he was going to attack the bodyguards. He read that even though they destroyed all the warriors, it still wouldn't save them. The bodyguards immediately assessed the situation because they understood that he would attack with a dagger and he would need to do it from a distance. Other than that, they were right there. Enemy clouds pushed off and jumped forward to attack them. At that moment Chan and Yu thought about how fast he was and together they tried to fight him off. The two of them pushed off and also began to attack their opponent. I don't know how strong he is. The very next moment they realized that their forces were not equal and their opponent was much stronger than them. And he was pleased that they were much weaker than him and he could easily deal with them. The bodyguards tried to block his blow, but they retreated back to avoid being harmed. Their opponent was so skilled with his dagger that he was able to damage Chang's face. And with the same other blow, he also damaged Yu's face and sprayed in all directions. They had no choice but to retreat back so that their enemy would not inflict any more damage on them. They understood that he was definitely different from those warriors and did not know if the two of them could handle him. Their opponent said that they still have some skills, but it is not enough to deal with the elder. He thought that the two of them were moving as if they had one mind for the two. He then added that it would nevertheless be a disgrace to the clan if it were to suffer defeat at their hands, and he believed that the time had come. The time had indeed come and everything had changed around him. He had not even had time to begin his attack. The two bodyguards stood silently. They looked at what was happening and did not understand. After all, at that moment, it seemed that something exploded behind their enemy and a large force entered the room. And this enormous power was possessed by their young master, but they did not feel it. The young master took a few steps forward. The bodyguards were glad that their young master was okay. The elder turned his gaze and then said, "Perhaps he is Baektae-san, who is talked about so much." Then the elder added that he thought that he had a torn meridian and he was already 1 foot in the grave. Could it be that he was hiding his real powers? The young gentleman replied that when he does something like that, they simply saw what they wanted to see. Then the elder turned to face him, exhaled, and said that he wanted to spare him, but after such words, the young master didn't say anything to him. He just smiled, because this was another confident elder from their clan. Then the elder reached out to get a few more blades and said that he had changed his mind about leaving him alive. The oldest one stood there with 2 blades in each of his hands, and he was ready to attack. The next moment, he released 4 blades towards the young master. Mr. Peck stepped aside a little so that the blow of the blades would pass him by. He said, was he really talking about sparing? All 4 blades hit the back of the chair on which the divine healer was sitting. The elder was a little puzzled and asked the young master if he was being too frivolous, after which he once again reached in with his hand to take out another weapon that was hidden. The young gentleman decided to take a few steps forward. He said that although it was unlikely that he would simply answer his questions. The very next moment he was holding the elders by the bun on his headdress. At the same time, the young gentleman said that he should first have a little fun before he destroyed him. You couldn't understand how this guy was able to get close to him so quickly. But after that, a strong blow followed, and the elder only managed to scream loudly in pain. His scream was so loud that it could be heard not only in this brothel but also beyond it. The doctor, watching everything that was happening, even laughed a little. Chan turned to the divine healer and asked if he had survived, and he was glad that he was okay. The doctor replied that he certainly survived. If something happens to him, who will take care of them? After which he turned to Mr. Peck and said that it was time for them to put an end to this and that they should come here. The young master hit the elders on the head and said okay, and after that hit, he let go of his head. The doctor and the young gentleman calmly walked towards the exit of this brothel, leaving behind many corpses. When they were leaving, they saw another representative of the Zhongli clan in front of the entrance. The young master neutralized him with 1 blow. The 2 bodyguards who stood behind them did not understand who was serving whom. They were guarding, or he was guarding them. They thought that they must be very strong, but they shouldn't have been so surprised. At that moment, the doctor said that on the top floor of this building. You interrupted him at that moment and asked again who else they were looking for. Divine Lek Harry turned his head and told her that they were looking for the puppeteer who was behind all this. They had no choice but to go up to the top floor where the candles were lit. In the center of the room stood a girl who lowered her head down. She seemed to be without protection. The young gentleman did not hesitate. He got up and went into this room to see who this puppeteer was. At that moment, he saw her eyes. It seemed that they were looking at him sincerely. Then the young gentleman said that he understood that it was her, but she should not pull the wool over his eyes and not say that her brothel had nothing to do with it. The girl, hanging her head down, said that she would never do that because she valued her own life. The young gentleman asked her again why she was talking about all this and behaving so calmly. The girl raised her head and replied that she understood perfectly well and was sure that she was much more useful alive than dead. The young gentleman then said that she allowed him to ask her a few questions first. The first thing he wanted to know was who was really behind them. He wanted to know who the real puppeteer was and not about the Golden Alliance of Heavens. She listened to him until the end, looked at him, but didn't really know what to tell him. The young gentleman looked at her without taking his eyes off her. Of course, he liked her. She seemed beautiful. The girl replied that she also doesn't know their real identities, so she can't tell him anything. She said that they act very secretly, constantly hiding behind the wall, so she doesn't know them. Although she knew for sure that they were transmitting their orders through the Golden Alliance of Heaven. Here the one giving them instructions was Bong Muoke. The divine doctor was very surprised. Did she really mean Bong Muoke, who was the swordsman of the Black Moon? The young gentleman turned his head and looked at the doctor and asked again if he was really that famous. The doctor answered that he was very famous. He is one of the most skilled martial artists who killed the demonic general of the Blood Flame, who was once in the top 100, but as far as he knows, he is dead. When the doctor said that he was dead, he added that he himself did not see how he died, but there were enough witnesses. The young gentleman then asked the girl what she would say to that. she said that it was not so. Then the young gentleman asked her to swear on her soul that she was telling the truth. The girl answered him without thinking that she could swear that she was really telling the truth. Then the young gentleman turned around, looked at her again, and said that now she would be in charge of this place, and told him all the information about the Golden Alliance of Heaven. The girl lowered her eyes and said that most likely she would not be able to find out anything important. Then the young gentleman asked why she was behaving like this, because she herself said that the Golden Alliance from Heaven was not on their side and hired her. She asked him again what he meant. Then the young master said that she was actually from the Hao faction. The young gentleman added that he had come to this conclusion from the way she moved. They all had one specific trait, and she was quite bad at pretending despite the fact that she belonged to this faction. After which the young gentleman headed for the exit and said that he hoped that she would not let him down. The doctor did not understand whether they would simply leave. The young gentleman added, let him run away if he wants to, then luck will turn away from her because he knows where the shadow step technique is. When the girl heard about the shadow step technique, she was at a loss as to how he could know about it. In fact, it was a martial art of the Hao faction that Terry had many years ago. Outsiders should not know about its existence. She couldn't do anything, but she didn't understand how he could have learned about this technique. The girl lowered her head and said that she was doing everything possible, and the young gentleman would not be disappointed in her. News of what happened in the brothel spread far beyond its borders. The gentleman walked down the long corridor to tell the latest news. He had to tell his master, who was waiting, about what had happened. Coming closer, he didn't know everything he should start because their last plan had failed. When he approached the gentleman asked him what had happened. His assistant began to talk about how the situation in Wuhan left much to be desired. The gentleman asked again what had happened. He then began to tell that the Zhongli clan and the White Flower clan that had been helping the Heavenly Golden Alliance had been defeated by a group of unknowns last night. The gentleman then asked again why they still hadn't found out their identities, since the situation had become extremely unfavorable. The master's younger brother laughed and said that he couldn't even manage something so simple, so how could he maintain his position as heir? The situation in Wuhan cannot be taken lightly. This place was a key element of their plan. And this plan of the century was not waiting for its implementation in life. Not even the slightest mistake could be allowed. After all, very soon they, calling themselves hidden, had to reveal themselves to this world. Even at one time in another part, it seemed that everything around was absolutely calm. Even near the Donghe security agency there were no people and everything was calm. There were 2 green teas on the table and several different colored cakes on a tray. The divine healer was talking to one of the elders. He had come especially for this meeting. The elder asked him, because we understand that by meeting in this way they are breaking the rules. The doctor answered him that they had a special reason for such a meeting. The elder raised his gaze, looked at the doctor, and asked again what special reason meant. Did he really mean mystical heavenly spells? The elder said they don't know exactly how long it will take for a new supreme leader to emerge. The doctor raised his gaze and looked at the elders. He smiled, and it turned out that he knew the answer to this question. After which the doctor said that if they were already talking about the new supreme, maybe they should prepare for his appearance in advance. The elder wanted to know what he meant. Then the doctor asked again what they thought about Mr. Tezen. The elder thought for a moment and said that, to be honest, he wasn't sure because he used a secret code that was known only to high-ranking members of the cult. However, he added that he didn't know anyone who was so young, after which he asked the doctor again if he had any idea who he really was. The divine healer looked at Tirana, thought, and said that perhaps he was the secret son of the deceased supreme. When the elder heard about this, he was very confused. Drooling started flowing from his mouth. He had nothing to say. After which the elder asked again if he was really thinking about this seriously. The doctor told him to be quieter because someone might hear. Then the elder said that it was really amazing. How could he not have guessed this himself? The doctor added that it seemed that a new supreme might appear even earlier than they thought. At that moment the doctor thought about it. Although he himself said so, he was not completely sure of it. He never told anyone who the young master really was. After all, he doesn't tell anything about himself and doesn't even answer questions when he's asked about it. His maid turned to Mr. Beck. She said that he had finally decided to come. The young master asked again who exactly. Then she said that the famous eccentric needle doctor was supposed to come to him. When the divine healer heard about this, he was a little shocked, which means another healer will appear. He then came to the Yaz and shouted for everyone to stop. Why is this doctor even heading to this place? Then the girl said that apparently the head of the clan really did call healers from all over the world. And after his arrival, the young gentleman's condition has improved significantly, but he wants to know if anything will change if another doctor examines him. Then the divine physician declared that his more than sufficient servant declared that she had heard that the eccentric physician could cure any non-spirit with one injection. The divine healer was furious. He shouted, "Can you really think that this is possible?" The girl said that such rumors are going around. The young gentleman intervened in their conversation and said, "No." The doctor and the maid looked at the young gentleman and said, "I don't understand." Then the young gentleman said that the eccentric needle doctor had become so famous not because of his healing techniques but because everyone wanted to know why. The young gentleman said that this doctor could kill a person with just one needle. That's why he became famous. Didn't they know about it? And they didn't hear how he destroyed an entire sect with one needle. The maid screamed that this couldn't be. He would never have heard it there before. The young gentleman said that it must be nice to be as naive as she is. The maid got angry because he told her her age again. She considered herself quite grown up. Even at the time the market trading was in full swing and there were a lot of people. The girl was passing by one of the counters and heard a loud scream that was coming from. She came closer to one of the placas in order to supposedly look at the goods, but she wanted to hear what was going on. She reached out and took one of the apples. She heard someone say, "Does he really think he is blind?" She just listened to everything that was happening. People who were arguing said that all three were empty. Then she raised her head and decided to really see what was going on there. She saw a man shouting that he had seen another remove the coin from the very beginning. She saw a man sitting at a table, and in front of him were 3 cups. People had to guess under which of them there would be a coin. The man who was spinning these cups said that there is no point in throwing around accusations just because he was unlucky, because his business has been afloat for 15 years and he does not use dirty tricks. But the man who was deceived was simply furious. He wanted to be given back what was taken from him. After all, he lost quite a large amount of money and this person took it all for himself. The man who lost then said to his offender, "Okay, but then doesn't he want to argue?" His offender asked again what it meant to argue. This man said, "If there is a coin inside, he will give his eye." However, if there is nothing there at that moment, he grabbed the hand of his offender and many coins scattered across the table. Then this man said that he would take one of his hands and he asked how he liked it. His offender was in shock. He understood that he had been exposed and at any moment he could be left without one arm. This man he had just scammed was absolutely furious. He told his offender that he would even let him choose which hand he would play. The rest of the crowd thought about it at this point and started talking to each other. It became clear to them why they had never guessed correctly. Some of them thought that this guy was a scammer. The girl came closer. She was very curious. The man held the swindler's hand and said that now it was time for him to show everyone. The swindler tore himself away from his hand and shouted why he should even agree to such an absurd bet. Then the man said if he wasn't a fat man then he had nothing to lose. The swindler asked again why he needed his eye at all. This man repeated once again if he really is honest then he has nothing to worry about. He saw out of the corner of his eye a girl watching what was happening. He couldn't help but notice her because she was simply beautiful. This man turned his head, looked at her, and realized that her physique was of physical purity. He was no longer going to argue with this swindler. He looked only at her and could not take his eyes off her. The girl, when she saw what was happening there, and it became uninteresting and she decided to leave, the man did not take his eyes off her. The gentleman suddenly threw a bag of money at the swindler and hit him right in the eye. At the same time, the gentleman told the swindler to take it and get lost, considering it his lucky day. The gentleman followed this girl. He caught himself thinking that he had not found anything interesting for a long time, and suddenly he saw her. Approaching the golden wall, he thought that she had definitely gone inside. Wasn't this where he should have stopped for a while? Opening the door, Mr. Cloud stuck it inside. He wanted to know where this girl was staying. The owner of this establishment met him and said that it was a great honor for him to meet such an important guest as Mr. The gentleman asked again, not long ago a girl entered this establishment. The owner of this establishment replied that it was a maid of one of the gentlemen. The gentleman was very surprised. Could she really be a servant? Then the owner said that he was not the first one who was interested in her, but most likely he would not be able to take her. The divine physician made her the same offer, but she refused. The master did not understand how he could be compared to a physician, and no one dares to refuse his offers. Then the owner smiled and invited him to go inside where the divine healer and the young gentleman were sitting at the table. The young gentleman doctor listened attentively to the new guest. They did not fully understand why he had come. The gentleman was surprised if this was the same Baektae-san, and opposite him apparently was the divine healer. These two look much younger than he thought. Could it be the elixir? The gentleman was the first to start the conversation. Why does everyone do the same thing? Because he was told that he was interested in his maid. Their guest replied that yes, her energy was quite impressive. He did not understand how this young gentleman dared to speak to him so informally. This gentleman thought that her talent was being wasted in this place and that she should train under his guidance. The young gentleman had regained his strength because he didn't look so good. The guest did not understand how he could tell him such a thing because he was an ordinary impudent boy. But unexpectedly for the gentleman, he received a very strong blow. He could not even imagine that this would happen. From the blow he received, he pressed his eyes tightly, afraid that this blow would be repeated. After he opened his eyes, he saw a young gentleman in front of him, who stood in front of him and held his fist right in front of his face. He asked him to check his pulse. The young gentleman then told him that the time had come when they could test how good he was. This gentleman, when he saw his fist, he was a little confused. He didn't know what to do. He caught himself thinking that, because of this little bastard, he even forgot how to breathe for a second. The young gentleman then said that it was enough for him to sit on the sidelines and that it would be better if he checked his pulse. The gentleman took his hand to check his pulse, and he thought that if it were a sword his head would fly off his shoulders. Although he has absolutely no internal energy, was it just a coincidence? He checked his pulse and was confused. After which the gentleman, who was a doctor, said that the young man's body was really trash. Peck asked how long it would take to fix everything. Then the new doctor said that he could restore several of his main meridians, but it would not be fast at all. He told the young man to just be content with what he had. After which the young master turned to the divine healer and said that apparently his skills were still better than the new healer. New doctors, what is all this nonsense? Then the young gentleman said again that he offered him a treatment that would take only a few years. The young gentleman wanted to clarify that he doesn't really understand martial arts and has a poor command of medical techniques, so what can he offer next? The new doctor was a little offended. He said that so be it. Then he was ready to make a bet. The young gentleman, when he heard about the couple, was a little surprised but wanted to listen to the end. His new doctor said that the young master could really see how badly he understood the art of fighting by letting him fight another man. After which the doctor smiled and said that if he wins, then he will take all his maids. He was confident in himself. Then the young gentleman asked again what would happen if victory was his, and looked at his guest. The doctor then said that he was ready to put himself forward. This is the best he can offer because even the Murim Alliance and the Black Alliance are thirsty to get him. The young gentleman said that all this was not enough. He wanted the doctor to put his body and soul on the line. The new doctor asked the soul again if he really meant something like absolute fidelity and said that then they would not waste time. He agreed. The young gentleman was prepared for such a turn of events, so he set such conditions. After some time they were already on the site where their fight was to take place. The new lecturer, the doctor, wanted to clarify who would fight against him. He asked them to give him an equal. The young gentleman was not verbose. He said that he would be the one to fight. It would be a fair fight. The new doctor was a little surprised and asked again what he meant. Did he really want to lose on purpose? Then the young master said, why doesn't he find out everything himself and start this battle? The new doctor was a little upset because he was so confident in himself that he thought victory was already his and this was an unfair fight. He thought about what this young gentleman was up to. Judging by his pulse, this bastard should thank his luck for still being alive at all. Suddenly a very strange thought came to him, and he thought that the young man had decided to end his life in this way. So the new doctor asked if he really decided to part with his life in this way. He began to say that it was not worth doing. Then the young gentleman said, and why do all the doctors have such a boneless tongue? The divine doctor added that this is completely normal, as he had already explained. The young gentleman raised his hand and said that he had enough of chattering, after which he turned to his opponent and asked if he was really that scared. The new doctor said that it was good, but he shouldn't blame him if he died. The young gentleman smiled when he heard about this because his opponent did not know who he would fight with. The young master told his opponent in this fight that he could not hold back. The new doctor thought that he would soon wipe this arrogant expression from his face. He started preparing for a fight and thinking that most likely this guy was just trying to provoke him, but he would never let his guard down. Knew Lego Jesus that he needs to strike first, so he started attacking first. When he started his attack, he thought that after he threw 3 needles to distract his opponent, it would be enough. He took out 3 needles and aimed to throw them to the young master. The new healer thought that he should put his internal energy into the rest and target his vital points. This was his best technique that was impossible to dodge. He extended his hand and shouted this was the art of 6 needles. All 6 needles were pointed towards the young master. The new doctor thought that this would be enough. But when he saw that all 6 of his yokes passed by and the young master did not even move, then the new doctor thought, could it be that he didn't get it? This had never happened to him before, that none of the 6 needles got it. The young gentleman asked his opponent if this was all he could show. His opponent did not respond. He lowered his hand in order to get a few more games. After which the young gentleman said that it was not so bad, but that was the end of his performance. The new doctor did not understand how this was even possible and what was happening to him. This had never happened before. He watched the picture when the young gentleman stood in front of him and there was a pink aura around him. The very next moment he couldn't even capture when this young gentleman disappeared from his field of vision. The last thing he saw was the face of the young gentleman who was right in front of him. Mr. Paik extended his hand to strike back at the new doctor and his opponent. He did it with such force that his opponent could not stay on his feet. His opponent at that moment did not understand at all how this could be, because this guy should not have had any strength at all. But the gentleman dealt his opponent such a blow, and after he began to fall he tripped him up. But you, the doctor, fell to the ground with all your might, after which you rolled over several more times. And then it collapsed and the roar was quite loud and a large amount of dust rose up. The new doctor tried to get up, but he found it hard to breathe and began to cough. Lowering his head down, he saw that in the area of his chest were his 3 needles that he had launched into the young man. When the new doctor stood up, he told the young master that he did not know what spell he had used, but he also said that this time he will not miss at all, he will hit the target. The young gentleman answered him that apparently he can admit defeat only after death, and if that is so, then so be it. The new doctor caught himself thinking that the guy had disappeared again. He had deliberately concentrated a large amount of internal energy in his eyes, but he couldn't see where this guy was, and he was already standing behind him. At that moment, the young gentleman said that as he thought the new doctor knew nothing about martial arts, and struck him from behind. After which everything went white in the new doctor's eyes, and it turned out that his head had shattered into small pieces. When he tried to open his eyes, he saw the moon shining in the sky in front of him. Then he tried to come to his senses, but it was still dark in his eyes and he couldn't see anything. And once again opening his eyes, he saw the divine healer. It seemed strange to him. The divine physician was delighted and said that he had finally woken up. After which the divine healer started to say that he was hit on the head and that is why he passed out. The divine healer said that he imposed several restrictions just in case the new healer did not understand what the restrictions were. Then the divine healer replied that there is nothing wrong with your caution. After which he declared that now he completely belonged to Master Peck. The new doctor did not understand. He had a severe headache because he had never been so amazed. The divine healer then said that since everything had already worked out this way, he hoped that they would work together with the eccentric healer of needles. A beautiful morning came in the clan of the Golden Wall. The young master just woke up and decided to go to meet. He had a meeting with the head of the Golden Wall trading clan, Beck Tayson's older brother, who believed that judging by how he looks now, he is a divine healer and an eccentric healer, and Needle lives up to his reputation. He also said that he heard that the doctor and Galu also wanted to stay with him. The young gentleman did not answer him anything. The clan leader said that he actually called him because he wanted to ask for a favor. He said that they recently received news from the Yong clan, and they said that the River Martial Alliance from Hubei was gathering rising martial artists under their wing. He also added that Mrs. Yen had already received an invitation. The young gentleman was surprised. What does the River Fighting Alliance mean? It was explained to him that it would seem strange if a merchant clan joined the meeting, but the healer of the needles received a similar offer. The young gentleman was surprised that the eccentric doctor doctor was then explained to him that in addition it seems he had agreed to participate even before he arrived at this place. Or what led them to one correct decision was that they could also participate in this for the new doctor. The young gentleman asked if he wanted him to go with the eccentric needle doctor too. Mr. Peck said he agreed why not, but he still needed to train him a little. After all, the River Fighting Alliance is the strongest such organization in Hubei, and since they are also located in this place they cannot miss such an opportunity. The young master thought that the River Fighting Alliance really lacked opponents for training. He thought that maybe there would be someone worthy there. At the same time, in the House of the White Flowers, that is the very one that belonged to the Hao faction, the Wuhan branch, the lady turned to her subordinates and said that the Golden Heavenly Alliance had still not responded. She was told that it was true. Apparently they were so shocked by the abilities of the Golden Wall clan that they exceeded their expectations. The lady thought that even they didn't suspect how strong they were, and she couldn't imagine that such a monster would be among them. Every time she caught herself wondering who he was and why he even knew about him, she stated that from now on everyone should pay special attention to the Golden Wall trading clan. First, they had to find out what kind of martial arts or elixir tavern they had recently acquired, and her subordinates had to be extremely careful about this. She also gave them orders not to approach the second young master Baektae-san. She stated that she had a feeling that this would determine the fate of the Hao faction to which they belong. The next morning came, and the Golden Wall trading clan also woke up. The girl, after she woke up, she stretched. At that moment, she mentally greeted her mother and asked if she was okay. She wanted to tell her that she was okay, but she suddenly had to leave Wuhan and go on a journey towards the River Combat Alliance. She also informed her that she might not be able to write to them for some time. At that moment, she was applying to her young master tomorrow. The girl wrote that the River Battle Alliance is amazing. Isn't it? Even a child like her knows how amazing this place is. She talked about her master Peck, how incredible he really was, and it was also written that 2 famous doctors joined them. She also said that it seems that they are completely lost when Mr. Peck is next to them, and it is very exciting to watch all this from the outside. After all these events, evening came on this day, and it was time to sleep. She hurried to her room as quickly as she could because she was tired and wanted her own bed. When she ran to her room, she lay down on the bed and quickly closed her eyes. She had no strength. She had been watching the 3 of them meet every evening for the last few days. At that moment, some very loud noise woke her up. It seems they were doing some kind of strange training. The girl couldn't resist opening the window and looking out onto the street. She wanted to see what was happening, but she only saw that in the neighboring house the light was still on and loud sounds were coming from there. The sounds were so loud that not only she could hear them, she found it a little suspicious. She also noticed that her young master looked much healthier than before. Oddly enough, it also seemed to her that the doctors accompanying him had also become prettier. Even the young gentleman noticed this. He said that Leary is much better than the courtesans. When he said this at the table where 2 doctors were sitting, each of them had an incomprehensible reaction. Sometimes the young gentleman would mumble something to himself, something very strange and incomprehensible to the others. The girl believed that in any case she thought that she lived with very good people. Before, of course, she was a little lonely, but now she feels like she has new family members. She sat at the table for a while, trying to tell her parents in a letter what was happening to her. She also wrote that she would write to them as soon as she returned to Wuhan and asked them not to worry about her too much. After which she put out the candle. At the end of the letter she wrote that she hoped everything would be fine with them too. As soon as she finished writing this letter, she lay down on her bed. At the end of this letter she wrote, "Yours so-so." When she fell asleep, she thought only about how much she missed her family and her loved ones. After some time, the young gentleman headed to the White Flowers house. He had a conversation with the lady who was the owner of this house of White Flowers. When he started this conversation, he asked how her investigation was going. The lady apologized to him. She had already sent him a report with all the details. Then the young gentleman said that he was not talking about that, how things were going with the investigation into his past. The lady was very surprised because how could he know that she was really trying to investigate his past? The young gentleman asked again why she looked so surprised. Did she really think he wouldn't recognize her? The lady lowered her head and said that she had committed a terrible sin and begged him to spare her this time. The young gentleman told her to forget and get up. He just wanted to know if she had finished this investigation or not. The lady replied that her agents were extremely careful, so the investigation is still not complete, and it is not about him but about the Golden Wall clan. Then the young gentleman asked her what exactly she had managed to find out about him. The lady raised her head and said that she didn't know anything, she just knew that he knew some secret about which even she didn't have the slightest idea. The young gentleman answered her that it even disappointed him a little she has something about the River Fighting Alliance. He reminded that, in collecting information about famous Murim organizations, no one can compare with the Hao faction, and they were ready to prepare data for him to review. He asked her to select competent people for him. He just had one business in the River Fighting Alliance, the lady agreed. He also demanded that she bring him paper and ink, which she did immediately, after which the young gentleman took this paper and began to write on it very quickly. Then he threw the copied piece of paper in her direction and told her to take it. The lady continued to sit in front of him, not understanding what he wanted from her and what he wrote to her. She couldn't lift her head, she wanted to read everything that was written as quickly as possible. When she started reading, just one glance was enough to understand that this was exactly what was bothering her the most. After all, before her was really the technique of shadow step, which no one knew about. The young gentleman looked at her and said she must understand that this is not all. The lady thanked him. Then the young man said if she was truly grateful, she should try even harder and show him how useful she could be. After which the young master remarked that with this she could become the head of the Hao faction. She really looked at this sheet that lay before her eyes and thought, could she really become the head of the faction? Time passed very quickly and evening was approaching. Outside, the young gentleman needed to go on a journey. His carriage and another one for his escorts drove up to the entrance to the main gate of the clan. The crew was ready to accompany the young master to the River Battle Alliance. The young gentleman was ready, so he walked towards the exit with his assistants. He was escorted by the head of the clan and his managers, and the entire retinue went to the crew. The clan head looked at the young master and thought how he had grown and matured in recent times. The first to board the carriage was the young gentleman. His new doctor was dissatisfied. The head of the clan said that this day has already come. He thought that he was still just a child, but everything is not so at all. At this moment, the young gentleman raised his leg in order to get into the carriage and set off on a journey. The head of the clan noticed that it seemed like only yesterday that young Mr. Poole was under his table, and it was touching to see how he was already participating in the affairs of the family. He also noticed that although Tae-san began to look much better, he still worries about his health. His assistant noted that at the moment he had two of the best healers with him, and the head of the clan had nothing to worry about. Oh, that very moment the shower started to drip from the sky. She said that even the rain sees off the young gentleman on his way. When everyone was in their places, the crew slowly moved off. The guards who were standing at the gate did not understand why this rain started out of nowhere. The seated coachman and the driver of the carriage shouted forward, and the horses began to move. The head of the clan said of course it was ironic that he was so worried about him, although he sent him away, after which he went inside. When he went inside with his assistant, he couldn't help himself. He turned his head again and looked after the crew, which was getting further and further away. The head of the clan, however, still could not shake off the feeling that something global was about to happen. Even during the time in So-Dogun's main residence, everything went according to plan, namely the preparation for the ritual was almost completed. The assistant reported to his master that the things that the elders had given them were also ready for use. The owner said that it was good to wake them up. As soon as the preparation was finished, he wanted his assistant to also go after them and take control of them. His assistant replied that he understood everything and was speaking immediately because it was a matter of his honor. His master said that they had indeed suffered a complete defeat in Wuhan. Even the Golden Alliance of Heaven that they had given such support to was now completely useless. He believed that if they failed this time, the elder would personally punish them, and they would most likely end up as souls that would wander forever in search of peace. And when this happens, after which he became silent for a while, he understood that everything is in his hands, after which he raised his head and looked to the side at what was in that place. He thought that he needed to wait a little longer, and soon he would release them into the wild. The whole way the young gentleman sat with his eyes closed. It seemed that he had no strength left. He was resting. On either side of him sat two doctors, one divine and the other a new doctor. Opposite him sat Silso, and on either side of her sat two bodyguards, Chan and Yu. The new doctor said that it was a rather comfortable carriage in the form of Mr. Peck, who paid a lot for it. The divine physician answered him that of course for him, it was a mere trifle. The young gentleman did not interfere in their conversation. The new doctor answered the divine doctor that he could only suck up to them, and they did not stop arguing with each other. At what point did you think that something terrible would happen between these two doctors in the end? The new healer said that it would be easier to go to Inchag, where the river fighting alliance is located by water. You answered him that recently the pirates have become too active, so they travel by land. The bodyguard also added, although in her opinion they should have avoided meeting with their young master. The new doctor said that everything suits him, so it doesn't matter. The bodyguard unanimously stated that it is true. The divine healer asked because Lady Yen said that she was also going to the River Battle Alliance and they could go together. Bodyguard, you replied that the lady had already boarded the ship, and she was completely unaware of their destination. The divine healer asked again, is it really about the box? Didn't she say that there are a lot of pirates there now? Yu's bodyguard clenched her fists. She thought she had let it slip and didn't know how to get out of this situation. She started talking about how there are many strong warriors in the Yen clan, and besides Lady Yen is also quite good at martial arts. There are not many warrior women in the Yen clan, so she serves her mistress. Well, despite this, Yu's bodyguard said that most likely her mistress is much stronger than her. The divine healer wondered if she didn't realize how strong she really was. And although everyone she can compare herself to are real monsters in martial arts. Chan sat silently without saying anything. He just listened attentively to this conversation. He looked at Yu and saw that she was very worried at that moment. Yu lowered her head down, and it seemed as if she was remembering something in her life. She recalled how she was brought and introduced to her mistress, and since they were almost the same age, they could practice martial arts together. Back then, as a girl, she lowered her head and said that she was paying her respects to Lady Yun. Her future mistress at that moment lowered the stick down and hit her in the ass. Lady Yen breathed loudly and did not turn to Yu for some time and did not answer her in any way. Yu continued to stand with her head down. She waited for her future mistress to tell her something. At that moment she was so scared and didn't understand what to expect next. But unexpectedly for her, Mrs. Yen turned around and said that she was glad to meet her, and that together they could become stronger. Time passed very quickly. There was no way to move on, so we did not stop to set up camp. In the center they made a fire and took out the food that they had taken with them. Only 2 bodyguards were training to the side. Each of them understood that if they did not train, their fighting skills would not improve. Therefore, at every opportunity they arranged sparring. In this situation, Yu was the first to attack. She pushed off the ground and jumped forward, trying to attack her opponent with all her might. Very quickly she approached the so-called enemy and was ready to strike him. Chan video with what force she approaches him, and he understood that their sparring is real. Yu, when she was very close, swung and delivered her blow. Chan managed to avoid this blow at the last moment and jumped back. Yu, after she delivered the first blow, she swung again and tried to deliver another blow from above. Chan put up a defense. Chan didn't understand what had happened to her today and why she was so aggressive towards him. The girl couldn't calm down. After one attack, she started the next attack and tried to deliver at least one more blow. She ran purposefully straight at him, trying to inflict what seemed to him at that moment damage. Her hand and sword were ready, and it seemed that if a little more and he didn't make it in time, then she would definitely cause him damage. Chan managed to put up a defense and dodge her blow, but he didn't understand where such aggression came from. So the next moment he threw her sword aside and thus threw her away. It was his attack that was damaging her, and her hand was wounded and blood was flowing from it. When Chan saw this, the first thing he did was run up to her and ask if she was okay. The girl, without raising her eyes, answered him that she was fine, and she was ready to continue. Then he said that she had a rather deep wound and needed to call the divine healer to examine her. Alas, at that moment they started shouting loudly that dinner was ready and it was time for everyone to eat. Chan turned his head, looked at, and told her that it would turn out the food is ready, let's go. Then turned his head, and he saw that she was not there. He was very surprised, but she disappeared. You stood very close to him. She stood and looked into the distance. He did not understand what was happening to her. After some time, all those present were sitting near the fire with food in front of each of them. The divine healer was as cheerful as always. He tried to tell only good or something funny. The 2 maids who were among them laughed. It seemed to them that he was amusing them first and foremost. Chan sat silently with his head down. He couldn't think of anything except how you had behaved at the last moment. The divine healer turned his head and looked at Chong. He noticed that he was in a depressed state. The first thing the divine healer asked the bodyguard was whether he was worried. Chan seemed not to hear him. He woke up and asked again what he was asked or told. Then the divine healer said if he was so worried, then why didn't he go and check on her? Otherwise he might later regret his inaction. The fire burned for some time. Chan then said that he didn't know what to do or what had happened between them or even what to tell her. The divine healer looked at him and told him not to get hung up on it. He just needed to show that he cared. An ordinary person like him can only ruin everything if he tries to be cool. And the divine healer also said that he took with him 3 balls of rice along with vegetables. Chan thought that he had nothing to lose, and if he really brought her food, then nothing would happen. When he came closer, he saw that you had not stopped her training. It seemed that rage had overcome her. Chan tried to approach the place where she was as quietly as possible and in no way scare her. He stood near the tree watching what was happening to her, not knowing how to help her in this situation. The girl continued her training, trying to practice every punch she had already mastered. It seemed like she was training like it was her last time, putting all her efforts into becoming even stronger and better. The only thing she didn't have was a real opponent, and she didn't know who to take her anger out on. At one point, she even bit her lower lip out of anger. She wanted to throw it all out. So she saw Manila for herself, the enemy. It was a huge block that stood right in front of her. Chan was watching everything that was happening from the side. He didn't know which side was best to approach her from at that moment. The girl continued to attack her imaginary opponent, namely that very huge block standing in front of her. When she approached, she struck from different sides at this block as if it were her enemy. Chan was a little surprised by how she moves and how she perfects every move in training. The girl heard someone tell her that she had very good moves. She turned her head. It was a young gentleman who approached her unnoticed and who told her that however she was burdened with useless thoughts. That is why the young gentleman added that she did not even notice his approach. If there had been an enemy in his place, she would already be dead. At that moment, you wanted to justify herself to the young master. She began to say that she had reasons for this. The young master told her to clear her mind and always be on guard at any moment. The girl asked him again how many people in the world are capable of something like this. The young gentleman replied that there were quite a lot of people, and he knew at least 500 people, maybe more. The young gentleman said that living within the limits she had set for herself was also not bad. When she heard such words from the young master, it seemed to her like praise, and she thought about it. What did he mean when he said that she set limits for herself, and how should she treat this? After all, she was absolutely alone in this huge world, as it seemed to her as if she had no one. Chan, when he watched everything that was happening, caught himself thinking, could this really be? What was happening to her at that very moment seemed like only one thing. And it was a state of enlightenment when she understood what she needed in this world and why she was needed. The limits she set for herself were not just a state of her soul. The first thought she remembered was that it was impossible, but he was able to defeat a martial artist of that level in just 5 moves. The second thing she thought about was that he was able to kill the head of the Crimson Dragon with his bare hands. And she also couldn't even imagine that they would be able to defeat the warrior of the Zhongli clan. Who is this young master anyway? He was definitely different from those warriors, and would 2 bodyguards be able to handle him? All these questions were spinning around in her head. She had to give herself the right answer. Chan, watching all this, wondered if this was really a state of enlightenment. He was very surprised. Chan stood in the depths behind a tree for a moment. It even seemed to him that no one noticed him. The young gentleman, although he did not turn his head, could see everything that was happening around him. And most importantly, he most likely already noticed his bodyguard who moved to this place. Chan thought, as he thought his young master already knows that he is here, but he still wanted to get only one answer about what was really going on with the warrior Yu. So he didn't hide any further. He decided to get closer to her as quickly as possible. When he was very close, he stopped behind her. He wanted to make sure that she was okay. Luckily for him, nothing has happened to her yet, as she needed to go through this process completely. She stood there for a long time going through this process, and Chan stood behind her watching to make sure everything was okay with her. This night seemed to last forever, but the sun came out from behind the mountains and illuminated everything around. You stood there for a while silent with her eyes closed, not making a single sound. After some time the girl opened her eyes. She needed to understand what had happened to her. At that moment she wondered if this was the state of enlightenment she had only heard about before. Without turning her head she tried to look around and see who was nearby. Then she turned her head and saw that behind her back was resting bodyguard Chan, which meant he had been there all this time. She wanted to know what he was doing in this place. Lowering her eyes, she saw food near him. Chan opened his eyes and saw that she was okay and that she had returned to normal. Chan told her that she had finally woken up and he congratulated her on her enlightenment. The girl asked him again how long he had been with her. Chan replied that he was afraid that someone might interfere with her, so he decided to stay with her. She lowered her eyes and blushed. She was very pleased that someone cared about them. He handed her the food. She opened it and looked at what he had brought her. He brought it in case she got hungry, but everything was already cold. He laughed. She took the ball in her hands, after which she brought this rice ball and bit into it. She thought it was incredibly tasty. She bit that rice ball a few more times because she was so hungry. The girl did not stop being embarrassed. She thanked him for the very tasty food that he brought her. At that moment Chan thought that everything was really as the divine healer said. After all, there was no need to show his strength, but he needed to show his concern for her. He asked her to help him get up. His legs were numb. The crew of 2 carriages continued moving. They had quite a long journey ahead of them. As they were riding in the carriage, the young gentleman asked her if she seemed to have achieved enlightenment without any problems. Bodyguard Yu only apologized for not understanding what they were talking about and sighed loudly. The girl said that it was all thanks to the young master and thanked him for his instructions. The young gentleman said that if you just fall into a state of enlightenment, it can be really dangerous, and if it goes wrong you can suffer from energy rejection. Then you can get internal dramas, and not only you can never even wake up. The girl thanked him again. She said that she would definitely remember it. The young gentleman said that he left only because there was already someone next to her who was looking after her. You understood perfectly well who they were talking about. Without turning her head, she looked at Chan. At that moment Chan looked at her without taking his eyes off her. He was ready to take care of her always. So who was sitting between them, didn't know where to go because she really was the odd one out in this situation. The young gentleman thought that finally this coward had made a really big step forward. They continued moving for a long time when a city began to appear in the distance in front of them, the one they were heading to. It was Hubei province, Yichang, the very place they were heading to. After some time they arrived at the designated place and their 2 crews stopped. The first to get out of the carriage was the heavenly doctor. He was very happy that they were in place. He clicked. They arrived in Icon. He wanted to clarify where this river fighting alliance was. The divine healer was glad that he would finally be able to sleep where at least there was a roof, and the new healer replied that from the outside it didn't look like he had problems with sleep. The young gentleman saw someone approaching them and decided to see what would happen next. A man approached them and greeted them very politely. He clearly wanted to offer them something. Then this man came as close as possible to the young master and began to speak something in his ear. So, who was the last to leave the carriage, watched everything that was happening from above and was a little surprised. The girl asked the young gentleman who it was because she didn't like him at all. The divine physician said that he thinks it is a person from the Hao faction. He asked again. He is right. The young master said that it looked like the ship of the Yong clan would arrive within an hour and asked Yu's bodyguard to take care of her while they were here. Yu was very surprised. So at this time said that the young master really knew that they would arrive at about the same time and wanted to meet her as soon as possible. The young gentleman disappointed her a little, saying that it was a coincidence. Besides, it has been a long time since they last saw each other, and this is a reason for their communication. So said at that moment that the young gentleman had matured a lot recently. Bodyguard Yu was glad that she would have such an opportunity to meet her mistress. She thanked the young gentleman for this opportunity and decided that she needed to meet her mistress as soon as possible. Indeed, after some time the ship on which her mistress was sailing arrived, and Lady Yen descended from the deck. Lady Yen only thought that she hadn't seen Yu Son for a long time, and that she was missed very much, and it seemed that it would be quite nice if she were with her as she was before. At that moment she heard her voice, which Mrs. Yen was shouting at her, and the lady turned her head to the side. When she heard this voice, the lady wondered if her thoughts and her desire were coming true. She raised her head and saw Yu in front of her, whom she missed so much. In front of her stood her bodyguard Yu, but she was much more than just an ordinary bodyguard to her. Lady Yen was so happy to see Yu that the cloud pounced right on her neck. Mrs. Yun asked Yu Son what she was doing here, because all this time she could not dream that she would meet her here. The lady said that she was not bored at all, and wanted to talk to her about many things. The lady also said that she is not alone now, so it will not be very convenient to speak in front of everyone. Those accompanying the lady asked her who it was and why she was so happy to see her. Along with Mrs. Yen came Shimin Jahak, the eldest son of the Shimin clan. This young man asked the lady if she knew this girl because she looked a little strange. At that moment you thought that the lady was worried precisely because of them and that they would hear and see her. Mrs. Yen then answered him that this was her bodyguard and also her closest friend. This young gentleman, covering his face, began to say that it was unworthy to be friends with one's servants. He reminded the lady that she must not get too close to those who are supposed to serve her, otherwise they begin to forget their place. This gentleman started talking about a bodyguard who leaves his mistress alone, and also she doesn't look strong. He asked if she even knows how to fight. Mrs. Yen answered him that everything was absolutely not, so it was she who asked her, after which she fell silent. Bodyguard you at this moment his fist. She could not allow these people to insult her and her mistress so easily. She remembered how earlier she swung and hit one of the guys. The lady asked why she did it at all. Then the girl replied because he said that girls shouldn't do martial arts. At that moment the girls heard someone's voice looking for the gentleman they had hit. Lady N then told her friend that he would take care of everything, she just had to keep quiet. Otherwise, if they find out, they will beat her to death. She tried to object, but it was all useless. When evening came, they went to their home, but Lady Yun was punished for this. You then asked Mrs. Yen how she was, and she replied that she was fine, and it wasn't as painful as it looked. Her legs were covered in bruises. It looked really terrible. You then asked her why go so far to help her and get punished herself. Mrs. Yen didn't look at her. At that moment tears started flowing from her eyes. After thinking for a bit, she answered, smiling as always, that she wanted them to become friends. Bodyguard, you couldn't allow her mistress Yun to be harmed in any way, even verbally. At that moment, unexpectedly for everyone, they heard someone's voice shouting, "Hey, are you on board?" The divine physician said that they had business nearby, so they decided to drop in with the young master and his retinue. The young master stood looking at Mrs. Yen and who she had arrived at this place with. Mrs. Yen was very surprised when she saw the young master. She even blushed. But what interested him most was not even Anna, but the gentleman who accompanied her. This escort said, "Is this really Lady Yun's ex-fiancé, that same Baektae-san?" The young gentleman was very offended and asked again what the former meant. He looked at Mrs. Yen and asked her if they had broken off the engagement. The girl answered him that of course not. Then the young gentleman said that he himself had heard everything. The gentleman who accompanied Lady Yen was surprised by such impudence. He could not even imagine that they would talk to him like that. The young gentleman said he doesn't understand who he is and why he's hanging around his fiancée. Ms. Yen tried to justify herself. She said that they were respected clans and they were heading to a meeting where all the rising stars of this generation would be. Her father ordered that they travel together. There is nothing between them. The young gentleman told her that in any case she should stay with him because they are not strangers. She replied that of course she agreed. The young gentleman told her that there was no need to delay, and they went to him. The gentleman who accompanied Lady Yun said that her fiancé was an arrogant asshole. The others asked him what he was going to do. They needed to find a place where they wouldn't stop. At that moment he thought that during the entire journey it had never smiled at him. She always had the same expression on her face. She seemed preoccupied with something. He set himself up only for the fact that no matter what they did she would still marry him, and not that worthless person like her fiancé. The young gentleman and his bride walked side by side, each of them not saying a word to the other. Lady Yen tried to look at him at least one more time without saying anything. The young gentleman turned around and looked at her. She became very embarrassed and lowered her eyes. He looked at her for a while, not understanding what was really going on and why she was so embarrassed. He was thinking about only one thing: why was she so obsessed with him? Did something happen between them when they were children? The young master stopped and continued to look at Madame Yen. Every movement seemed familiar to him. He found himself thinking that the longer he looked at her, the more similarities he saw. He tried to remember what happened in his childhood and what he was told that he had to do this. And then she seemed like a deity to him and said that he would definitely succeed in becoming the Supreme One. And when she was dying she still said that he would be the Supreme One whom she loved. He watched the lady and it seemed that she reminded him more and more of her, who loved him and who believed in him. They continued walking along the long pier with the sea surrounding them on both sides. It was romantic. After some time, the young master and Madame Yen, along with their escorts, were near the River Battle Alliance. Mr. Peck looked around the area and said that it was much more spacious than he thought and that this place was about half the size of the Murim Alliance. The divine physician replied that, in the end, it was just a river-fighting alliance, and although they called themselves the Hubei Alliance, considering their scope and not more like a mini version of the Murim Alliance, the young gentleman thought that it was not bad at all. They were met by a gentleman who was supposed to take them to the place where they were supposed to live. So when she saw this place, she was simply delighted and shouted that this place was very huge. The man who met them was surprised. He was told that special guests had arrived, and he had to give them a special welcome. Divinely, the healer laughed and answered him that it seemed his words had reached even the River Battle Alliance. It was difficult for him to be so famous. The new doctor thought differently, that it was all thanks to his fame, and the divine doctor had nothing to do with it. A dispute arose between them about which of them was much more popular than the other. The new healer answered him that the divine healer probably forgot that only he had an invitation a little more, and they would have started fighting among themselves. At this moment, the young master told the two to stop. The two doctors, when they heard his words, seemed to freeze and looked at the young master. The young gentleman told them that if they behaved like that, he would look for worthy ones from Korea, since it was quite a big city, and there should be many of them here. The divine physician replied that he already had two of the most famous physicians. Why did he need more? The young gentleman replied that he had sucked too much out of them. The efficiency was starting to fall. The two doctors were in shock. The divine healer noticed that after each time his body seemed to become healthier, although it was very painful, but the healer did not understand where they needed to look for other healers. Then the divine healer said that he had an idea. They needed to go around the area and hire a Korean. Then they would visit all the hospitals in the area. Only then would they find a worthy one. The new doctor, when he heard the idea of the divine doctor, was surprised and said that he was much smarter than he seemed at first glance. The divine healer said that they need to start right now. The main thing is to hire only those who are worthy. The new healer said that he understands this better and that he can only stand nearby. These words greatly upset the divine physician, but he said that he did not want to make any bet. The new doctor was surprised. He really wanted to make a bet. He asked what would happen on the eve. Then the divine doctor answered that he wanted. The two doctors stood in silence for a while. They needed to determine what would happen the day before if they were to make this bet. The new physician extended his hand and pointed his index finger at the divine physician. At the same time, he said that he wants to know his real identity if he loses. The divine physician, when he heard what he would have to tell, silently looked at the new physician. But the new doctor was so serious that he really wanted to know the truth if he won. Then the divine physician answered him, does he really think that he can bear the truth that he will tell him? Then the new doctor answered him that it was up to him to decide, and he could not change the conditions. The divine healer said that he agreed, but then if he wins, his opponent must teach him one of his yoke techniques. The new doctor got very angry and almost attacked his opponent. He started screaming because that's all he has. The divine healer said that he was not interested in the combat component. He was only interested in knowing acupuncture. The newcomer had no choice but to agree. It was decided that the winner would be the one who could bring the greatest benefit to the young master. The divine healer was happy. He believed that he had already won. The new doctor thought that this time he would definitely find out who this divine doctor was, and Mr. Beck was actually interested in what they were trying to hide. Time passed very quickly. Evening came, and the sky was all covered with clouds. In the place where they stopped, people had already begun to rest. Only from one house a light was shining. There were two doctors standing at the door of this house. They were waiting and did not understand what was happening to their young master. The divine healer told his partner that it seemed to him that they were not in as much pain as we were. The new healer replied that this was indeed the case, otherwise they would have screamed completely differently. The door suddenly opened and a young gentleman came out. He was absolutely calm. The young gentleman told his doctors to take them away. Apparently they were even worse than he thought. He needed them to bring one every day. The divine physician asked him again if it was really every day, but the young master looked at him. Then the divine physician replied that, as he says, so they will do everything. But you doctor turned to the young gentleman. He asked because he was interested in what he needed, because for him it was quite important. The young gentleman replied that if it was really important, then he was lying, because it must be about that very couple. He would decide later after they transferred next time. They continued to argue among themselves. One believed that the technology and the needle would soon be his, but the other did not understand whether he really thought he would win. The young gentleman was a little unhappy with what was happening. He didn't understand. After all, it was much worse than with the souls of these two. Could it really have been somehow connected with their skills? When he purified the souls of these two, he learned several things. The amount of power extracted is different for everyone. The souls of the healers heal his body, and the courtesans fill him with the energy of lust. He knew, of course, that pain and effectiveness are also different. The dirtier the shower, the more pain they experience, and the weaker the healing effect. The young gentleman wondered if at this moment only pure souls devoid of any vice would be suitable for his body. So entered the room and turned to the young gentleman. The girl wanted to know if everything was okay with him because he looked very worried. Young gentleman, at that moment you thought that she was that very pure soul. So lowered her head and asked if he had rested well. The gentleman said that she arrived just in time. So didn't understand what he meant. He extended his hand to place it on her head. He said that she would not feel pain and that she had nothing to worry about. His hand was on her head. She looked at him with her huge eyes. She really didn't feel any pain. Just in another part of the dense forest, one of the gentlemen of the show behind the old man. The gentleman obediently followed the old man, who led him deeper and deeper into the forest. The gentleman asked the old man again how much longer they had to go. The old man replied that if they had walked for about 2 hours, they were almost there. The old man said that they mature in less than 10 years, so there is very little time left, and he laughed. They really were near the entrance. When they didn't go inside, he said that he was talking about those that last about 70 years, and only great elders can use them. Also, this old man said that this is his best work. They can even fight on par with elders. Then he added that even those they were going to would be very useful. Most warriors would not be able to cope with them. The gentleman who followed this old man listened attentively to his every word. Suddenly the old man raised his head and shouted in his nasty voice that here they are. Then he added that it had been several years since he had come to this place, so he no longer remembered the exact place. He was too old. Then the old man dedicated his lamp to him and asked the gentleman what he would say about this. The gentleman stood silently. He didn't even know how to react and didn't know what to answer him. The old man sold the story that he told him that they would be quite useful for them. They stood in a huge room where on stone tables lay those who resembled people. They were dead. There was no emotion on their faces. It seemed like they had died a long time ago but were still kept in this place. After some time, something began to happen in So-Dugun's secret residence that was supposed to change at least the events. Several dead bodies were brought from that very cave to the secret residence for the ritual. The owner of this secret residence began to perform the ritual. 2 drummers stood and beat the drums. They beat the drums every time he said his spell. The owner of the secret residence lowered his head and began to chant a secret spell. He also wrote in blood on the deeds of these dead bodies so that they would return. Each of these dead bodies was found to have a sealed flask inserted into it that held the soul. The ritual of returning these souls began, and the main one who had to conduct this ritual was the owner of the secret residence. Those who observed this detachment said that judging by everything, the souls that were sealed in these containers almost completely returned to their bodies. It was clear that they had become half Zhangshi, and they were different. Half Zhangshi living people who were brought to this state by poison, and those who were in this place were created by pouring death energy into them. And this meant that their original soul was still alive, which is why they cannot be called Zhangshi. In general, they are able to move and even use martial arts. Although considering their condition, it is better to be dead than alive, because they inhabited these bodies with the souls of other people. One could say that they were brought back to life. One of the gentlemen said that he did not understand how they were supposed to control the people who came back to life. He doubted that it would be easy to fix them. The second one answered him that this is a secret technique that is known only to the elders of the clans of the Bloody Cycle. He thought that he would impose restrictions on them, witchcraft, and those who would be resurrected. They know about it best of all, he thought, after all, and their loyalty to the head of the Bloody Cycle was questionable. Watching the ritual, they realized that the final part of this ritual had begun. The head of the secret residence continued to cast the spell without stopping, and the drums beat louder and louder and faster than they had beaten before. They watched the bodies that lay on the tables, and it seemed as if life was entering them. The head of the secret residence closed his eyes and began to pronounce the last words of this spell. The 2 gentlemen who were watching this wanted to see what would happen at the very end and whether they would really succeed. The head of the secret residence raised his 2 fingers up, which meant that everything was ready, and this was the end of the spell. At that moment, they felt some wind, and the fire on the candles suddenly blew air. For some time we continued to observe everything that was happening, but it was already dark. The cases lying in the magic circle showed no signs of life, but everyone waited. Unexpectedly for everyone, one of the four stood up first, followed by another one. The spell worked. Morning came for those who were in the Eternal Alliance. It was a beautiful day. Two doctors were sitting at the same table. They were silent. They didn't quarrel. They thought about how they could best win the bet. Suddenly someone came up to them from behind and said that it was an honor for him to meet such famous healers. The new healer said that he asks not to exaggerate. In fact, it is a great honor for them to meet the man who rules all of Murim. This man said that everything is not so at all. He is just one of the cogs in this big mechanism. It was the head of the River Fighting Alliance, Bekleep. The healer thought that the leader of the River Fighting Alliance felt some strange aura around him. The head of the alliance said that based on what he heard, they both now live in the Golden Wall trading clan. The healers confirmed this information. Then the alliance said that he didn't even expect it because they are both known as the best and many famous clans wanted to get them. The divine healer said that he was absolutely right because the Namgung and Zeegle clans had recently contacted him, and the second added that the Murim Alliance and the Black Alliance had contacted him. The leader of the alliance said that it was truly impressive that both famous alliances were at once. Then he became even more curious about why they both remained in the Golden Wall clan. The divine healer began to speak simply that he had finally found someone who was able to discern his true value. The second doctor thought that he would never say something like that just because he was threatened. So he took a sip and said that as for him, he just lost the bet, although you could say that it's not just that. The head of the alliance asked again, so they serve not the trading clan as a whole, but the second master of the Golden Wall. The doctor replied that he really didn't care what happened to the rest of the clan. The head of the alliance thought that these two Leks were truly incredibly talented. That is why he decided to lure them by any means necessary so that they would be on his side. Then the River Fighting Alliance could rule the whole world. The head of the alliance asked again because the second son's name was Bekte-san, and he had to meet him at any cost. When morning came, Soso opened her eyes and yawned very hard again. Opening her eyes completely, she realized that she was in her room. The last thing she remembered was being with the gentleman. She thought maybe she had dreamed it. She seemed to see how he extended his hand to her and how warmth emanated from it. The girl thought that it was a really pleasant dream because it was a very warm touch of the master. Suddenly she jumped up and thought that she had no time to lie in bed. She caught herself thinking that she had definitely overslept, but that had never happened to her. She quickly got out of bed, put on her clothes, and hurried to the young master. Coming out into the corridor, she noticed that light was coming from the room where the young gentleman was. She understood that this color was coming from the master's room, but she did not understand what was happening there. The young gentleman sat in his room and concentrated all the energy he had. He thought that this spiritual energy was really very pure and powerful. When he touched Soso's soul, it was completely different from anything he had felt before. It seemed to him that the body and soul were gradually coming into a state of harmony. If earlier he frantically tried to connect his meridians just to survive, now it seemed as if they were strengthening and hardening from within. He thought that the demonic art of strengthening from the heart never ceases to amaze him. The last treatment session was really a turning point. Now that his body is almost recovered, he has started to feel at peace. The River Fighting Alliance gathered all the rising stars of this generation in one place. When Mrs. Yen appeared among these stars, they began to whisper that the rumor that she had come to Ichang was true, and that she really was incredibly beautiful. The lady looked around and realized that he was not there for the entire 2 days. He had not left his room. Her bodyguard Yu asked if the lady was thinking about the young master again. She shouldn't worry about him, rather he was mastering everything he realized during enlightenment. The lady looked at Yu and asked again if she was simply in a state of enlightenment, to which Yu replied that she had also experienced something similar not long ago. The girl started to talk about how this was only possible thanks to the help of the young master. Lady Yen said that it was cool. It was no wonder that you looked stronger than before. Someone from behind said, "Is it really Lady Yen herself?" The girl turned her head to see who it was. It was her escort, and this gentleman asked why she was without her dear fiancé. Mrs. Yen turned and greeted him. She didn't want to get into a disagreement with him. The guy thought that everything was going just great because this time she was on her own. So he looked at the lady and said would she like to have a drink with him. He just knew a quiet place. Lady Yen did not raise her eyes and did not answer him. It seemed that she had refused him. Then the young man said, "Is she really doubting because of her fiancé? Traitors like him are not worthy of her anyway." The girl said that she just couldn't say hello. Then the guy grabbed her by the hand and tried to drag her after her. This young man was telling the lady, didn't she know that alcohol can cure any disease, and she shouldn't upset him by having a glass with him. The girl tried to resist with all her might. She didn't answer him, but she didn't want to go with him. The guy continued to pull her along, telling her to go. At that moment, Yu's bodyguard loudly told him to stop right now and grabbed his hand. Yu added that he has no right to treat someone who already has a fiancé like that. He is putting himself in a bad light. The guy got angry and told her that she was just a bodyguard, and she didn't understand what clan he was from. Yu answered him that judging by his behavior, she doubts that he is from a worthy clan. The young man kept shouting that he was the heir of the Shiman clan and his name was Shiman Jahak, and did she really think that someone like her could handle him? Bodyguard Yu, when she heard which clan he belonged to, asked him again. The young man loudly addressed her and asked because he had asked her a question before. Yu raised her head and looked at him. At that moment, the young master said, "How about him? He can handle him." Everyone was interested in who he was. Someone started saying that he was the same young gentleman from the Golden Wall trading post that everyone was talking about. Lady Yen was very surprised when she heard the young master's voice. She turned her head, because she did not believe it was him. The young gentleman came closer and said, "Is he really the one who caused all this commotion?" And this man was the one who shouted the loudest, "Which clan is he from?" At the same time, in another part, the conspiracy continued to operate, and the seal of which the souls were sealed was burning. At first it only seemed like part of the soul, but then it became more and more visible. And after some time, thanks to this conspiracy, the soul came out, because the seal with which it was sealed could no longer hold it in this flask. The body that was inhabited by this soul began to move. His hands began to move first. Then his body became as if alive, but his gaze was like that of a monster. First one seal burned, then the second, and so in turn all four bodies that participated in this conspiracy came to life. One of them looked at his hand and didn't understand where it was because he was definitely already dead. His body felt different somehow and it had changed. One of those present approached them and asked the demon from Guangdong he touched. At that moment, the hand that already belonged to the demon fell on the shoulder of this man. The demon awakened in a new body, asked this man who he was. He answered him So Dugun and explained that his elder was Hikran Bigwan and now he must serve him. All four souls who received their new deeds looked at this man and now they served Hikran Bigwan. At this very time, in another part, the conversation between the young master and Shiman Jahan, who insulted his bride, continued. Shiman asked the young master how long he planned to exchange Lady Yen with his presence. The young gentleman was surprised that he used the word burden and asked him again what he meant. Then this guy started shouting that this is exactly how even in the Golden Wall clan, he is essentially nothing. How did he even have the audacity to lay claim to her? The young master was even more surprised and asked again if he was really laying claim to Yong Heron. Shiman shouted that if this is not so, then why hasn't he broken off the engagement yet, and he should quickly back off so that she can find herself a worthy husband. The young gentleman asked again if he was hinting at himself, a worthy husband. Then the guy said that apparently he didn't understand the word because the pathetic merchants from the Golden Wall had no right to mock the great Shiman clan. The young gentleman asked again why he remembered his clan. Was it because without him he was just an ordinary laughingstock? With his hands in his hands, he was ready to pounce on the young master as he considered himself much stronger than he. So he shouted that he had had enough and asked the young gentleman to come out with him. Peck didn't resist. He smiled and decided to follow this guy. He was interested in what would happen next. When they didn't go out into the street, there was Shiman and two of his assistants against the young master. Mr. Peck asked him if he was going to stand there or if he was going to start attacking him since he was already tired of waiting. His opponent answered him, "Is he really tired of waiting? He most likely has completely gone crazy because of fear." The young gentleman said that he had only recently reached enlightenment and now he needed test subjects to test what he was now capable of. Shiman, without thinking twice, decided that his opponent was very weak and he could easily deal with him. He was glad to help him. Therefore, he was the first to attack the young master, trying to get as close to him as possible and inflict damage on him. But after Shiman tried to strike, the young master easily dodged the blow to the side and approached his opponent. After which the young gentleman grabbed his opponent's hand and squeezed it so tightly that the opponent could not move. After which he twisted this arm so that it was unbearable for his opponent to stand on his feet. And then the young gentleman took a step forward, threw his opponent over and hit him on the ground. Shiman was in shock at that moment. He screamed, "I don't understand what happened and how this could happen at all." His escort stood with open myrtles, not knowing what to think or what to do. Shiman fell down. He didn't expect such a disgrace because he considered the young master much weaker than himself. At that moment Peck stood calmly watching what would happen next, and it seemed that not a single muscle on his face twitched. The guys who were with Mr. Sheeman started talking among themselves about how this was simply impossible. The young gentleman saw Vera lying on the ground, and who belonged to Sheeman, he kicked him up. He did it so skillfully and threw that fan so accurately that even one of the guys didn't have time to react to this in any way. How he got hit right between the eyes was so strong that he couldn't stay on his feet either. This guy started screaming loudly, and then he staggered and started falling backwards, and the fan hit him right between the eyes. The second of Mr. Sheeman's escorts tried to understand whether Mr. Sheeman was hiding. Sheeman, when he stood up, shouted at the young master that he was a coward, and how dared he attack him when he had weakened his defense. In his mind, this was not the end. The young gentleman replied, does he really want to claim that he attacked him when he was not ready? Sheeman and his assistant attacked together. He shouted to the young master that this time he would not get off so easily. He thought he had no idea what kind of trick he had pulled off, but this time he would show him the true essence of the Sheeman clan's martial arts. The young gentleman thought that it was really still far from the end since he hadn't even started yet, and he pushed off to attack them. His two opponents didn't even have time to react, they were just scared. From both sides they grabbed the young gentleman by the shoulders. They thought that he was caught and they could do whatever they wanted with him. But the next moment everything was in the hands of the young gentleman. He put his two hands on their head and tried to pull out all the energy from them. When he finished, he slammed the two heads together with all his might, after which the young gentleman stood for some time and watched as these three lay on the ground. Sheeman tried to tell him something, but he couldn't do anything, he only made sounds. Then opening his eyes, he tried to scream, but he was also not very good at it. He couldn't understand at all what had happened and how this young gentleman was able to deal with them with two. Peck turned his head and said he finally woke up because he had been unconscious for a very long time. At that moment Sheeman caught himself thinking that he couldn't speak, he only made sounds. Peck told them that thanks to them he found out something extremely interesting that he had not guessed before. After which he stretched out his hand to Sheeman. Tears came from his eyes. He could not do anything with his body. The young gentleman said that now it was time to make sure of this once again. There were many people in the square, among them was Mrs. Yen and her bodyguard Yu. Suddenly the head of the alliance came out to all these people on the square. Everyone was surprised. The lady turned her head and saw the head of the alliance standing right in front of her. Many and pillars wanted to know what he was doing in this place, and indeed this head of the alliance girl greeted him. He came out to the square to meet with Baektae-san. It is not clear where he disappeared to. Young gentleman, he was walking alone in this square without an escort. The leader of the alliance turned his head and saw this young gentleman. At some point he was even glad that he would finally be able to talk to him and meet him. He looked at Mr. Peck again and he showed him behind a completely nondescript and very weak. Then the head of the alliance turned to him and asked if he knew who he was. The young gentleman stood opposite and was silent. The head of the alliance also looked at him with an appraising glance. He demanded respect. Then the young gentleman answered him he's seen him somewhere before, and the others began to talk. Did he really mean it right in front of the head of the alliance? The head of the alliance was delighted and asked again if he had really seen him before this moment. The young gentleman caught himself thinking that he had actually seen him before, and when he looked closer he remembered when he could see it, but it was a long time ago. This was during the negotiations with the Murim alliance several decades ago. Back then he was just a boy who could barely withstand the pressure of his aura. But despite this he had quite a strong will despite the fact that he lacked skill. The young master thought that the leader of the River Battle Alliance had climbed quite high over the years. The young gentleman thought that something was telling him what he would get from the boss, but the head of the alliance replied that he needed to talk to him. The young gentleman asked again whether it was really better to conduct such negotiations with those who themselves wanted it. The head of the alliance answered him that he came to this place to talk to everyone. He is simply the first on this list. Then the young gentleman turned his head and pointed at the guy standing next to him. He said that he was not interested in this at all, so the head of the alliance could go further down the list. This guy was happy because he was the chosen one, and the young master said that he would have a chance to talk to the strongest person in the entire river fighting alliance. The leader of the alliance thought that this guy had a lot of courage and he had the opportunity to build a good relationship with him, but he neglected it despite the fact that he belongs to the younger generation. Although at that moment something seemed wrong to him, he still did not understand what exactly the guy was standing and waiting to talk to the head of the alliance. As he was leaving, the young gentleman thought that if he were the same guy from the past, he would have beaten him up if he tried to scold him. But things would have been much more complicated if he had actually beaten up the head of the alliance. Evening came. The moon was shining brightly in the sky, illuminating this city. In the part where the blacksmiths lived and the black iron in the weapons workshop of Iconwork was in full swing. Despite the fact that it was night outside, the blacksmiths did not stop working. They had a large number of orders. They needed to get their work done as quickly as possible, so they were in a hurry. One of the Kuznetsovs felt something was wrong behind his back and turned his head. He was very surprised. I don't understand where such a thick fog came from at that moment. The second one said that it was enough to stare around. If they wanted to finish the order for the River Fighting Alliance on time, they needed to hurry. They didn't understand why the guy who asked to hold the sword never came back, because they were already dealing through the roof. One of the blacksmiths kept looking into the distance. The other did not understand why he was staring there. After some time, one of the Kuznetsovs noticed that despite the fog, someone was approaching them. He tried to take a closer look at who these people were and saw a man holding a child in his arms. The blacksmith was very surprised. He didn't understand what it was because he had never seen anything like it before. It was just awful. This man bit the throat of the child he was holding in his arms. Two blacksmiths stopped their work. They could not continue because they saw something terrible. They didn't understand who they were and whether they were even people because their eyes were burning with fire. Edia monsters resembling people did only what they were allowed to do by the person who was on the roof. He sat on top and directed everyone who was below. He was like the main puppeteer. He had a bell on his hand, and as soon as he started ringing it, it was a signal to take action. Then the bell rang, and these monsters headed towards the forge and were ready to devour them. The two blacksmiths were so scared that they barely had time to catch their breath when they shouted that they had to run away. The monsters were quickly approaching them. It seemed that in a few more seconds they would capture the two blacksmiths. One of the blacksmiths threw his huge hammer on the ground. They forgot that they had work to do and they needed to hurry. These two blacksmiths quickly began to run away from the monsters, of which there turned out to be a large number. After some time, they ran to one of the houses and tried to hide. These monsters were chasing them. One of the Kuznetsovs said that they had no way out at all. Of course, they took cover, but not for long. These monsters, when they walked, they stretched out their hands in front of them. It seemed like they were following someone's orders. One of the blacksmiths thought that one horse was still alive, and if he somehow got to it, he would be able to get out of this hell. All he had to do was get to the horse, and then he would be able to get out of this place. This was his only chance now. He had to hurry to use it. When these monsters passed by and did not notice him, he decided to very quickly run to the other side where his horse was. He ran into the stable and saw that his horse was still alive. He just needed to manage to saddle it. He did everything with great speed. He thought only about what he had to do. At that moment, one of the monsters heard a noise and stopped for a while listening. And then this monster suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction where the blacksmith was and where the horse was. The blacksmith managed to mount his horse, and all he had to do was get out of that place. The blacksmith very quickly began to run away on horseback from these monsters that had captured all his places. Running away from them, he thought of only one thing: that he was able to do it, and now he had to get out of this city as quickly as possible. One of the monsters that was chasing him and that noticed him couldn't leave it like that. The blacksmith understood that all he had to do was drive through these gates and then he would be free. This monster that was watching him seemed to be growing and gaining strength. Immediately after this monster concentrated, he made a leap forward to block the path and prevent him from leaving. The blacksmith only had time to look up and see this monster that was right above him. He was just a little short of leaving the city. The monster destroyed him right at the entrance. They stood watching the many people who were lying on the ground in a pool of blood and mutilated. These monsters, led by their puppeteer, moved towards the very center. They also stood on four sides, just like they did when they were awakened. Each of them lowered their heads down and needed to perform the following ritual to gain strength. One of them walked up to the pool of blood and dipped his hand into the blood. The blood became more and more, and it seemed that there was already a whole sea of blood around. They stood, and all the blood from the people they had destroyed flowed into the center around them. They did all this so that their master, whom they serve, would become even stronger. The blood that was flowing became more and more, and it was all concentrated in the very center. After which the blood began to rise up. It contained all the power of those people whom they had destroyed. And all this power had to pass to the owner of the elder, for which they did all this. He had to get this power to become even stronger, and so that he could rule the world. Having received such a charge of energy, He was simply invincible. It seemed that there was no equal for him. At that moment, in another part where the river fighting alliance was located, the young gentleman sat and thought that now he understood a little more that, after extracting those 3 souls, he discovered a completely new property of the demonic art of strengthening the soul. After extracting them and slowly cleaning them to the best of his ability, many thoughts flashed through his mind. Their energy was not nearly as good as that of the healers, but apparently this was the key that allowed him to extract the information hidden in them. Demonic art of strengthening the soul, the more they learn about it, the more they understand how incredible it is. At that moment someone called him. They told him that the doctors had arrived. He was distracted from his thoughts. The young gentleman decided to get up and go out to see who they had brought to him. When he went outside, he saw 2 people kneeling in front of him. They were most likely doctors. The divine physician asked what the master would say because the one I carry is much better. Then the young gentleman answered them that these 2 were almost no different and that they would have a draw. If they want to know what he really thinks, then their standard has dropped significantly, and they both failed. The doctors were surprised. After which the young gentleman declared that this was precisely why they would both have to fulfill their promise in case of loss. 2 doctors shouted in one voice that this was absurd, and none of them was ready to admit that he had lost the bet. Then the young gentleman stopped and said, "Is that really so?" He was planning something at that moment. The 2 doctors stood silently. They had nothing to say to their young master in response. And he in turn said that he would keep an eye on them. They better prepare for what will happen if they dare to make a deal again without his knowledge. At that moment, the 2 doctors not only turned red, they turned blue, and their faces went. The head of the alliance was informed that the head of the Black Iron Marten had disappeared. He didn't understand how he could disappear because they were some kind of things, and how it was possible to disappear he wanted them to explain to him. Then his assistant explained that they sent people to them because there had been no news for quite a long time, although they should have paid them for their work long ago. But all that was left was the estate and the pavilion, not a single living soul or any object. The head of the alliance did not understand whether they had really left. Why do this? Because they had to get money. His assistant suggested that it looked like someone had attacked them, and coincidentally a plague was spreading nearby, and the head of the alliance gave orders for an investigation to be carried out. He wanted them to seek help from the eccentric needle doctor and the divine doctor at once. They need to take this chance and establish relations with them. He also wanted to invite Baektae-san, the second lord of the Golden Wall trading clan, and reward them generously. I say in the alliance, I told my assistant, if they ask for something in return, then you need to fulfill any of their requests. The assistant declined. He said that he would fulfill all his wishes and all his requests. The leader of the alliance thought that this young gentleman had the aura of a martial artist coming from him. It was interesting to see how he would handle it this time. The young master and his 2 doctors agreed to help the leader of the alliance and take part in this investigation. They went to the place where the blacksmiths lived. They needed to understand what happened there. When they arrived, the young gentleman first smelled blood. He tried to somehow concentrate and understand what really happened in this place. But he didn't feel anything else. It wasn't something that could be sensed by smell. The young gentleman immediately said that everyone who lived in this place was dead, although he didn't know the exact number, but he was sure that there were more than 100 of them. After which he turned and asked one of the doctors if he knew anything about berries. The divine physician said that he knew quite a lot about them. Then the young man and the master replied that it could be compared to a poisonous demon. His new doctor replied that no one could compare to the poisonous demon in the matter of poisons. He wondered why he even asked about it. The young master then answered him, because this place smells of the same poison that the poisonous demon uses. The divine physician asked again if the young master really wanted to say that they were all killed by a poisonous demon. The young gentleman replied that he had no idea about this and they had to figure it out, but with the smells of blood and poison mixed together, something was very alarming. And he wanted them to find out, and while they were dealing with the poison, his 2 doctors replied that they understood everything. The young gentleman walked very slowly along this village to feel something else that would give him a hint. As he walked, he thought why the hell he felt energy in this place similar to the demonic art of strengthening the soul. 2 healers were trying to figure out what happened in the Black Iron Forge. One divine healer was asking a lot of questions and giving instructions, and the other one was standing silently. At that moment, you even arrived at the place where the head of the alliance, the divine healer, turned his head and saw him. The head of the river fighting alliance arrived at the scene of the tragedy. He wanted to see for himself how they would cope with the task. Moreover, he wanted to talk once again with the two most famous doctors. The divine healer spoke first. He asked what brought the head of the alliance to this place. Wasn't he busy? The head of the alliance replied that no matter how much work he had, he simply could not leave this incident unattended, and besides he wanted to ask for one more favor. The doctors were a little surprised. Would he really ask them for a favor? One of the doctors asked if he really wanted them to cure the victims. The head of the alliance answered them that they guessed correctly. He came here for exactly this. They tried to tell him that during the investigation by order of the master, no traces of the poison were found. Apparently, it had spread to the surrounding lands. When the head of the alliance heard about this, he immediately realized that this was not a plague but a stage of ordinary poison. The young gentleman returned from the scene of the investigation and decided that he needed to take up his practice. It had been quite a while since he had last practiced the heavenly step. After he concentrated, he decided that he should try practicing the heavenly step. After he took his first step, he began to make one movement after another. This time his movements were much clearer and much more confident than before. It seemed that his body remembered every movement and he did it almost automatically. When he made his last move, he had to push off to know he had done it right. When he jumped up, he realized that now he was absolutely sure that it was me who once used the poisonous demon in his head. Everything came together. It was about 3 years before he died as a heavenly demon. It was then that this arrogant idiot considered himself untouchable and he accidentally crossed paths with him. If he had met the head of the Murinsky Alliance instead, everything could have ended differently. However, everything was not so at all, and the poisons have no power over the heavenly demons. Even 11 strong poisons could not resist the demonic art of strengthening the soul. At that very moment, the poisonous demon was completely suppressed and the punishment was forced to follow him everywhere. And every day reveal one poison recipe just to stay alive. The young gentleman continued his training at that moment and remembered everything as it was in that life. And his training was over. He needed to concentrate his strength after it. At that moment, he thought that when it happened, he even thought it was funny. But at the moment, he didn't understand what the hell the poisonous demon was planning. His training was interrupted by someone's loud voice calling him, and the gentleman turned his head and looked. These were his two doctors who came to the young master to inform him that they had finished studying the poison he had spoken of. The gentleman wanted to know about the antidote. The doctor said that they could make it at any time. Then the young gentleman said that it was excellent and that it needed to be made bigger. They would need it. The new doctor turned to the young gentleman. He wanted to say the more they learn, the stranger everything becomes. The doctor wanted to inform that this does not at all resemble the handwriting of a poisonous demon. The young gentleman, after listening to his remark, said, "Does he really think that this is not like him?" The doctor said that yes, indeed, the poison is really dangerous, but it was prepared extremely crudely and unprofessionally. If everything had been thought out, then the whole of Icon would already be in ruins. Besides, I am not created to kill people. It only slows down the body's recovery and depletes a person's vital energy. The young gentleman, when he heard that this poison was only needed to deplete a person's vital energy, it became clear to him. The doctor said that with constant use, even if someone survives, he will become nothing more than a living corpse. The doctor also said that they continued to provide assistance to poison people in the area, and they still need to help the head of the alliance. The young gentleman thought it was simply incredible that this poison turns a person into a living corpse. Perhaps it was somehow connected with the energy of the demonic art of strengthening the soul that he felt then. As he walked alone through this dead city and felt a familiar energy. At this moment he thought that he needed more information and he would have to visit the Hao faction. The young master told his bodyguard Zhang to follow him. When they came out, they saw Lady Yen. She was looking at the young master and continued to admire him. After which the lady approached him and asked where he was going. The lady said that they were just about to help the eccentric needle doctor, the divine doctor. The young master said that he was going to the House of Golden Jade. You and the lady, when they heard about this, they were very indignant because the House of Golden Jade was an ordinary brothel. The young gentleman added that this is the most popular brothel in Ichang. You couldn't help but say to the young master, since Mrs. NN is in this place, how can he behave like this? The young gentleman then replied that if they got bored they could join him, although he doubted they would like it there. Mrs. Yen and her bodyguard were upset by the young master's behavior. The lady was just furious, but she couldn't show it, so she just shook her her fists. The lady said that she had already asked about this many times. Tears appeared in her eyes. Then she quickly turned around and tried to disappear from his sight, shouting at him to do as he knew. The lady said that she would rather go help the doctor than listen to the young gentleman's nonsense. The young master remained standing. Mrs. Yen and her bodyguard quickly ran away from that place. The young gentleman watched everything that was happening and did not know how to react correctly. He wondered what it was all about and why she was acting like that. He then told Chan that they must have had a lot to do, which is why she ran away so quickly. Not far from this place where the River Combat Alliance infirmary was located, there were a lot of victims. The lady and her bodyguard arrived at this place to help the divine and new healer. When they entered one of the rooms, they saw two doctors sitting there trying to get some rest. Well, the healer asked why he was doing what at all, since he hadn't seen more than one patient a day for many years. The divine healer asked again how he had achieved such a level with such an approach, to which the other replied that before he became so skilled, he treated 100 people a day. He really wanted to become a doctor. Divine said that he treated 200 people in one day. Then, well, you are a doctor, answered him that he is just making it up because there is no way to refute it. He also wanted to know if such a large number of patients doesn't affect the quality. The divine healer replied, does he really think that he himself does not know, as if he had a choice? His master forced him to do this. Honestly said, the divine is the only person who scares him more is the young gentleman, and he exudes horror. The new doctor then asked him because he knows the real identity and master. The divine healer, despite his face, said that this was not quite so, although he had encountered something similar before. New Leko got angry and said that he couldn't really tell who Mr. Peck was. The divine healer sat with his head down. He didn't know what to answer him. Well, suddenly he raised his head, looked at the second healer, and said that he represented the sacred sect of the heavenly demon. When the new doctor heard about this, he said that he most likely asked in vain, but he still doesn't understand who the young master really is. The divine healer told his partner to stop. He wanted to know who these new ones were. The healer thought he was killing the answer, but the divine physician stood up and looked to the side. His face was tense, after which the divine healer stepped aside and looked up. The new healer didn't understand whether he was serious or not. After which he himself stood up and also looked up. They saw a red sunset, the color of blood. They stood together looking at the same place, realizing that something was happening there. The new doctor said that it looks like it's the same thing that happened in that city where they had already introduced investigations. And the worst thing about all this is that they will only dream of peace. The monsters that destroyed the village of Kuznetsov were already in this place and were ready to attack. The divine healer did not understand what it was at all, but ordered that everyone be brought to this place for safety. When Mrs. Yen saw these monsters, she managed to ask again what this was all about. The divine healer answered her quickly, they don't have time for conversations, and the second healer said, to bring the masters from the River Combat Alliance. Bodyguard, you ordered the lady to leave as quickly as possible. The lady agreed. The masters of Abiv's arts who were in this place stood in front ready to enter the battle. The lady stood with her head down. Her thoughts were much further than she was. In her thoughts, she thought only about the young master, what would happen to him, and would she really never see him again. At that moment, the gentleman was in one of the brothels. He was sitting at the table, and the lady was pouring him tea. She did it very slowly so that he could watch the tea from the teapot fill his cup. The lady asked if he was really looking for her. She couldn't imagine that he would be able to come in person. She wanted to report that she planned to deal with the local thugs and report to him immediately. The young gentleman said that she should do her job properly and not disappoint him. He asked what brought everyone to this place. The lady of this establishment began to say that recently there have been various suspicious movements around the River Fighting Alliance, and she arrived to help him. Together with the Hao faction branch, the hidden subspecies of Golden Jade, and not also conduct an investigation related to the Black Iron Clan. At that moment, her assistant reported to the lady that an envoy from the River Fighting Alliance had arrived. She said that he should come in. The door to this room opened very quickly and the messenger entered. He greeted the young master and lady and said that the eccentric physician and the divine physician had asked them to come with him. When the young gentleman heard that he had been asked, he was a little confused about what they were talking about. Then the messenger said that these two wanted to tell him something very important. The young gentleman asked again where they were now. The messenger said that the two of them were staying at an inn nearby. The young gentleman asked again if they weren't supposed to help the victims. The envoy said that everything was correct but did not say that the current circumstances did not require delay. He was ready to immediately escort the young master. The young master did not believe him, but the messenger continued to insist that he should escort the young master. Then he ordered Yam to detain him. The bodyguard obeyed his young master and immediately detained the messenger. The messenger pretended that he didn't understand anything. He started shouting that they were allowing themselves to. The lady began to tell the young master that this was a person from the River Martial Alliance. Chan replied that there were enough suspicious moments, but what was most alarming was that 2 doctors sent him for the young master. The young master ordered to send someone to the River Fighting Alliance and said to check the nearest inn and also take this one, most likely he is a spy. The lady raised her head and said that it was a trap. The young gentleman answered her that no one could know this, but something was definitely going on. The young master said that Chan is going with him. We need to find those 2 doctors if they are in trouble. The monsters grew larger and larger. They mainly took up positions on the rooftops and surrounded the city. These monsters were only in human body. There was something of the devil in their eyes. The martial arts masters were ready to attack on command. The divine healer and the eccentric healer stood behind them. They didn't understand at all what had happened. The divine healer thought that he couldn't even send anyone for help, let alone escape. He didn't understand why they seemed so familiar to him. He raised his head up and saw a man approaching them, and he was not like everyone else. This was clearly the same person who was in charge of everyone else, and they were waiting for his order. The divine healer raised his head, and when he saw this man, he did not understand at all what was happening. This man said that they should all lay down their swords because he only came to talk to these doctors. The divine healer was then completely at a loss. He shouted to him, can he first get rid of these terrifying people? The eccentric doctor said that there is definitely something unusual about them. They are most likely Jiangshi divine doctors. The doctor replied that he does not think so. They are half alive. He felt both the energy of life and the energy of death inside them. They were not quite alive. The divine healer then said that it seemed to him that they were all most likely from his sect. The eccentric healer shouted at him, if he started, then let him finish. The divine healer said that in any case their weak point is most likely where the 2 energies merge, but he was not sure. The eccentric doctor replied that he really does see it. It seems he really does know something, but he will leave the question for later. The eccentric doctor shouted to whoever wanted to chat with them, if they have something to say, then let them say it, and took a step forward. This man said that he was just waiting for them to talk. It just looked like they were having a serious conversation. After which this person said if they had a desire to join them, they could do so at any time. This man also said that he could give them something they could never even dream of in their lives. The eccentric doctor said, did he really come with a bunch of creatures that are so thirsty for blood and still dare to offer such a thing? He then added that only a complete idiot would easily agree to such a proposal. The eccentric doctor looked at this guy and asked him again if he was really one of those same creatures. Then this man answered him that he didn't really hope for anything. But apparently everything cannot end peacefully. He raised his hand so that his bell rang several times. The bell was a signal for those creatures that surrounded him and which became several times more numerous. When these monsters heard this sound, they rushed forward with screams to attack people. The martial arts masters who were in this place stood there unable to move. They were scared. A lot of these creatures started attacking them from above. It seemed like there were more and more of them. The eccentric doctor took out his needles and said that he could not protect everyone, and he ordered the rest of the martial arts masters that they should therefore give it their all. At the same time, he took out all the games and said that he himself would do everything possible, everything that depended on him to protect. At this moment, many poisoned people flew towards these monsters and reached their goal. The monsters that were hit by these needles fell to the ground and hit but did not stop. As they began to approach the martial artists, one of them swung and shouted at one of the monsters, after which he delivered a direct blow from above which was supposed to kill this monster. But despite the fact that the blow was really very strong and it was on top, the monster was not damaged. The next moment this monster pounced on the martial arts master and began to strangle him, after which it bit his throat. Everyone else watching what was happening understood that these were real monsters attacking them. The eccentric doctor released several more times many poison needles. He told the divine healer that if nothing is done, everyone will die. There must be some way out. The divine healer tried to stop one of the monsters. He replied that he was thinking and that they should not rush him. The divine healer repelled the attack of several monsters that tried to attack him. Raising his head, he saw that the next wave was already approaching. The eccentric doctor released a multitude of poison needles. The divine healer understood that there was no end to these monsters. Even though they hit weak spots, there were still too many of them. The divine physician thought of only one thing: if the young master were here. He even thought that it would be enough for him to be a bodyguard. As the divine healer was thinking, one of the monsters approached him from behind, and the hand of this monster was very close. The monster tried to capture the divine healer, but he did not understand when they managed to get so close. At some point he felt fear and realized that he didn't want to die. He screamed so loudly that he called for help from the young gentleman to save him. Blood splashed onto the divine healer's face. The head of this monster was torn off. The divine healer was very scared. He was not silent, but he was bleeding. He only thought about the fact that he could die. At that moment he was asked if he was okay, and it was Mrs. Yen who destroyed this monster. The divine healer, when he realized that he was safe, thanked the lady for saving him. Bodyguard Yu, when she ran up to them, she asked the divine healer and the lady if everything was okay with them. The bodyguard said that she took everyone to the inner chamber as ordered, but did not know how long they could hold out. She also wanted to know who or what kind of creatures these were. They did not look like people. The divine healer looked and said that he was not completely sure, but he thought that they were half Jiangshi, and apparently these creatures came for them. The bodyguard asked again what half Jiangshi meant. She didn't understand how that could be. There was no time to explain. The divine healer said that in order to kill them, they must either behead them or pierce their life energy center, which is called the Gate of Knocking. Ms. Yen and her bodyguard Yu were ready to join the fight. The girls understood that a lot depended on them. So pushing off, the two of them began to attack these monsters in front of them. The divine healer shouted at them at the last moment to aim for their lower energy core. Bodyguard Yu looked at the lady and asked, after all, she always protected her from the very first day of their acquaintance. And then when they were very little, the lady always took the blame on herself. Even when they grew up, she was the first to defend her and never stood aside. The lady was always glad to see her because she believed that Yu was not a bodyguard but her friend. Yu thought this time everything should be the other way around and she should protect her mistress. Many poison needles were aimed towards the monsters and entered their bodies. The eccentric doctor caught his breath. He thought that there was no end to this monster. The very next moment he felt a strong energy blow and blood began to flow from his nose and mouth. The eccentric healer thought that he had used too much internal energy. The divine healer approached him and said that it was time to leave this place. Now they had to decide how to do this. If they blocked the only exit and no one would let them out. The divine healer said that he has one more ace up his sleeve, but it is quite risky. You need to take this chance to leave. The eccentric physician looked at the divine physician and said, does he really want him to escape alone? The divine physician told the eccentric physician that he was the fastest among them. Wasn't that so? And besides, the main character can't escape from the battlefield. The eccentric doctor could barely move. After which the divine physician told him to find Mr. Beck as quickly as possible and bring him to court. After which he took something out of his inside pocket and shouted loudly, monster bastards. All the monsters that were there turned their heads and looked at the divine healer. At that moment he threw at them the very same bottle that he had taken out of his inside pocket and shouted for them to catch it. The bubble fell into the center of a cluster of these monsters and burst, spraying liquid in all directions. It was a poison that these monsters could not resist. They began to fall and their harkatets of blood. The divine healer thought that he already thought that this would not work, and how pleasant it was for him to be wrong. When these monsters raised their heads up, they became so ugly that it was disgusting to look at them. Their faces swelled to such an extent that in this process they simply exploded, and these monsters were left without heads. The divine physician shouted to the eccentric physician that this was his chance. He would hold them off for a while, so he should hurry. An eccentric doctor told his new friend not to dare die here. The divine healer answered him without even thinking, then added that he was his senior and that he should not forget. After which he shouted at him to run faster. Everything was exploding behind them. The man who brought these monsters watched everything that was happening from above and covered his face. After which he once again stretched out his hand forward and rang the bell as a signal to the rest of the monster. His new batch of monsters were ready to attack again. He gave orders to these monsters to follow the eccentric doctor and not let him escape. They were monsters, but their eyes glowed not red but white, and this color came from within them. The divine healer and the eccentric healer did not understand what kind of light it was so bright. Then the eccentric doctor stopped, stretched out his two hands, concentrated his power, and said, "Yes, die seems someday rotten." Pointed in their direction, a multitude of poisoned ones which he owned. These needles hit the target. But stop one, he looked and saw that there were so many of these monsters that he would not be able to destroy them all. These needles that hit this monster stopped him, but did not kill him. He continued to move. Having received the signal, the monsters also continued their pursuit and did not resemble wild dogs. "Bodyguard, you carried out the attack without leaving any of these creatures near her." When she stopped, she called the lady. The lady was very close and she was wounded. You pressed and asked if everything was okay with her. The lady held the wound that was on her hand with her other hand. The lady tried to say that she was fine, but everything was wrong. The bodyguard said that the bleeding needed to be stopped. The girls turned their heads because they saw the noise and they became very scared. Each of them thought how many of these creatures were approaching this place where they were. There are quite a large number of them left, and the two of them cannot cope with them, especially since the lady is wounded. The girls looked at these monsters and did not understand what to do next because these monsters were still stronger than them. The lady said that although she had previously quarreled with the young gentleman, her bodyguard, you asked again what she meant. The lady then said that she wanted to see the young master one last time. Bodyguard, you told the lady, put it in your two hands and on her hand that everything will be fine, and she should not think of this as the last time. The lady, as always, smiled, looked at her, and said that she was still very glad that she was now with her friend. When you saw her smile, she remembered that she had already seen the same smile in her life. There was the same smile on the lady's face, just like the first time she smiled at her. You held her mistress' hand. She didn't want to let her go. She believed that she had to protect her until the end. And if she was already next to her at that moment, then she was ready to end this life with her. Many monsters began to jump down from above to attack them at the sound of the bells. You decided for herself that she and her mistress would fight shoulder to shoulder until the very end. Many monsters were very close to them and were ready to attack them. The girls prepared for the attack. They both understood that this could be their last attack in this life and they would never see each other again. The lady also understood that she might never see the young master again, and this thought made her feel sick. But at some point everything went wrong. As they thought something started to happen, they still didn't understand what exactly. All these monsters that tried to attack them, flying a little closer to them, began to explode right before their eyes. They saw a glow in the distance that was very bright, and it was unbearable not to notice it. The young gentleman stood and held one of these monsters by the throat, destroying it. The lady was shocked. She thought that it couldn't be because he came to save her. He held one of these monsters by the throat in his hand, and this monster was just tearing itself apart. The young gentleman stood and destroyed each of the monsters that approached the girls in turn. Throughout this monster, he said, "Why are there so many of these half-dead bags of flesh here?" The girls smiled, and they were happy because they saw the young gentleman who saved their lives. The two doctors were also delighted. They said in one voice, "Finally, he is here, and finally he will save them." The young master very quickly began to clear this place of the monsters that were there. The man who brought these monsters did not understand and did not think that everything would go so far. At some point he revealed his face and said that then he had no choice. He opened his mouth to swallow one of the pills so as not to lose. At that moment this gentleman began to turn into the same monster as everyone else. His body began to deform before everyone's eyes and spikes began to emerge from his spine. Divine Healer, when he saw this whole situation, he did not understand what was happening. This guy turned into a monster and he growled loudly like a wild animal. Instead of fingers, claws appeared on his hands, and they no longer resembled human hands at all, but more like the paws of an animal. And he himself no longer had a human appearance at all. He looked more like one of the monsters he had brought with him. The eccentric healer, observing what was happening, asked what this time. The divine healer answered him that he had released his hidden power and ceased to be a man. But that's not all. The young gentleman understood that this guy came to this place specifically to fight him. He needed to understand what kind of crap was close to his soul and why it was burning with a red flame. The young gentleman watched as this man transformed into a monster and understood who he would be dealing with. This creature, which already resembled a monster, pushed off and jumped from the roof of the house, after which it made several more jumps forward, trying to get to the enemy as quickly as possible. This monster was clinging with its claws to everything it could grab onto on this roof where it was. Then he pushed off and did a somersault to land and attack the young master straight from above. The young gentleman seemed to sense him and his energy and the fact that he was approaching from behind. He put up a defense and this monster couldn't get closer to him. He fell down. down. The girls sat next to each other. They were scared, and they didn't understand what would happen next. But despite the dust and fog that was around, two glowing eyes were clearly visible. It was the same monster that was approaching them and was ready to attack them. The young gentleman said that he was making a lot of noise. He was already standing behind this monster in the very place where the monster had just been. The monsters were very surprised because they couldn't even imagine that he was moving at such a speed. The monster turned and tried to attack him, pushing off and heading towards the young master. The young gentleman watched his movements and realized that something was wrong here, and it was making him very nervous. He looked at this monster and thought that this guy's body and soul were intertwined in some very strange way. The monsters tried to attack the young master first, and it turned out that he was about to be able to strike him. Well, the young gentleman was so fast that this monster couldn't even imagine that he would receive the blow. And this blow was so powerful that the monster could not resist this damage. When this monster, after falling, was able to get up and move aside, it seemed that everything was about to end. At that moment, the lady was only worried about the young gentleman. She completely forgot that she herself was wounded. She saw the eyes of this monster that devoured all living things around and understood that in his eyes a great power was concentrated. Just the sight of this monster made the girls feel sick, and their faces turned blue with fear. You thought that things were bad and that the lady was injured and that she couldn't move normally. She held her sword tightly and thought about what to do because she herself could barely stand on her feet. The monster turned around and headed towards the girls. He was separated from the girls by a few steps. The girls thought that no, they should dodge this monster, but he was too fast and was already close. Everything that happened next, they didn't even have time to notice how Chan stood in front of them and struck this monster from top to bottom. Chan cut off his fingers on his hands. Blood spurted in all directions, and this monster began to roar loudly. At that moment his eyes changed color, and now they were not blinding white but bloody. This monster began to scream like a wild animal and tried to attack again. Chong anticipated his every move. Every time this bridge came closer, Chong blocked its attack. The bodyguard thought that although he was blocking his blows, for now this creature turned out to be much stronger than he thought. After this creature finished one attack, it would start attacking again. Chan continued to block the attacks, protecting the girls. This creature pushed them further and further away, and Chan had less and less space to block its attacks. The young master decided that he could not remain on the sidelines, so he dealt a fatal blow to this creature. The blow was so strong that the monster was thrown back and broke through the wall, and another and another. The young gentleman looked at this creature. It was already taking on human form. He said that he had a long way to go. At some point he felt that the soul left this body and it evaporated, but he definitely felt it. That very moment when he looked at the body of this monster and saw that the red color was burning in his chest. When Mrs. Yen saw the young master, she was shocked, even though she knew that he had become much stronger than before. But she couldn't even imagine that he had become as strong as she saw him in this battle. The young master turned his head and saw the growling monsters who had lost their master. He then said that they were definitely still in this place and he needed to deal with them. The monsters tried to attack him from all sides. They thought that they could destroy him altogether. But the young man stretched out his hand forward and spread his fingers wide so as to capture everyone. And then he suddenly clenched his fingers into a fist as tightly as he could. Those monsters that were approaching him at that moment were destroyed. Only energy remained from them. Then the young gentleman said that he had long suspected that these monsters had what he needed. What is in their bodies is what he needs, and he must take advantage of this moment. He looked and saw in the distance other monsters that remained and did not attack him. He wasn't ready to leave them, so he decided that he should also take advantage and take their energy. He stretched out his hand, clenching it into a fist, and ordered them to first stop and then stand still. After which he gave birth to a fist and began to take away their energy. He ordered them not to force them to run after them and waste their energy. Two doctors stood above and watched everything that happened below. They were shocked by the destruction. And they also wanted to look at that same guy who died. The eccentric doctor told his new friend to look at those wrinkles, but you couldn't tell from his voice that he was an old man. Divine Healer said that he used up Siri courses of his organism, that's why he looks like that. The eccentric physician then said that the divine physician from the very beginning looked as if he had something to say. After which he got angry and shouted that it was enough to waste time and that he should say what the hell this was and what he meant by half-juncture. The divine physician said that this is exactly what he thought. They introduce death energy into still living people. As it takes over their bodies, they gradually become juncture. Then he said that this is unforgivable. Of course, everything is not as simple as it sounds. Special equipment is needed for this. He continued to say that first of all it is necessary to extract vital energy from a person in such a way that he finds himself on the threshold of death. The divine physician added that it was precisely this poison that was used to create these creatures, and he should have realized this back then. And what he threw to undermine them was an antidote. If the balance of two energies is disturbed, the body cannot withstand the loads. That's why when this antidote exploded, they also began to inflate and explode. The eccentric doctor asked where he knew all this from. The divine doctor then replied that the creation of a half-juncture and the use of all the body's resources was what his sect was researching. The eccentric doctor, when he heard about this, shouted loudly what he meant. Then he quietly, so that no one could hear, said, "Is it really the sacred sect of the heavenly demon?" The divine physician continued to tell that these people had an irresistible thirst for power and strength, but in the end they had to give it up. He said that there was too much vulnerability and that this is not what people should strive for, but apparently someone still continued the experiments. And in his opinion, he even achieved a certain success. At that moment, he opened the mouth of one of the dead and saw that there was a ball in the mouth. The divine iced this pill and said that it was exactly this. The second doctor asked again what he was talking about. Then the divine healer said that it looks like a pill that releases hidden powers. You need to remove the molar and insert this instead. The eccentric doctor said that, to be honest, at the moment he was more interested in something else. He looked ahead. When the gentleman appeared, these creatures began to explode one after another. How is this even possible? The doctor asked. He is actually a young man. The gentleman, at that moment charging spiritually with energy, understood that it was completely purified. He felt like he was absorbing the purest elixir of these creatures. For some reason, when he used the demonic art of strengthening the soul, the internal balance that supported their bodies was destroyed and all their spiritual energy was released. Apparently their half-measured deeds were filled to the brim with it. Those who can so freely control spiritual energy, is there really anyone else who can do this besides him? Besides the energy that emanated from this guy and the one that he felt then are definitely somehow connected with the demonic temptation of strengthening the soul. Maybe something was different, but the principle was absolutely the same, and he had to find them because then he would have even more energy. After some time they returned to the River Fighting Alliance, where everything was absolutely calm. Mrs. Yen ran very quickly down the long corridor to the young master's room. She should have found out something personal from him and not someone told her. Running into the room, she immediately opened the door and turned to the gentleman and asked him if it was true. The young gentleman sat as always meditating. He did not understand what she was talking about at all. The lady said that she heard that he was staying because of those two doctors. Then the young gentleman asked her again that he was the only one left at that moment. He looked at her. The lady said that the gathering of rising stars of this generation was cancelled and all martial artists were ordered to return. The young gentleman said that it would be difficult to carry out the events given the circumstances of the action. The girl lowered her eyes. She was upset because she understood that they would break up again. She didn't know how to tell him this, but she turned to him. The young man asked what else she wanted, then she simply thanked him again. The girl closed her eyes and hysterically screamed that she thanked him very much for saving her then. The young gentleman looked at her and did not answer her despite her hysteria. He was absolutely calm. The girl raised her head, opened her eyes, and was very surprised because she saw a smile on his face. The young gentleman thought, if you think about it, she was next to him all this time and her soul is much purer than Soso's. The young gentleman asked her if she was leaving today. The lady replied that no, she would be leaving only tomorrow. Then the young gentleman said that it would be very good if she left tomorrow. And unexpectedly for her, he told her to come to his room this evening.